Jane Eyre, an autobiography by Charlotte Bronte, a novel featuring a strong and complex female protagonist who navigates a challenging life with resilience and integrity. The novel revolutionized prose fiction, being the first to focus on the moral and spiritual development of its protagonist through an intimate first-person narrative, where actions and events are colored by a psychological intensity. The novel is a first-person narrative from the perspective of the title character. Its setting is somewhere in the north of England, late in the reign of George III, 1760–1820. It has 5 distinct stages: Jane's childhood at Gateshead Hall, where she is emotionally and physically abused by her aunt and cousins; her education at Lowood School, where she gains friends and role models but suffers privations and oppression; her time as governess at Thornfield Hall, where she falls in love with her mysterious employer, Edward Fairfax Rochester; her time in the Moor House, during which her earnest but cold clergyman cousin, St. John Rivers, proposes to her; and ultimately her reunion with, and marriage to, her beloved Rochester. Throughout these sections, it provides perspectives on a number of important social issues and ideas, many of which are critical of the status quo. In this classic book, Reimagined, Jane Eyre is presented through the lens of Margaret Atwood, a renowned Canadian author, poet, literary critic, essayist, and environmental activist. Born on November 18, 1939, in Ottawa, Ontario, she is one of the most prominent and influential literary figures of contemporary literature. Atwood's work spans various genres, including fiction, poetry, and non-fiction, and she is particularly known for her feminist themes, speculative fiction, and keen social commentary. Margaret Atwood's body of work and her contributions to literature and society have cemented her status as a pivotal figure in modern literature, continuing to inspire and challenge readers worldwide. Please enjoy Part 1 of Jane Eyre, Reimagined.
Chapter 1. The Curtain of Red Moiré. There was no escape from the indoors that day. We had trudged through the leafless shrubbery for an hour in the morning's dim light, but post-dinner, the reeds always dined unfashionably early unless society dictated otherwise. The sky had sombered. Winter had summoned its clouds, gravid and grey, shedding a relentless, piercing rain that made any notion of a further outdoor excursion laughably futile. I was secretly relieved. The prospect of long walks, especially under the brooding eye of a chilly afternoon, had never charmed me. The inevitable return home in the creeping twilight, with my extremities bitten by frost, and my spirit dampened by Bessie's sharp chastisements, was a ritual in misery. Add to this the discomforting reminder of my physical inferiority to the stately Eliza, the robust John, and the dainty Georgiana Reed. These 3 were now a picture of domestic bliss, huddled around the maternal throne in the drawing-room. Mrs. Reed, ensconced like a sultana on her sofa beside the hearth, her brood momentarily tranquil and docile around her, was the image of contentment. I, meanwhile, had been exiled from this warm tableau with a cool decree, until Bessie reported and Mrs. Reed observed that I had cultivated a disposition more becoming of a sociable and sprightly child. I was barred from their circle. "What has Bessie claimed I've done?" I ventured, unable to mask the sharpness in my tone. "Jane, I will not entertain a child who questions like a barrister," Mrs. Reed replied, her voice a smooth, cold marble. "Find a seat, and until you can sweeten your manner, I prefer your silence." Banished, I retreated to the breakfast room, sanctuary of the solitary and the bookish. There, a bookcase promised diversion. I selected a volume thick with illustrations, a small act of defiance against the day's gloom. Settling into the window seat, I drew the red moiré curtains close, enshrining myself in a womb of velvet, a barrier twice over. The curtains blazed a fierce scarlet, cutting off the dreary world to my right. To my left, the clear window panes held back the day's melancholy, but not its visage. Periodically, I glanced over my book at the scene outside, a near view of relentless rain, punishing the stoic shrubs, and beyond, a vista of mist and cloud melding into a monochrome tapestry of desolation. I was thumbing through Bewick's History of British Birds, more enamoured with the engravings than the text. Yet, Even as a child, I couldn't dismiss entirely the narrative of remote, storm-lashed shores and the stoic creatures dwelling there. My mind, ever hungry for more than the confines of Gateshead could offer, feasted on images of stark, rocky outposts and the relentless sea swirling around them, each a stark contrast to the oppressive order of my current environs. The illustrations were more than mere images. They were windows to other existences. The lonely rock amidst tumultuous waves, the shipwrecked vessel on a forgotten shore, the spectral moon observing the wreckage of man, each a story potent with silent meaning, as rich and as haunting as any of Bessie's fireside tales. In that moment, Buick was my escape, my companion in solitude. Here, in my red-draped alcove, I was untouchable, sovereign of my own imagination. Yet this refuge was as fragile as it was sacred. The door soon creaked open. "Bo! Madam Mope!" John Reed's mocking call shattered my peace. Silence, then a fumbling. "Where the dickens is she?" His search was half-hearted. He lacked the cunning to uncover my hiding spot, but Eliza, ever perceptive, betrayed my sanctuary with a mere flick of her head towards the window seat. Forced into the open, my heart pounded not just with the dread of confrontation, but with the fury of being torn away from my imagined sanctuaries. "What do you want?" I asked, the words brittle with forced composure. "Say, what do you want, Master Reed?" he commanded, settling into his chair like a petty tyrant enthroned. John Reed, with his sallow complexion and bloated form, was more suited to a grotesque caricature than the role of lordling he fancied himself. He indulged in excess at the table, which lent him a bilious air and an unwholesome pallor. School would have done him good, less confection, more discipline. But Mrs. Reed, ever doting and blind to her son's faults, preferred to believe his ailments stemmed from scholarly exertions rather than gluttony. His disdain for me was as constant as the northern star, his torments as regular as clockwork. In those moments of his cruelty, no ally came forth. The servants remained silent, complicit, and Mrs. Reed turned a wilfully blind eye. Obedience was my expected role, so I approached, bracing for the inevitable cruelty. But as I stood there, subjected to his mocking and malice, a part of me rebelled. His impending strike was not just an act of personal malice, but a symbol of every unjust power exerted over the powerless. His blow came, swift and fierce. "That's for your impudence," he sneered. I had never planned to retaliate, yet as I steadied myself against the door, something within me snapped, not just a thread of fear, but the bonds of my imposed subservience. "You are like a tyrant," I shot back, voice trembling with a mix of pain and a newfound, fierce defiance. The escalation was immediate, his rage palpable. As he lunged, the room spun into chaos, a maelstrom centered around our struggle. We were separated eventually, Mrs. Reed's voice cutting through the tumult, decreeing my confinement to the Red Room, a sentence delivered with the casual cruelty of an empress dispatching an undesirable to exile. Dragged away, my spirit did not quiet. If anything, it burned brighter, fueled by visions of distant, stormy shores, where not even the fiercest winds could quench the fire of a soul fighting for its very existence. Chapter 2. The Red Sanctum. The act of resistance was unfamiliar to me, as alien as the concept of warmth in this austere house. My rebellion, however, wasn't without its consequences, marking me in the eyes of Bessie and Miss Abbott as a child possessed of a dangerous willfulness. In the heat of defiance, I had transcended myself, propelled by a desperate resolve, akin to what the French might term being beside oneself, a fugitive from the oppressive normalcy that had thus far defined my existence. "Hold her arms, Miss Abbott. She's untamed, wild as a storm," Bessie declared, her voice strained with effort as she tried to subdue what she saw as a sudden and alarming ferocity in me. "For shame! To strike a young gentleman, your benefactor's own son. Your so-called young master, Miss Abbott scolded, her words laden with a righteousness that felt like another layer of chains. Master? How is he my master when I am no servant? I retorted, the sharpness of my voice slicing through the room, a desperate clawing against the roles they forced upon me. You are less than a servant. You do nothing for your keep here, Bessie snapped back, aiming to humble me with her words, to pin me beneath a yoke of eternal indebtedness. Sit and stew over your wickedness, she commanded, as they pushed me onto a stool in the dreaded Red Room. My instinct was to rise, to reject this confinement with every fibre of my being, but their combined physical might subdued me. If you won't sit still, we shall bind you, Bessie threatened, with Miss Abbott readying to strip her garters for the purpose. The humiliating prospect of being bound like some wild creature robbed me momentarily of my defiance. No, don't, I cried out, my voice cracking under the strain. I will remain still. Assured by my submission, they withdrew, their silhouettes framed against the door, their expressions a mix of distrust and disbelief at my sudden capitulation. She's never acted out before, Bessie whispered to Miss Abbott, bewildered by my eruption of spirit. It was always in her, just beneath the surface, Miss Abbott replied knowingly, as if my outburst had confirmed some long-held suspicion of mine inherent deceitfulness. The door closed with a definitive click, the key turning in the lock with a chilling finality. I was left alone in the Red Room, a chamber seldom used, but laden with a history that pressed down upon its every surface. This room, grand and imposing, with its heavy mahogany furniture and deep red draperies that swallowed the light, held an air of stately desolation. It was a chamber out of time, reserved for the echoes of the past and the silent play of dust motes and shafts of light so rare they seemed mythical. The massive bed, with its canopy of red damask, stood like a sacrificial altar in the center of this temple of familial exclusion. The air was cold, the room's usual stillness amplified by my ragged breathing. The heavy drapes over the windows muted the outside world, turning the room into a cavern of shadows and whispered threats. This was the room where Mr. Reed had breathed his last, and it seemed to hold his spirit in a lingering embrace, a sanctum where the living seldom tread, reserved for the memories of the dead. Locked in this spectral chamber, where whispers of the past were almost audible, I felt the walls pressing in, speaking of duty and repression. The heavy red drapes were like the curtains of a stage on which I was forced to play a part scripted by others, a part ill-suited to my nature. As the room darkened toward twilight, the shadows deepened into spectres of fear, and the silence grew oppressive. I wondered why my existence was so contentious within this family. Was it merely because I could not reflect their values, because my spirit refused to be broken and molded to their desires? The weight of solitude pressed down on me, and the walls of the Red Room seemed to close in, whispering of despair and rejection. Yet, even as darkness enveloped me, a spark of rebellion flickered within. This oppressive atmosphere, rather than quelling my spirit, seemed only to forge it stronger, tempering the steel of my resolve in the fire of adversity. Locked away in the Red Room, the world narrowed to the confines of these walls, heavy with the past and the scent of mahogany. Here, in the heart of my exile, I found not peace, but a hardened resolve to one day claim a place in the world outside, a world beyond the oppressive confines of Gateshead and the stifling drapes of the Red Room. In this moment of solitude and reflection, the Red Room transformed from a place of punishment into a crucible for the forging of my identity, one that no amount of repression could diminish. Chapter 3. Echoes in the Nursery. I awoke ensnared by a phantom dread, a nightmarish grip that loosed only to reveal the world bathed in an ominous glow, a terrible red crisscrossed with black, like the sky envisioned in the fever dreams of some doomed artist. Voices hovered around me, hollow and distant, as if filtered through a storm or muffled by cascading water. My mind, clouded with terror and disorientation, struggled to anchor itself in reality. Gradually, gentle hands guided me, positioning me with a care unfamiliar yet soothing. As my head found rest against what seemed either pillow or arm, a semblance of peace seeped in, whispering calm into the chaos of my awakening. Minutes dripped by, each a slow tick towards clarity. Recognition dawned. I was ensconced in my own bed, the nursery's fire casting a menacing red that had painted my nightmare. Night had drawn its curtain tight, a lone candle flickering timidly on the table. Bessie loomed by the bed, her hands cradling a basin, while a figure, a gentleman, sat near, his presence a bastion against my lingering fears. Relief washed over me as I realized this man was an outsider, unchained from Gateshead's shadows, and not a puppet of Mrs. Reed's whims. Turning from Bessie, whose presence was now a lesser evil, I studied the gentleman. Recognition bloomed. It was Mr. Lloyd, the apothecary, occasionally summoned to tend to our more mundane maladies. "Well, who am I?" he inquired, his voice a soft challenge in the dim light. His name escaped my lips as I extended my hand, a gesture of gratitude amidst the remnants of terror. His smile, though faint, promised a reprieve from my afflictions. "We shall do very well by and by," he assured, easing me back into the pillows with a directive to Bessie to ensure my undisturbed rest. His departure drew a curtain of gloom back over the room, sinking my heart once again into an abyss of unspoken sadness. Bessie's voice, soft yet edged with routine care, broke through my fog. "Do you feel as if you should sleep, miss?" I clung to caution with my reply, fearing the rough edges of her usual demeanour. "I will try." Her inquiries about my need for sustenance were met with declines. My appetite had fled with the shadows of my mind. As she prepared to leave, noting the hour's late advance, I seized the moment to voice a gnawing question. "Bessie, what is the matter with me? Am I ill?" Her answer was dismissive, attributing my state to the emotional storm spent in the Red Room. Yet, as she retreated to the housemaid's quarters, her words to Sarah carried the true weight of her fears. They were not alone in dreading the spectre of death that seemed to hover close by. Their whispered speculations, a tapestry of village superstitions, reached my ears as I lay in the grip of a watchful darkness. Ghostly visitations, spectral hounds, and otherworldly knocks wove through their tales, each a stitch in the eerie quilt of Gateshead's nocturnal mysteries. The night stretched on, a bleak expanse of sleepless vigilance. No ailment of the body followed, yet my nerves trembled with the aftershocks of that evening's horrors. Mrs. Reed, unknowingly, had inflicted wounds deep within my psyche, mistaking my tormented outbursts for mere childish mischief. By noon the next day, I found myself cloaked in a shawl by the hearth, the physical frailty stark against the inner tumult of my thoughts. The Reed's absence, a temporary reprieve, did little to calm the storm within me. Bessie's rare kindnesses, her attempts to engage with me through toys and tales, failed to pierce the fog of my desolation. Even the presentation of a tart, laid upon a cherished plate of vibrant hues, failed to evoke the customary delight. The once bright colours now seemed dim, the joy they once sparked dulled and distant. Gulliver's Travels, too, lost its charm and wonder. The adventures of Lilliput and Brobdingnag twisted into dark corridors of my imagination, transforming familiar joys into grotesque fears. Bessie's singing, a soundtrack to my childhood, now carried a sombre note, each melody tinged with the hue of sadness, her words echoing the isolation and longing of the orphan child in her song. Her voice, a blend of comfort and sorrow, wrapped around me, a reminder of my own precarious perch in this world. As Mr. Lloyd returned, his surprise at finding me vertical was tinged with a clinical concern that quickly turned to a mild interrogation of my spirits. His questions, aimed at uncovering the roots of my distress, were met with hesitant truths. The stark realities of life at Gateshead, my isolation, the harsh treatment, and the spectral fears that haunted me. His suggestions hinted at possible escapes, a change of air and scene, perhaps even school. A concept so alien yet so full of potential liberation. His words planted seeds of hope, the possibility of a life beyond the oppressive walls of Gateshead, a life where I might find a voice, a place, a home. Yet, as the day closed and the carriage returned, bringing back the familiar weights of the Reed family, the brief flicker of hope dimmed. Discussions of my future, overheard snippets of conversations about school, were tainted with the same dismissiveness that coloured much of my existence at Gateshead. The echo of their voices, the planning of my future as if I were a problem to be solved, a burden to be offloaded, underscored the harsh reality of my situation. Gateshead was not merely a home, it was a battleground, where every small victory in finding my place in peace was hard won, each day a test of endurance and hope in the face of daunting odds. Chapter 4. The Caged Bird Sings. From my clandestine exchange with Mr. Lloyd and the furtive whispers between Bessie and Abbot, I gleaned a fragile thread of hope, delicate yet persistent, like a spider's web in the dawn. Change, that elusive spectre, seemed to hover on the horizon, teasing and tormenting my weary soul. I clung to this hope, a desperate lifeline in the silent abyss of my days. Yet, as time crawled forward, days dissolving into weeks, the promised change remained a cruel mirage. My health returned, but the world around me stayed suffocatingly static. Mrs. Reed's gaze, a blade of cold steel, sliced through me, more piercing and unyielding than ever before. She carved out an invisible chasm between her children and me, a chasm that echoed with my solitary footsteps. Eliza and Georgiana, as if choreographed by a master puppeteer, avoided me with studied precision. John, ever the tyrant, tried to subdue me with a sneer and a threat, but my defiance burned hotter than his malice. I lashed out, my knuckles connecting with his nose in a satisfying crunch. His retreat, a cacophony of curses, was a fleeting victory. "That nasty Jane Eyre," he howled, casting me as the villain in his mother's eyes. Mrs. Reed's response was swift and venomous. "Do not speak of her, John. She is beneath our notice. She and her kind have no place among us." From my perch above, I shouted with the reckless abandon of the condemned, "They are not fit to associate with me." Mrs. Reed, her bulk defying gravity, stormed up the stairs and hurled me into the nursery with a force that left me breathless. "What would Uncle Reed say to you if he were alive?" I demanded, my words spilling forth, untamed and unbidden. Her eyes, cold and calculating, flickered with an emotion I dared to name as fear. The winter months dragged on, a parade of bleak days and joyless nights. Gateshead Hall, in its festive garb, was a mocking theatre of revelry from which I was cruelly excluded. The music, the laughter, the clinking of glasses, all were distant, mocking echoes of a world that did not want me. My solace was the silent nursery, the cold embers of the hearth mirroring the desolation in my heart. Bessie's rare moments of kindness were fragile reprieves, shattered too often by her capricious moods. January's frost sealed the world in a crystalline embrace, each twig and leaf an icy testament to the stasis of my existence. Eliza, ever the miser, counted her hoarded pennies, while Georgiana adorned herself in the trappings of vanity. I, the unseen and unwanted, tended to my menial tasks, my spirit shrinking with each breath. The window, a portal to a world both near and infinitely distant, framed the arrival of a carriage. Its approach was mundane, yet it stirred a restlessness within me. Bessie's abrupt entrance shattered my reverie. "Miss Jane, you are wanted in the breakfast room." Her tone was brisk, her manner unyielding. I descended the stairs, each step an echo of my trepidation. The breakfast room door loomed before me, a barrier between my insignificance and the unknown. The handle turned, the door swung open, and I entered a tableau of dispassionate judgment. Mrs. Reed, her gaze as cold as the frost outside, introduced me to Mr. Brocklehurst, a man whose presence cast a shadow darker than the deepest night. His scrutiny was relentless, his questions barbed with judgment. "Jane Eyre, are you a good child?" The silence of my response spoke louder than any words. Mrs. Reed's condemnation fell like a hammer, branding me a deceitful wretch. The conversation that followed was a charade of moral righteousness, a ritual of condemnation dressed in the garb of piety. "Do you know where the wicked go after death?" Mr. Brocklehurst's voice was a sepulchral drone. "To hell," I replied, my voice a mere whisper in the face of his sanctimonious certainty. His doctrine of fear and punishment was a prison of the mind, a cage for the soul. Mrs. Reed's machinations sealed my fate. Lowood School, a crucible of humility and subjugation. "She shall be brought up to be useful and humble," Mrs. Reed decreed. My heart, already bruised, broke a little more. The promise of Lowood was a false hope, a mirage of escape that masked a deeper entrapment. As Mr. Brocklehurst departed, leaving behind a tract as insidious as his presence, Mrs. Reed and I were left alone. The silence was a palpable thing, thick with the weight of unspoken grievances. "I am not deceitful," I declared, my voice trembling yet resolute. "I declare I do not love you. I dislike you the worst of anybody in the world except John Reed." Each word was a shard of ice, piercing the facade of our twisted relationship. Mrs. Reed's response was a mask of indifference, her authority unchallenged. "Go out of the room, return to the nursery," she commanded, her voice a whip-crack in the still air. I obeyed, but not before tasting the bitter fruit of rebellion. The taste was both sweet and corrosive, a fleeting triumph that left me hollow. Outside, the world was a grey tableau, the sky heavy with unfallen snow. I wandered the grounds, my thoughts a tangle of anger and despair. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" I whispered to the uncaring landscape. Bessie's call was a lifeline, her presence a fragile beacon of normalcy. "You naughty little thing," she chided, her words a familiar refrain. But today they lacked their usual sting. My battle with Mrs. Reed had changed me, had unshackled a part of my soul. "Come, Bessie, don't scold," I said, my voice softer, my heart lighter. Bessie's promise of a small celebration was a balm to my wounded spirit. As I embraced her, the warmth of human connection thawed the chill within me. That evening, as we shared stories and songs, I glimpsed a fleeting vision of hope, a promise that even in the darkest of cages, the caged bird can still sing. Chapter 5. The Morning of Departure. The clock's chime was barely a whisper in the pre-dawn hush of January 19th, when Bessie's candle flickered to life, casting ghostly shadows on the walls of my narrow closet. I had been awake long before her arrival, the half-moon's waning light streaming through the small window near my crib, a silent witness to my solitary preparations. Today I would leave Gateshead, whisked away by a coach that would pass the lodge gates at 6. In the stillness, Bessie lit a fire in the nursery and busied herself with my breakfast. Excitement gnawed at my appetite. Even the simplest spoonfuls of milk and bread felt like stones in my throat. Bessie's concern was palpable as she wrapped some biscuits in a paper and slipped them into my bag, a small gesture of care in a world of indifference. "Will you go in and bid Mrs. goodbye?" she asked as we passed Mrs. Reed's door. "No, Bessie," I replied, my voice steadied by the resolve that had taken root in the night. "She came to my crib last night and said I need not disturb her in the morning. She told me to remember she has always been my best friend." "What did you say, miss?" "Nothing," I said, turning my face to the wall, a silent declaration of defiance. "She has been my foe, not my friend." Bessie's disapproval hung in the air, but I stood by my words. "Goodbye to Gateshead," I cried as we stepped into the cold embrace of the early morning. The moon had set, and darkness wrapped the world in a shroud. Bessie's lantern cut through the gloom, its light dancing on the wet steps and sodden gravel. The chill gnawed at my bones, matching the icy dread that coiled within me. At the porter's lodge, a flicker of light signalled the beginning of another day. My trunk, a silent testament to my impending journey, stood ready. The distant roll of wheels grew louder, and soon the coach's lamps pierced the darkness. "Is she going by herself?" asked the porter's wife, her voice tinged with incredulity. "Yes," Bessie replied, her tone firm but uneasy. "And how far is it?" 50 miles. "What a long way. I wonder Mrs. Reed is not afraid to trust her so far alone." The coach drew up, imposing and impatient, with its 4 horses stamping in the cold. The guard and coachman urged haste, their voices brisk and businesslike. My trunk was hoisted up, and I was pried from Bessie's embrace, her kisses lingering like ghosts. "Take good care of her," she implored the guard. "Aye, aye," he replied, the door slamming shut on the familiar world. Thus I was torn from Gateshead, hurtling toward the unknown with a mixture of dread and reluctant anticipation. The journey was a blur of endless roads and fleeting towns, each mile a silent eulogy to the life I left behind. In one town, the coach stopped for a midday meal, but the inn's grandeur only heightened my sense of displacement. The guard's attempts to coax me into eating were futile. My appetite was lost in the vast, cold room, its chandeliers and musical gallery mocking my solitude. The spectre of kidnappers, fueled by Bessie's fireside tales, haunted my thoughts. When the guard returned, I was a small, scared creature clinging to the familiar discomfort of the coach's motion. As the afternoon wore on, the weather turned bleak and misty, a reflection of my growing sense of alienation. The landscape changed, great grey hills looming like silent sentinels. Night fell, bringing with it the eerie whispers of wind through the trees. Exhausted, I succumbed to sleep, only to be jolted awake by the cessation of motion. The coach door opened, revealing a servant's face, her expression as unreadable as the night. "Is there a little girl called Jane Eyre here?" she asked. I answered, my voice small and hesitant. I was lifted out, my trunk handed down, and the coach sped away, leaving me adrift in the rain and darkness. My new guide led me through a door into a house that seemed to stretch infinitely, its lights flickering like beacons in the gloom. Inside, the warmth of a fire greeted me, but the room's dim light cast long, unsettling shadows. The first to greet me was a tall lady, her dark eyes and pale forehead giving her an air of solemn authority. "The child is very young to be sent alone," she observed, placing a candle on the table. Her scrutiny was thorough, her questions relentless. I answered as best I could, feeling more like an exhibit than a person. She directed me to supper and bed, her touch on my shoulder a fleeting connection in an otherwise impersonal encounter. Led by Miss Miller, I navigated the labyrinthine passages of the building, emerging into a room teeming with girls. Their uniform dresses and hushed whispers spoke of a life regimented and subdued. I was directed to sit, observing the rituals and routines with a growing sense of detachment. The supper, a meagre offering of oaten cake and water, failed to quell my hunger. Prayers were recited, and we were sent to bed. The dormitory was a long, shadowy expanse, each bed a silent testament to the lives contained within. Miss Miller, my bedfellow for the night, helped me undress. Exhaustion claimed me, and I slept without dreams, only to be awakened by the howling wind and pelting rain. The next morning, the cold gnawed at my resolve as I dressed hurriedly, shivering in the pre-dawn chill. The day's routine began with prayers and the formation of classes, the droning recitation of scripture blending with the hum of discontent. Breakfast, a nauseating concoction of burnt porridge, elicited a chorus of disapproval. The teachers' faces mirrored our own disgust, their whispers of abominable stuff echoing our silent rebellion. Lessons resumed, the monotony broken only by the rare glimpse of Miss Temple, whose presence was a beacon of hope. Her announcement of an unscheduled lunch was met with surprised delight, a brief respite from our hunger. In the garden, surrounded by high walls and winter's desolation, I pondered my new reality. The institution, with its cold grey buildings and regimented life, was a prison dressed as a refuge. A girl reading on a stone bench caught my eye, her book a portal to another world. "Is your book interesting?" I asked, my voice tentative. She studied me before answering, and we fell into a conversation that revealed the harsh truths of our shared existence. We were charity children, orphans bound by the thin threads of benevolence and duty. As the day wore on, the bleakness of Lowood settled into my bones. The meals were meagre, the punishments harsh, and the routines unyielding. Yet, amidst the gloom, there were glimmers of kindness and camaraderie, small rebellions against the oppressive order. The first day at Lowood ended as it began, with prayers and the gnawing ache of hunger. As I lay in the cold, dark dormitory, I wondered if escape was ever truly possible, or if freedom was but a fleeting illusion, a dream that danced just beyond my grasp. Chapter 6. Frost and Fire. Dawn broke reluctantly on January 20th, as if even the sun recoiled from the chill. The rushlight's feeble glow was our only comfort in the frozen morning. The night's northeast wind had conspired with the darkness to transform the water in our pitchers into solid ice. This betrayal by the elements meant we skipped washing, a ritual both banal and essential in its small assertion of humanity. As the hour and a half of prayers and Bible reading dragged on, the cold seeped deeper into my bones. Each verse felt like a new layer of frost, each prayer a wind whistling through my soul's crevices. Breakfast brought a fleeting relief. The porridge, miraculously edible today, was a mere whisper of sustenance. I wished my portion doubled, the way one wishes for impossible things in the depths of winter. I was officially enrolled in the 4th class, no longer a spectator, but a participant in the relentless march of Lowood's routine. The lessons were long, a labyrinth of memorization that left me dazed and disoriented. By 3 o'clock, Miss Smith handed me a border of muslin to hem, a task designed to tether my wandering mind. The quiet was punctuated by Miss Scatcherd's sharp admonishments. "Burns," she snapped, "turn your toes out immediately." Helen Burns, my acquaintance from the veranda, bore the brunt of her ire with a stoic grace that both baffled and intrigued me. Helen's brilliance in English history was met not with praise, but with punishment. "You dirty, disagreeable girl," Miss Scatcherd spat, noticing her unwashed hands. Helen's silence was a testament to her endurance, her refusal to explain the frozen water a quiet rebellion. My attention drifted as Miss Smith asked about my past schooling and skills. By the time I returned to my seat, Helen was being flogged with a bundle of twigs, her neck bearing the red stripes of injustice. Not a tear fell. Her composure was a stark contrast to the quivering rage I felt. "Hardened girl," Miss Scatcherd declared, dismissing Helen with a cold efficiency. A single tear, quickly brushed away, was the only betrayal of her pain. The evening play hour was a rare respite, the fires burning brighter, the chaos of voices a welcome cacophony. The snow outside piled against the windows, a soft whisper compared to the moaning wind. The contrast between the warmth inside and the howling cold outside mirrored my internal struggle, a desire for chaos and an escape from it. Helen sat by the fire, absorbed in a book. "Is it still Rasselas?" I asked, seeking connection. "Yes," she replied, closing the book with a sense of finality. We spoke of our pasts, our hopes, our places in this cold, unyielding world. Helen's serenity in the face of Miss Scatcherd's cruelty perplexed me. "Cruel? Not at all," she insisted. "She dislikes my faults." I couldn't comprehend her acceptance. I would resist her. I would break the rod under her nose. Helen's philosophy of endurance and forgiveness was foreign to me. "The Bible bids us return good for evil," she said, her voice soft but firm. "It is weak and silly to say you cannot bear what it is your fate to be required to bear." "But it's disgraceful," I argued, "and you are such a great girl. I am far younger, and I could not bear it." Helen's response was a quiet strength that left me in awe. "It is better to endure patiently," she said, "than to commit a hasty action whose evil consequences will extend to all connected with you." Her wisdom was beyond my grasp, her forbearance a mystery. Is Miss Temple as severe to you as Miss Scatcherd? I asked, seeking a different perspective. Miss Temple is full of goodness, Helen replied, a soft smile lighting her face. Her praise and expostulations are gentle and rational. Helen's faults, as she saw them, were a lack of order and attentiveness, a tendency to dream when she should be focused. I fall into a sort of dream, she said. Sometimes I think I am in Northumberland, hearing the bubbling of a brook. Helen's reflections on Charles of Wim, his integrity, and the tragedy of his reign revealed a depth of thought that left me silent. Her admiration for Miss Temple's lessons, her passive goodness in the face of kindness, contrasted sharply with my own rebellious nature. Helen's belief in a higher creed, a hope for a pure, enlightened future, was her shield against the world's injustices. Life appears to me too short to be spent in nursing animosity, she said. Her words were a balm, a glimpse of serenity in a turbulent sea. Our conversation was interrupted by a monitor's harsh command. Helen sighed, her reverie shattered, and obeyed without complaint. Her quiet strength, her ability to endure, left me both humbled and inspired. In the cold, dark corridors of Lowood, Helen Burns was a beacon of quiet rebellion, a reminder that even in the bleakest winter, there is a flame that refuses to be extinguished. Chapter 7. The Winter of Discontent. My first quarter at Lowood felt like an eternity, and not one of those golden, mythic ages. It was an age of struggle, of bending to new rules and facing unwelcome tasks. The fear of failing, of not measuring up, gnawed at me more than the physical hardships, though those were no small trials either. January, February, and part of March were marked by deep snow and later by roads turned to rivers of mud. We were trapped within the garden walls, except for the obligatory treks to church. Inadequately clothed, we shivered in the biting cold. Snow slipped into our shoes and melted, numbing our feet and biting into our ungloved hands until chilblains bloomed like cruel roses. Each evening brought the torture of inflamed, swollen toes and the morning agony of forcing them back into stiff, unforgiving shoes. Food was scarce and unsatisfying. The hunger of growing children is a ferocious thing, and our rations barely kept us alive. The older girls, driven by their own ravenous needs, often coaxed or bullied the younger ones out of their portions. I remember many a time sharing my meagre bread, offering up half my coffee, swallowing the rest with tears born of hunger and frustration. Sundays were dreary, hollow days in that winter. The walk to Brocklebridge Church, 2 miles each way, left us numb and frozen. We arrived at church colder than when we set out, the service stretching interminably as we sat, bodies stiff and paralyzed by the chill. Lunch was a meagre ration of cold meat and bread, the same stingy portions as our everyday meals. Miss Temple was our beacon in these dark days. She moved among us with a lightness, a plaid cloak gathered against the wind, urging us to march on like stalwart soldiers. The other teachers, burdened by their own despair, rarely offered such encouragement. How we yearned for the warmth of the fire upon our return, but the little ones, myself included, were often denied even that small comfort. The older girls crowded the hearth, leaving us to huddle behind them, wrapping our starved arms in thin pinafores. Tea time brought a small solace, a double ration of bread with a precious smear of butter. It was a weekly treat, something to look forward to, a tiny rebellion against the constant deprivation. I would often save a piece for later, though I rarely got to eat it. The others always needed it more. Evenings were spent in repetitive recitations of the church catechism and chapters from St. Matthew, interspersed with a long sermon from Miss Miller, whose yawns spoke of her own weariness. Some girls, overcome by exhaustion, would fall from their seats, only to be propped up again, a grim parody of resilience. Mr. Brocklehurst's absence during my first month was a relief. His presence loomed like a dark cloud, a threat more oppressive than the cold. When he finally appeared, his tall, narrow figure striding into the room, the teachers and students rose as one. His voice, low and conspiratorial, whispered in Miss Temple's ear. I feared he was recounting Mrs. Reed's slanders, branding me forever as a troublemaker. He spoke of mundane matters, thread and needles, stockings and tuckers, but his words were laden with his self-righteousness. Miss Temple listened, her face a mask of calm, though her eyes betrayed her irritation. Then his gaze shifted, fixing on a girl with naturally curled red hair. His outrage was almost comical. "Julia 7, he barked. "Why does she have curls?" "Her hair curls naturally," Miss Temple replied, her voice like steel wrapped in velvet. "Naturally, but we are not to conform to nature. Cut it off," he commanded, his voice trembling with indignation. Miss Temple's lips twitched in a suppressed smile as she gave the order, and the girls turned their faces to the wall, their expressions hidden from his view. Mr. Brocklehurst's hypocrisy was laid bare when his family entered, adorned in the very luxuries he condemned. Velvet, silk, and fur contrasted starkly with his sermon on austerity. They took their seats, surveying us with the detached interest of spectators at a zoo. I had hoped to remain unnoticed, but my slate slipped from my grasp, crashing to the floor and drawing every eye. "A careless girl," Mr. Brocklehurst proclaimed. He summoned me forward, his voice a death knell. I stood on a high stool, my face burning under the scrutiny. "Ladies," he intoned, "this girl is a liar." He detailed my supposed misdeeds, his words a venomous fog. The Brocklehurst women feigned shock, dabbing at their eyes with handkerchiefs. Miss Temple's whispered reassurance, "Don't be afraid, Jane," was a dagger to my heart. I feared her seeing me as a hypocrite. Yet, as I stood there, a gaze met mine. Helen Burns, marked for punishment herself, smiled at me, a smile of true courage and intellect. It lifted me, steadied me. I stood tall, defying the shame. The ordeal ended with Mr. Brocklehurst's decree. Let her stand half an hour longer on that stool. The room blurred around me, but Helen's smile remained a beacon, a promise that even in the depths of winter, there is a spark of warmth and rebellion. Chapter 8. Shadows and Illuminations. By the time the half-hour ended, the clock struck 5. School was dismissed, and everyone retreated to the refectory for tea. With tentative steps, I descended from my pedestal of shame. The dusk had deepened, swallowing the room in shadow. I retreated to a corner, folding myself onto the cold floor. The spell that had sustained me dissolved, replaced by a wave of grief so overwhelming that I collapsed, face down. My tears watered the wooden boards beneath me. I had harboured such grand hopes for my time at Lowood, to make friends, earn respect, and win affection. That very morning, Miss Miller praised my progress. Miss Temple smiled her approval, promising to teach me French and drawing if I continued my improvement. I had been well received by my peers. Now, all felt lost, crushed beneath the weight of Mr. Brocklehurst's condemnation. Could I ever rise again? Never, I thought bitterly, and in my despair, I wished for death. My sobs echoed in the empty room, filling the void left by the departing students. Suddenly, I felt a presence and looked up. Helen Burns approached, her figure faintly illuminated by the dying embers. She brought a small offering of coffee and bread. "Come, eat something," she said softly. But I pushed it away, feeling that even a drop or a crumb would choke me in my current state. Helen watched me, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. She sat beside me, hugging her knees, her head resting upon them like a contemplative statue. "Why do you stay with a girl whom everyone believes to be a liar?" I asked, my voice thick with despair. "Everyone, Jane. Only 80 people have heard you called so, and the world contains hundreds of millions." "But what have I to do with millions? The 80 I know despise me." "Jane, you are mistaken. Probably not one in the school either despises or dislikes you. Many, I am sure, pity you much." "How can they pity me after what Mr. Brocklehurst has said?" "Mr. Brocklehurst is not a god, nor is he even a great and admired man. He is little liked here. He never took steps to make himself liked. Had he treated you as an especial favourite, you would have found enemies, declared or covert, all around you. As it is, the greater number would offer you sympathy if they dared. Teachers and pupils may look coldly on you for a day or two, but friendly feelings are concealed in their hearts, and if you persevere in doing well, these feelings will ere long appear so much the more evidently for their temporary suppression. Besides, Jane, she paused. Well, Helen? I asked, putting my hand into hers. She chafed my fingers gently to warm them and continued. If all the world hated you and believed you wicked, while your own conscience approved you and absolved you from guilt, you would not be without friends. No, I know I should think well of myself, but that is not enough. If others don't love me, I would rather die than live. I cannot bear to be solitary and hated, Helen. Look here, to gain some real affection from you, or Miss Temple, or any other whom I truly love, I would willingly submit to have the bone of my arm broken, or to let a bull toss me, or to stand behind a kicking horse and let it dash its hoof at my chest. Hush, Jane, you think too much of the love of human beings. You are too impulsive, too vehement. The sovereign hand that created your frame and put life into it has provided you with other resources than your feeble self, or than creatures as feeble as you. Besides this earth, and besides the race of men, there is an invisible world and a kingdom of spirits. That world is around us, for it is everywhere, and those spirits watch us, for they are commissioned to guard us. If we were dying in pain and shame, if scorn smote us on all sides and hatred crushed us, angels see our tortures, recognize our innocence, if innocent we be, as I know you are of this charge which Mr. Brocklehurst has weakly and pompously repeated at second hand from Mrs. Reed. And God waits only the separation of spirit from flesh to crown us with a full reward. Why, then, should we ever sink overwhelmed with distress when life is so soon over and death is so certain an entrance to happiness, to glory? I was silent. Helen had calmed me, but in the tranquillity she imparted, there was an alloy of inexpressible sadness. Her words were like a balm, yet I could not help but feel a shadow of impending sorrow. When she coughed, a short, sharp sound, my own grief was momentarily forgotten in concern for her. Resting my head on Helen's shoulder, I put my arms around her waist. She drew me close, and we sat in silence, a small island of solace in a sea of despair. It wasn't long before another figure entered the room. The clouds had cleared, allowing the moon to bathe us in its pale light. It was Miss Temple. I came on purpose to find you, Jane Eyre, she said. I want you in my room, and as Helen Burns is with you, she may come too. We followed her through a maze of corridors and up a staircase to her apartment, where a warm fire greeted us. The room was cheerful, a stark contrast to the cold, dark halls. Miss Temple told Helen to sit in a low armchair by the hearth and beckon me to her side. Is it all over? She asked, looking down at my face. Have you cried your grief away? I'm afraid I never shall do that. Why? Because I have been wrongly accused, and you, ma'am, and everybody else, will now think me wicked. We shall think you what you prove yourself to be, my child. Continue to act as a good girl, and you will satisfy us. Shall I, Miss Temple? You will, she said, passing her arm around me. And now tell me who is the lady whom Mr. Brocklehurst called your benefactress. Mrs. Reed, my uncle's wife. My uncle is dead, and he left me to her care. Did she not then adopt you of her own accord? No, ma'am. She was sorry to have to do it. But my uncle, as I have often heard the servants say, got her to promise before he died that she would always keep me. Well now, Jane, you know, or at least I will tell you, that when a criminal is accused, he is always allowed to speak in his own defense. You have been charged with falsehood. Defend yourself to me as well as you can. Say whatever your memory suggests is true, but add nothing and exaggerate nothing. I resolved, in the depth of my heart, to be most moderate, most correct. After reflecting for a few minutes, I told her all the story of my sad childhood. Exhausted by emotion, my language was more subdued than usual. Mindful of Helen's warnings against resentment, I infused less gall into my narrative. Thus restrained, it sounded more credible. As I went on, I felt Miss Temple believed me. In detailing the episode of the Red Room, my excitement broke through. Nothing could soften the agony of that memory. When I finished, Miss Temple regarded me silently for a few moments. "I know something of Mr. Lloyd," she said. "I shall write to him. If his reply agrees with your statement, you shall be publicly cleared from every imputation. To me, Jane, you are clear now." She kissed me, still keeping me at her side. I was content to stand there, deriving a child's pleasure from contemplating her face, her dress, her ornaments, her white forehead, her shining curls, and her beaming dark eyes. Then she turned to Helen Burns. "How are you tonight, Helen? Have you coughed much today?" "Not quite so much, I think, ma'am." "And the pain in your chest?" "It is a little better." Miss Temple got up, took Helen's hand and examined her pulse. She sighed softly as she returned to her seat. Then, with a cheerful tone, she said, "But you two are my visitors tonight. I must treat you as such." She rang a bell. "Barbara," she said to the servant who answered it, "I have not yet had tea. Bring the tray and place cups for these two young ladies." A tray was soon brought. The sight of the china cups and bright teapot, the fragrant steam of the tea, and the scent of the toast were delightful. However, there was only a small portion of toast. Miss Temple noticed this. "Barbara, can you not bring a little more bread and butter? There is not enough for 3. Barbara returned with a message from Mrs. Harden, the housekeeper, stating that the usual quantity had been sent. "Oh, very well," Miss Temple said. "We must make it do, Barbara, I suppose." Then, smiling, she added, "Fortunately, I have it in my power to supply deficiencies for this once." She invited us to the table, gave us each a cup of tea and a thin slice of toast, and then took a parcel from a drawer. Inside was a good-sized seed cake. "I meant to give each of you some of this to take with you," she said, "but as there is so little toast, you must have it now." We feasted as if on nectar and ambrosia. Miss Temple watched us with a smile of gratification as we satisfied our hunger. After tea, Miss Temple invited us to the fire. We sat on either side of her, and a conversation ensued between her and Helen, which I was privileged to hear. Miss Temple's serene demeanour and refined language inspired awe. Helen, however, was transformed. The meal, the warmth, and Miss Temple's kindness had awakened something within her. Her cheeks glowed, her eyes shone with an extraordinary light. She spoke with a fervent eloquence that seemed beyond her years. They spoke of distant nations, ancient times, and secrets of nature. They discussed books and authors with familiarity. My amazement grew when Miss Temple asked Helen if she sometimes recalled the Latin her father had taught her. Helen read and construed a page of Virgil, her voice resonating with authority. The bell announced bedtime. Miss Temple embraced us, saying, "God bless you, my children." She held Helen a little longer, her eyes following her to the door. In the bedroom, Miss Scatcherd was examining drawers. She greeted Helen with a reprimand for the disorderly state of her things, threatening to pin untidily folded articles to her shoulder the next day. "My things were indeed in shameful disorder," Helen murmured to me. "I intended to arrange them, but I forgot." The next morning, Miss Scatcherd wrote "Slattern" on a piece of pasteboard and tied it around Helen's forehead. Helen wore it patiently, regarding it as deserved punishment. As soon as Miss Scatcherd left after afternoon school, I tore the sign off and thrust it into the fire. The fury that Helen could not express burned within me, and hot tears scalded my cheeks all day. A week later, Miss Temple received a reply from Mr. Lloyd corroborating my account. She assembled the school and announced my complete exoneration. Teachers shook my hand, and a murmur of pleasure ran through my companions. Relieved of my burden, I worked diligently, progressing quickly. In a few weeks, I was promoted to a higher class and began learning French and drawing. That night, I fell asleep envisioning my future accomplishments, dreaming of ideal drawings and the possibility of translating a French story. As Solomon said, "Better is a dinner of herbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith." I would not have exchanged Lowood's hardships for Gateshead's luxuries.
This is the end of part 4 of Jane Eyre, reimagined in the style of best-selling romance author Margaret Atwood. If you're enjoying this audiobook, please take a moment to like and subscribe. If you have any ideas, comments, or suggestions about this audiobook, or if you have an idea of a classic book you would like to hear reimagined in the style of a modern author, let us know in the comments. You can hear the rest of this story by following along in the Jane Eyre playlist on the Classic Books Reimagined channel. Welcome to part 2 of Jane Eyre, reimagined as we continue the classic book and reimagine it in the style of best-selling author Margaret Atwood. If you enjoy this content, please take a minute to like, subscribe, or share this video. You can also hit the bell to be notified of new classic books reimagined as soon as they are published here on YouTube. If there is a classic book you would like to hear reimagined in the style of a modern author, please leave it in the comments.
Chapter 9. Shadows and Whispers. April blossomed into May, a cruel seductress in her serene sky blues and soft touches of sunlight that whispered of freedom, a freedom starkly at odds with the iron-bound walls of Lowood. It was an insurgence of green, a rebellion of blooms against the sombre tones of confinement. Lowood itself seemed to shake off its pallor, donning a vivid cloak of floral insurgence, as if flora were nature's own guerrilla fighters, seeding life in the face of decay. I was nearly alone in my enjoyment of this insurgence, a solitary figure meandering the boundaries of permissible space. My feet, once victims to the tyranny of frost, now trod upon a carpet of wild primroses, their pale gold faces glinting like scattered coins in a sunlit treasury. These flowers were not merely botanical entities. They were symbols of resistance against the lingering chill of past oppressions. And yet, despite the visual feast of liberty, a miasma of pestilence brewed in the underbelly of our asylum. The forest dell, cradling Lowood, breathed out fog as if exhaling the ghosts of winter, infecting the spring with its silent, deadly effluvia. Typhus, like a spectral thief, crept through the crowded dormitories, transforming the school into a makeshift sanatorium. The paradox of spring's vibrancy, juxtaposed with the stench of sickness, painted a grotesque fresco of life and death intermingled. Miss Temple, a sentinel of care, had turned her full attention to the ill, her presence a constant in the sick rooms, leaving us, the healthy few, with an almost anarchic freedom. The usual strictures loosened, and we roamed the woods like sprites, untethered from the mundane horrors of our confined existence. Even in this pseudo-liberty, the spectre of death danced among the shadows, a reminder that the verdant embrace of the forest could not shield us from the inevitable. In the midst of this, Helen Burns, the quiet nucleus of my earlier school life, had become a whispered name, her presence fading into the spectral realms of the sick and sequestered. My heart, a battlefield of conflicting emotions, yearned for her company, yet I found solace in the companionship of Mary Ann Wilson, whose sharp wit carved a semblance of normalcy in the abnormal. One late evening, as twilight danced with the first stars, Mary Ann and I ventured deeper into the woods than usual. The moon, a silent observer, cast her pale light over our path, guiding us back through unfamiliar terrain. It was upon returning that we learned of Helen's dire condition, her existence hanging by a thread thinner than the gossamer threads of spiderwebs in the moonlight. Driven by a tumultuous surge of need, I defied the nocturnal stillness of Lowood to seek Helen's room, The hush of the corridors was a stark contrast to the riotous chorus of my own thoughts, each step a drumbeat of urgency. I reached her side, finding not the spectre of death I had dreaded, but the gentle calm of her enduring spirit. "Helen," I whispered, a tremor in my voice, "are you awake?" Her response, a soft affirmation, was a balm to my frayed nerves. There, in the dim glow of a solitary candle, our conversation meandered through the ethereal topics of faith and the hereafter, her voice a soothing melody against the harsh discord of my fears. "Do not grieve when I am gone, Jane," she urged, her words a tapestry of tranquillity and acceptance, for to die young is to escape prolonged suffering. As I nestled close, her presence was a fortress against the spectral shadows of death lurking just beyond our bubble of candlelight. Her assurances of a celestial beyond were both a lighthouse and an anchor, promises of a reunion in some distant, starlit hereafter. When dawn breached the horizon, washing the world in hues of hope and renewal, I awoke enveloped not in the arms of a friend, but in the cold, clinical embrace of reality. Helen was gone, and with her, a piece of my own soul seemed to drift into the nebulous realms she had spoken of so confidently. Her grave, marked now not just by nature, but by a stone etched with resurgam, "I shall rise again," stood as a testament not only to her life, but to the cycle of rebirth I felt unfolding within me. In the shadow of death, life whispered promises of resurgence, of revolutions both internal and external, as if each bloom on her grave was a silent echo of her enduring spirit. Chapter 10. A New Bondage. My life has been a tapestry of inconsequence, a dull record of my trivial days, each chapter of my early years detailed with a meticulousness that belies their insignificance. Yet this is not to be a mundane memoir. I invoke memory only when she promises intrigue. Thus I shall leap over 8 silent years, stitching the past with a scant few threads. After typhus fever's grim dance had exhausted itself at Lowood, leaving a trail of corpses, its horror summoned public scrutiny. The school's squalor, its rancid water, meagre food, and threadbare clothing, became a scandal. Outrage swelled, like a storm gathering strength, and the consequence was a rejuvenation. New benefactors, with deep pockets and shallow egos, funded a better edifice. The curriculum was enriched, and sustenance improved. Mr. Brocklehurst, his pride bruised but his status intact, was now merely a figurehead amidst more enlightened overseers. Lowood transformed, shedding its grim past to become a beacon of education. I stayed, moulded by this renaissance, 6 years a pupil to a teacher, and both roles I filled with fervour and competence. Those years were steady, not unhappy, their monotony softened by my hunger for knowledge and the delight of pleasing my teachers. Miss Temple, the guiding light through Lowood's darkest times, had been my rock, my solace. Her marriage and subsequent departure cast a shadow over me, unmooring my spirit. In her absence, the tranquil order she instilled in me faded, replaced by a stirring disquiet. I felt as though a vital limb had been severed, not that I was incapable of peace, but the very reason for it had vanished. I watched her leave, a spectre in a travelling dress, the post-chaise carrying her away to a distant horizon. That half-holiday granted in honour of her departure, I spent in solitary reflection. My room, a cell of contemplation, echoed with the absence of her presence. I paced, believing I mourned a simple loss, yet the setting sun revealed a deeper metamorphosis. The persona Miss Temple cultivated within me began to unravel. Her serene influence dissipated, leaving me exposed to the raw elements of my own nature. I craved freedom, the real world beyond Lowood's gates, where a diverse landscape of hopes and fears, thrills and dangers beckoned. At my window, the twilight's embrace felt both liberating and confining. Lowood's walls and the distant hills formed a prison of familiarity. The road winding between mountains was a siren call. I remembered my arrival, an eternity ago, each vacation spent within these bounds, untouched by the world beyond. I hungered for liberty, praying to the indifferent winds. When even this desire seemed futile, I despaired, begging for any change, even a new form of servitude. The supper bell interrupted my reverie. The routine resumed, yet that night, with Miss Gryce's snores as my reluctant lullaby, my thoughts raced. Liberty was an elusive spectre, but servitude. There was something tangible in that. I had served at Lowood. Could I not serve elsewhere? The idea germinated, sprouting into a plan as the candle burned low. I wrote an advertisement for the newspaper, seeking a position in a private family. The mundane details were ironed out in my mind, and I fell asleep, a seed of hope planted in the fertile soil of my dreams. Dawn found me restless. The letter, a tangible symbol of my new resolve, was posted that evening amidst rain and darkening skies. The week dragged on, each day a century, until I once more walked to Lowton, this time with a heart pounding with anticipation. The post office yielded a single reply, its brevity filled with promise. A situation offered by a Mrs. Fairfax of Thornfield, for one pupil, a little girl. The writing was shaky, but the prospect respectable. The ensuing days were a blur of preparations. I secured references, packed my modest belongings, and awaited the carrier. A chapter of my life was closing. Another, mysterious and fraught with possibility, was about to begin. My excitement was a fever that burned through my weariness. As I wandered the halls, a message came, someone to see me. Bessie, a familiar figure from my past, now married with children, stood before me. Her visit was a thread connecting me to Gateshead, a reminder of old ties and unfinished stories. Our conversation was a blend of reminiscence and revelation, her straightforward words a balm and a spur. The past was a cocoon, but it was time to break free, to find what lay beyond. The next morning, as I boarded the coach to Millcote, I felt a curious mix of trepidation and exhilaration. The road ahead was uncharted, but it was mine to travel. The echoes of Lowood faded with each mile, the landscape of my future unspooling before me, vast and unknown. This was my new servitude, a self-chosen bondage with the distant promise of liberty. Chapter 11. The Uncharted Inn. A new chapter unfurls like a scene in an intimate play. Imagine, if you will, the room at the George Inn in Millcote, walls adorned with gaudy wallpaper, a carpet that's seen better days, and furniture with the stubborn durability of the practical over the elegant. The mantelpiece displays an assortment of knickknacks, including portraits of George III and the Prince of Wales, alongside a dramatic depiction of Wolfe's death. The light from an oil lamp hanging from the ceiling casts a warm glow, competing with the crackling fire near which I sit, still cloaked and bonneted, thawing out the chill of a 16-hour journey on this raw October day. The town clock strikes 8 as I count the minutes since leaving Lowton at the ungodly hour of 4 a.m. Though seemingly comfortable, my mind churns with anxiety. I expected someone to meet me here, to hear my name called as I descended the coach's steps. Yet no familiar voice, no waiting carriage. I inquired of the waiter if anyone had asked for Miss Eyre. The answer was a disheartening no. And so here I am, alone in this inn-room, my thoughts troubled by doubts and fears. Being adrift in the world, cut off from all ties, is a strange sensation for the young and inexperienced. Adventure offers its sweet thrill, pride warms the soul, but fear gnaws persistently. As the minutes tick by and solitude deepens, fear takes root. I ring the bell. "Is there a place called Thornfield nearby?" I ask the returning waiter. "Thornfield? Not sure, ma'am. I'll check at the bar." He disappears, but returns almost immediately. "Are you Miss Eyre?" "Yes," I reply, my pulse quickening. "There's someone waiting for you." I grab my muff and umbrella and hurry to the passage. A man stands by the door, beside a dimly lit one-horse carriage. "This your luggage?" he asks brusquely, pointing to my trunk. Yes, I confirm. He hoists it onto the carriage, and I climb in, asking how far it is to Thornfield. About 6 miles, he replies. How long will it take? Maybe an hour and a half. He shuts the door and takes his place outside. The journey is slow, offering ample time for reflection. Leaning back, I ponder the plainness of the servant and the carriage. Mrs. Fairfax must be practical, I muse, not one for grandeur. Perhaps she lives quietly, alone, except for this little girl. If she is kind, I think, I will manage well enough. My best efforts succeeded at Lowood. Surely they will suffice here. Yet, should Mrs. Fairfax turn out to be another Mrs. Reed, I am not bound to stay. I can always advertise again. Peering out the window, I see the lights of Millcote fade behind us. The landscape changes, less picturesque than Lowood, more populated, busier. The misty night and heavy roads slow our progress further, stretching the hour and a half to what feels like an eternity. Finally, the driver announces we are near. We pass a church, its bell tolling, and soon after, through a pair of gates into Thornfield. The house looms ahead, candlelight flickering in one window. The car stops and a maid opens the door. Will you walk this way, ma'am? She says, leading me through a grand hall into a cosy room. An elderly lady, knitting by the fire, greets me with a warmth that melts my apprehensions. Mrs. Fairfax, I presume? Yes, my dear. Come, warm yourself by the fire. You must be cold after your long journey. Her kindness is a balm to my weariness. She fusses over me, removing my shawl and bonnet, ordering hot negus and sandwiches. I'm treated more like a guest than an employee, a stark contrast to my expectations. As I settle in, the conversation turns to Thornfield and my future pupil. Mrs. Fairfax speaks of her own solitary winters, the welcome presence of little Adela Varens, and the occasional visits of Mr. Rochester, the master of Thornfield. Her words paint a picture of a lonely but warm existence, punctuated by the rare company of visitors and the liveliness of a child. Later, Mrs. Fairfax shows me to my room, a small, cosy chamber next to hers. The climb up the narrow oak staircase and through the cold, vault-like gallery is almost eerie, but the warmth of my room dispels any lingering fears. I kneel by the bedside, offering up thanks for this unexpected kindness, and soon fall into a deep, dreamless sleep. Morning brings a new perspective. Sunlight filters through blue chintz curtains, revealing a room bright and cheerful, a stark contrast to Lowood's austerity. Hope stirs within me, a sense of a new beginning. I dress with care, conscious of my plainness, but determined to present myself well. Exploring Thornfield, I find it a grand yet welcoming place. Mrs. Fairfax shows me its many rooms, each more imposing than the last, until we reach the attic. There, amidst the old furniture and relics of the past, I feel the weight of history and solitude. A strange laugh startles me, but Mrs. Fairfax dismisses it as the work of Grace Poole, a servant known for her oddities. As I descend to the more lively regions of the house, I am introduced to Adela, my pupil. She is a lively child, eager to show off her accomplishments. Our morning passes in a blur of lessons and conversation, her fluent French a pleasant challenge. By the time we join Mrs. Fairfax for dinner, I feel a curious blend of trepidation and excitement. Thornfield is a place of contrasts, its grandeur tempered by warmth, its solitude broken by unexpected laughter. It promises both challenge and comfort, a new chapter in my life's unfolding drama. The scene is set in a theatrical manner, the room's details as vivid as stage props. The large figured wallpaper, the worn carpet, the practical furniture, and the portraits on the mantelpiece all come to life under the glow of the oil lamp and the warmth of the fire. These elements reflect the protagonist's internal state, a mixture of discomfort, anticipation, and a yearning for warmth and security. As I sit there, attempting to shake off the chill of my journey, my mind is anything but tranquil. The lack of a welcoming party at the inn casts a shadow of doubt over my decision to come here. The fear of being alone, adrift without a clear path, begins to creep in. The inn-room becomes a microcosm of my uncertainty, a liminal space between the known hardships of Lowood and the unknown challenges of Thornfield. When the waiter informs me that someone is waiting, a spark of hope ignites. I grab my belongings and follow him eagerly. The man by the door, standing next to a modest carriage, is brusque and efficient. As I climb into the carriage and we set off, I have time to reflect on the simplicity of my new surroundings compared to the oppressive grandeur I had feared. The plainness of the servant and carriage suggests a more manageable, perhaps even kind future. The slow journey through the misty night and heavy roads becomes a metaphor for my mental state, uncertain, cautious, and filled with a mix of fear and hope. The passing lights of Millcote fade into the distance, and the unfamiliar landscape symbolizes the uncharted territory of my new life. Finally, we reach Thornfield. The imposing house, with its single-lit window, stands as a beacon in the darkness. Inside, Mrs. Fairfax's warmth and kindness are a stark contrast to my expectations. Her fussing over me, her genuine concern, and the cosy fire all help to melt away my apprehensions. The domestic details, such as her housewifely bunch of keys, create a sense of comfort and stability. As we converse, Mrs. Fairfax's descriptions of Thornfield and its inhabitants paint a picture of a life that, while lonely, is filled with small, meaningful connections. Her mention of Mr. Rochester and Adela Varens introduces a sense of mystery and anticipation. Her kindness reassures me, but I remain cautious, aware that first impressions can be deceiving. The next morning, the sunlight streaming into my room lifts my spirits. The room's bright, cheerful appearance contrasts sharply with the austerity of Lowood, symbolizing a new beginning. My careful preparation reflects my determination to make a good impression and seize this opportunity for a better life. Exploring Thornfield, I find it both grand and welcoming. Mrs. Fairfax's tour of the house, including the eerie attic filled with relics of the past, deepens the sense of history and solitude. The strange laugh that startles me adds a touch of the uncanny, hinting at hidden stories and unseen presences. Meeting Adela, my pupil, brings a sense of purpose and challenge. Her eagerness to show off her accomplishments, her fluent French, and her lively personality promise a dynamic relationship. Our morning lessons are a blend of discovery and adaptation, each of us learning from the other. By the time we join Mrs. Fairfax for dinner, I feel a blend of trepidation and excitement. Thornfield, with its contrasts and mysteries, promises both challenge and comfort. It is a place where domestic tensions can rise to dramatic and political levels, where personal growth and broader themes of escape and freedom can unfold. This new chapter in my life's drama is one of hope and uncertainty, of new bonds and uncharted paths. Chapter 12, The Unseen Horizon. The promise of a smooth career, hinted at by my calm introduction to Thornfield Hall, held true upon deeper acquaintance with the place and its inhabitants. Mrs. Fairfax proved to be precisely what she appeared, a placid-tempered, kind-hearted woman with competent education and average intelligence. My pupil, Adele, was a lively child, occasionally wayward due to past spoiling, but soon she adjusted to my care. With no interference from others, she became obedient and teachable, her vivacious prattle and efforts to please fostering a mutual affection between us. Yet this cool language might seem stark to those who idealize children, expecting educators to idolize their charges. I'm not writing to flatter parental egotism or uphold falsehoods. I felt a genuine concern for Adele's welfare and progress, and a quiet liking for her, just as I appreciated Mrs. Fairfax's kindness and enjoyed her company in proportion to her moderate regard for me. Blame me if you will, but there were times when, walking alone in the grounds or climbing to the leads of the attic, I longed for more. Peering out over the fields and hills, my gaze extended to the dim skyline, yearning for a vision that could surpass the confines of Thornfield. I desired to see the bustling world beyond, the towns and lives I had only heard of. I believed in the existence of more vibrant forms of goodness and wanted to witness them firsthand. Who blames me for this restlessness? Perhaps many. They might call me discontented, but the longing was in my nature. It agitated me to the point of pain, and my only relief was to walk the silent third-story corridor, letting my mind dwell on bright visions and my heart swell with life. I opened my inward ear to an endless tale spun by my imagination, filled with the incident, fire, and feeling absent from my actual existence. It is futile to claim humans should be content with tranquility. We crave action and will create it if it cannot be found. Millions are condemned to stiller lives than mine, silently rebelling against their lot. Women, supposedly calm by nature, feel just as men do. They need to exercise their faculties and find fields for their efforts. To confine them to making puddings, knitting stockings, playing piano, or embroidering bags is narrow-minded and thoughtless. Often, while alone, I heard Grace Poole's strange laugh and eccentric murmurs. Sometimes she was silent, other times the sounds were inexplicable. Her appearance, however, was a dampener to curiosity. Hard-featured and staid, she lacked interest. My attempts to converse with her were met with monosyllabic replies, cutting short any effort. The rest of the household, John and his wife, Leah the housemaid, and Sophie the French nurse, were decent but unremarkable. Sophie and I spoke French, but her vague, confused answers about her native country discouraged further inquiry. October, November, and December passed. One January afternoon, Mrs. Fairfax requested a holiday for Adele due to a cold. Adele's eager support of the request reminded me of my own childhood delights, so I agreed. It was a calm, cold day, and tired of sitting in the library, I offered to post a letter for Mrs. Fairfax in Hay. 2 miles away, the walk promised a pleasant break. After settling Adele by Mrs. Fairfax's fireside with her best wax doll and a storybook, I set out. The ground was hard, the air still, and the road lonely. Walking briskly to warm myself, I then slowed to savour the moment. The church bell tolled as I passed, its charm lying in the approaching dimness and the low gliding sun. A mile from Thornfield, I sat on a stile, gathering my mantle and muff about me. From my perch, I looked down on Thornfield Hall, its grey battlements silhouetted against the west. The sun set behind the trees, and I turned eastward. The moon rose, pale yet brightening, over Hay, its few chimneys sending up thin smoke. Though a mile away, the village murmurs reached me in the stillness. My ear caught the flow of distant streams, threading unseen dales and depths. This evening calm betrayed the tinkle of nearby brooks and the sough of remote becks. A rude noise disrupted this serenity, a tramp, a metallic clatter. A horse approached, its rider hidden by the lane's windings. I remained seated to let it pass. The memories of nursery tales filled my mind, including Bessie's stories of the North of England spirit, the Guy-trash. As the horse neared, a great dog, black and white, glided by the hazel stems. It was exactly as described, a lion-like creature with a huge head, but the rider, a man, dispelled the spell. No Guy-trash, just a traveller. The horse slipped on ice, and man and beast tumbled. The dog barked furiously, and I approached. The traveller struggled free, swearing under his breath. "Are you injured, sir?" I asked. He muttered a formula before replying, "You must just stand aside." I did, but watched as he struggled to his feet, his efforts vigorous enough to suggest he was not seriously hurt. The horse was eventually re-established, and the dog silenced. The traveller felt his foot wincing. I offered to fetch help. "Thank you, I shall do. I have no broken bones, only a sprain," he said, attempting to stand, but wincing again. Daylight lingered, and the moon waxed bright. I could see him clearly, middle height, broad chest, dark face with stern features and a heavy brow. He looked past youth, but not yet middle-aged. Had he been handsome, I might have felt shy, but his rough demeanour set me at ease. "If you're hurt and want help, sir, I can fetch someone from Thornfield Hall or Hay," I offered again. "Thank you, but you can help me a little yourself if you will," he said, trying to move again, but failing. I assisted him, fetching his horse's bridle. The horse was spirited, evading me, but with persistence, I brought it to him. He leaned on my shoulder to mount, biting his lip against the pain. "Now, make haste with the letter to Hay and return as fast as you can," he instructed. His spurred heel sent the horse bounding away, the dog following. They vanished into the dusk, and I continued my walk, pondering the encounter. It was a trivial event, yet it marked a change in my monotonous life. The new face, masculine and stern, lingered in my mind. Upon returning to Thornfield, I hesitated. Entering the house felt like returning to stagnation. The thought of spending the evening with tranquil Mrs. Fairfax quelled the faint excitement of my walk. The security and ease of Thornfield were becoming stifling. I longed for the storms of a struggling life, to appreciate the calm amidst which I now repined. I lingered outside, drawn to the sky, the moon ascending in solemn march, the stars trembling. The clock struck in the hall, recalling me to earth. I turned from the celestial scene, entered the side door, and was greeted by the warm glow of the dining room, where voices mingled cheerfully. In Mrs. Fairfax's room, I found only Pilot, the great dog. Leah informed me that Mr. Rochester had arrived with Adele and Mrs. Fairfax, and had sent for a surgeon due to an accident. His horse had slipped on ice in Hay Lane, spraining his ankle. I went upstairs to remove my things, contemplating the shift in my evening. Mr. Rochester's arrival introduced a new dynamic, a change in the monotony. The evening promised a blend of the familiar and the new, the domestic and the dramatic, hinting at broader themes of escape and freedom yet to unfold. Chapter 13. The Riddle of Thornfield. Mr. Rochester, under the surgeon's orders, retired early that night and rose late the following morning. His day was consumed by business. Agents and tenants awaited his attention. Adele and I vacated the library, now a bustling reception room. I relocated our books to an upstairs room, turning it into a new schoolroom. Thornfield Hall felt transformed, no longer the silent, church-like place I had known. Instead, it echoed with knocks, the clang of the bell, footsteps, and new voices. The trickle of the outside world had breached its walls, and I found I liked it better this way. Adele was restless, darting to the door and peering over the banisters, eager for a glimpse of Mr. Rochester. She concocted excuses to venture downstairs, hoping to visit the library, where she knew she wasn't wanted. When I grew stern and made her sit still, she chattered incessantly about her ami, Monsieur Edward Fairfax de Rochester. She speculated on the gifts he might have brought, having hinted the night before that his luggage contained a little box of interest to her. "Et cela doit signifier," she said, "qu'il y aura là-dedans un cadeau pour moi, et peut-être pour vous aussi, mademoiselle. Monsieur a parlé de vous. Il m'a demandé le nom de ma gouvernante, et si elle n'était pas une petite personne, assez mince et un peu pâle. J'ai dit que oui, car c'est vrai, n'est-ce pas, mademoiselle?" Adele and I dined as usual in Mrs. Fairfax's parlour. The afternoon was wild and snowy, so we stayed in the schoolroom. As darkness fell, I allowed Adele to put away her books and work, guessing Mr. Rochester was now at liberty. Left alone, I walked to the window, but the swirling twilight and snowflakes obscured the view. I let down the curtain and returned to the fireside. In the glowing embers, I traced a view reminiscent of a picture I had seen of Heidelberg Castle on the Rhine. Mrs. Fairfax's entrance shattered the fiery mosaic I was piecing together, dispelling my heavy, unwelcome thoughts. "Mr. Rochester would be glad if you and Adele would take tea with him in the drawing-room this evening," she said. "He has been so busy all day that he couldn't ask to see you before." "When is his tea time?" I inquired. "At 6 o'clock. He keeps early hours in the country. You'd better change your frock now. I'll help you. Here's a candle. Is it necessary to change my frock? Yes, you had better. I always dress for the evening when Mr. Rochester is here. This added formality seemed a bit grand, but I went to my room and, with Mrs. Fairfax's aid, replaced my black stuff dress with my only other dress, a black silk one. I added a small pearl brooch, a parting gift from Miss Temple, and we went downstairs. Unaccustomed to strangers, it was a trial to appear formally before Mr. Rochester. I let Mrs. Fairfax precede me into the dining room and kept in her shadow as we crossed to the drawing room. 2 wax candles illuminated the table and the mantelpiece. Pilot basked in the fire's warmth. Adele knelt beside him, and Mr. Rochester reclined on a couch, his foot propped on a cushion. The firelight highlighted his broad, jet-black eyebrows, square forehead, and grim features. His athletic, broad-chested frame harmonized with his stern face. Mr. Rochester must have been aware of our entrance, but he didn't acknowledge us. Mrs. Fairfax spoke up. "Here is Miss Eyre, sir." He bowed, still gazing at the dog and child. "Let Miss Eyre be seated," he said, his tone conveying impatience and indifference. I sat down, relieved by the lack of forced politeness. His eccentricity was piquant. I was curious to see how he would proceed. Mrs. Fairfax, feeling the need for amiability, began to talk. She condoled with him on his busy day and his painful sprain, commending his patience. "Madam, I should like some tea," was his sole rejoinder. She rang the bell, and when the tray arrived, she arranged the cups with efficient celerity. Adele and I went to the table. Mr. Rochester remained on the couch. "Will you hand Mr. Rochester's cup?" Mrs. Fairfax asked. "Adele might spill it." I complied. As he took the cup, Adele seized the moment to ask, "N'est-ce pas, monsieur, qu'il y a un cadeau pour Mademoiselle Eyre dans votre petit coffre?" "Who talks of cadeaux?" he asked gruffly. "Did you expect a present, Miss Eyre? Are you fond of presents?" His dark, piercing eyes scrutinized me. "I hardly know, sir. I have little experience with them." "Generally thought. But what do you think?" "I'd need time to answer that properly, sir. A present has many faces, doesn't it? One should consider all before giving an opinion. Miss Eyre, you are not as unsophisticated as Adele. She demands a cadeau clamorously. You beat about the bush." "Because I have less confidence in my deserts than Adele. She has the claim of old acquaintance and the right of custom. I have neither." "Don't fall back on over-modesty. I examined Adele and saw you've taken great pains with her. She's not bright, but she's improved. You've now received your cadeau, Miss Eyre. Praise of your pupil's progress." "Thank you, sir," I said. "That is the reward teachers most covet." He grunted, sipping his tea in silence. After the tray was taken away, Mr. Rochester invited us to the fire. Adele wanted to sit on my knee, but was told to amuse herself with Pilot. "You've been at Thornfield 3 months?" "Yes, sir." "And you came from?" "Lowood School, in Shire." "Ah, a charitable concern. How long were you there?" 8 years. 8 years? No wonder you look otherworldly. When I saw you in Hay Lane, I thought of fairy tales. Who are your parents?" "I have none." "Nor ever had, I suppose. Do you remember them?" "No." "So you were waiting for your people when you sat on that stile?" "For whom, sir?" "For the men in green? Did I break through one of your rings, spreading that damned ice on the causeway? The men in green forsook England 100 years ago. Not even in Hay Lane will you find a trace of them. Their revels are gone for good." Mrs. Fairfax had dropped her knitting, eyebrows raised. "Well, if you disown parents, you must have kinsfolk, uncles and aunts." "None I ever saw." "And your home?" "I have none." "Where do your siblings live?" "I have none." "Who recommended you here?" "I advertised, and Mrs. Fairfax answered." "Yes," said Mrs. Fairfax, now understanding. "I'm thankful for the choice Providence led me to make. Miss Eyre is invaluable." "Don't trouble yourself with eulogies, Mrs. Fairfax. I judge for myself. She began by felling my horse." "Sir?" said Mrs. Fairfax, bewildered. Miss Eyre, have you lived in a town? No, sir. Seen much society? None but Lowood's pupils and teachers and Thornfield's inmates. Read much? Only what came my way, not numerous or learned. You've lived like a nun. Brocklehurst, Lowood's director, is a parson. Yes, sir. And you girls worshipped him? Oh, no. You are cool, no novice worshipping her priest. I disliked Mr. Brocklehurst. He is harsh, pompous, meddling. He starved us and bored us with long lectures. Mrs. Fairfax remarked, That was false economy. And that was the extent of his offences. He starved us and bored us with lectures. We feared to go to bed. What age were you at Lowood? 10. And stayed 8 years. You are now 18? Yes. Arithmetic is useful. What did you learn at Lowood? Can you play? A little. Of course. Go into the library, leave the door open, play a tune. I obeyed. Enough, he called. You play a little, like any English schoolgirl, but not well. Mr. Rochester continued. Adele showed me some sketches. Were they all yours? Yes. When did you find time? In the last 2 vacations. Out of your head? Yes. That head on your shoulders? Yes. Has it more such furniture? I hope so. He spread the pictures before him, scrutinizing each. I explained them. The first, a cormorant on a submerged mast. The second, a woman's shape rising into a twilight sky. The third, a colossal head against an iceberg. Were you happy painting these? I was absorbed and happy. That's not much. Your pleasures are few. You existed in an artist's dreamland. Did you sit long each day? From morning till night. Self-satisfied? Far from it. Tormented by the contrast between idea and handiwork. Not quite. You've captured the shadow of your thought. The drawings are peculiar. These eyes in the evening star, seen in a dream. Where did you see Latmos? Put the drawings away. I tied the portfolio. Mr. Rochester checked his watch. It's 9 o'clock. Why is Adele up? Take her to bed. Adele kissed him. He endured it barely. Good night. He dismissed us with a wave. Mrs. Fairfax folded her knitting. I took my portfolio. We curtsied and withdrew. You said Mr. Rochester wasn't peculiar, Mrs. Fairfax, I observed. Well, is he? Very changeful and abrupt. True, but I'm accustomed to it. Allowance should be made. Why? His nature and painful thoughts. What about? Family troubles. But he has no family. Not now. He lost his elder brother a few years ago. 9 years is a long time. Was he fond of his brother? Perhaps not. There were misunderstandings. Mr. Roland Rochester was unjust to Mr. Edward. The old gentleman favoured money, anxious to keep the estate. Mr. Edward was put in a painful position. He broke with his family, led an unsettled life. He shuns Thornfield. Why? Perhaps he thinks it gloomy. Mrs. Fairfax was evasive. She couldn't or wouldn't give more information. I dropped the subject. Thornfield's mysteries deepened, wrapped in shadows and secrets, each revelation a step into the unknown. Chapter 14. The Labyrinthine Master. For the next several days, Mr. Rochester was a spectral presence, flitting in and out of Thornfield like a restless ghost. In the mornings, his time was consumed by business, and in the afternoons, gentlemen from Millcote or the neighbourhood called and dined with him. Once his sprain permitted horse exercise. He rode out frequently, often returning late at night. His visits to Adele became rare, and our interactions were confined to brief encounters in the hall, on the stairs, or in the gallery. Sometimes he passed me with a distant nod, other times with a courteous smile, his mercurial moods influenced by unseen forces rather than my presence. One evening, after entertaining guests who left for a public meeting in Millcote, Mr. Rochester, staying in due to the inclement weather, rang the bell. The message summoned Adele and me downstairs. I tidied Adele's hair and ensured my own appearance was suitably plain and neat before descending. The long-awaited petit coffre stood on the dining-room table, instantly recognizable to Adele, who rushed towards it with an exclamation of delight. "Ma boite! Ma boite!" she cried, her excitement palpable. "Yes, there is your boite at last!" Mr. Rochester's voice emerged from the depths of an enormous easy-chair by the fire, sardonic and deep. "Take it into a corner and amuse yourself, but do so in silence." Adele, absorbed in untying the box's cord, needed no further instruction. She exclaimed, "Oh, ciel! Que c'est beau!" and was lost to her own world. "Is Miss Eyre there?" Mr. Rochester called, half rising to look toward the door where I stood. "Come forward. Sit here." He pointed to a chair near his own. "I have no fondness for the prattle of children, nor for simple-minded old ladies. Sit where I placed you, if you please. Confound these civilities. I continually forget them." He rang and summoned Mrs. Fairfax, who arrived with her knitting basket. "Good evening, madam. I need you to listen to Adele's prattle about her presents. It will be a benevolent act." Adele promptly filled Mrs. Fairfax's lap with the contents of her box, chattering in broken English. Mr. Rochester turned to me, motioning me closer. "Now, Miss Eyre, come forward. I want to see you without disturbing my comfortable position." The dining room was bathed in the warm, festive light of the chandelier and the fire's glow. Mr. Rochester looked less stern than usual, perhaps softened by wine. His eyes sparkled as he lounged in his damask-covered chair, his features illuminated by the fire. "You examine me, Miss Eyre," he said suddenly. "Do you think me handsome?" Caught off guard, I answered truthfully before I could stop myself. "No, sir." "There is something singular about you," he mused. "You have the air of a little nun, quaint and quiet, and when asked a question, you reply bluntly. Why?" "Sir, I was too plain. I beg your pardon. I should have said beauty is of little consequence." "You ought to have said no such thing. Beauty is not of little consequence. Criticize me. Do I not have all my limbs and features like any other man?" "Mr. Rochester, allow me to retract my first answer. It was a blunder." "No, you shall be answerable for it. What fault do you find with me? My forehead, perhaps?" He lifted his hair, revealing a broad brow. "Now, am I a fool?" "Far from it, sir. May I ask if you are a philanthropist?" "There again, no, I'm not. But I bear a conscience." He pointed to his forehead. "And I once had a kind heart. Fortune has battered me, made me hard and tough, but with one sentient point left. Is there hope for me?" "Hope of what, sir?" "Of transforming from rubber back to flesh?" Decidedly he has had too much wine, I thought, unsure how to respond. "You look puzzled, Miss Eyre. That expression suits you." He rose and leaned against the mantelpiece, his broad chest and strong limbs plainly visible. There was an unconscious pride and ease in his demeanour, a reliance on qualities other than physical attractiveness. "I sent for you because the fire and chandelier are poor company. Adele and Mrs. Fairfax do not suffice. I want to learn more about you. Speak." "What about, sir?" "Whatever you like." I remained silent. "You are stubborn and annoyed," he observed. "I don't wish to treat you like an inferior. I ask you to talk to me and distract my thoughts." He had almost apologized, and I felt inclined to comply. "I am willing to amuse you, sir, but I don't know what will interest you. Ask me questions." "Do you agree that I have a right to be masterful and abrupt?" "Do as you please, sir." "That is evasive. Reply clearly." "I don't think you have a right to command me just because you are older or have seen more of the world. Your claim to superiority depends on how you've used your time and experience." Promptly spoken, but I haven't made good use of either. Will you agree to receive my orders without being hurt by the tone? I smiled. Very few masters would care if their subordinates were hurt by their orders. "Paid subordinates? Oh yes, I forgot the salary. On that ground, will you agree to let me hector a little?" "No, sir, not on that ground. But because you care about your dependents' comfort, I agree heartily." "And will you dispense with conventional forms and phrases without thinking me insolent?" "I would never mistake informality for insolence." "Humbug! Most people will submit to anything for a salary, but I mentally shake hands with you for your answer. You may have defects to counterbalance your good points, I thought, meeting his eye. Yes, I have plenty of faults, he admitted. I have a past that might make me harsh on myself. At 21, I was set on the wrong path and never recovered. I envy you your peace of mind and unpolluted memory. How was your memory at 18? Clear and pure. I was your equal then, but now I am a common sinner, despite my original nature. Do you wonder that I tell you this? People will instinctively confide in you because you listen without scorn. How do you know? I can't be sure, I replied. I only know you said remorse is the poison of life. And repentance is its cure, sir. No, reformation is. And I could reform if not for my burdens. But I will get pleasure out of life, cost what it may. Then you will degenerate further, sir. Possibly, but fresh pleasure may be sweet. It will sting. You never tried it, you are ignorant, but you can laugh. Believe me, you are not naturally austere. I must put Adele to bed. Wait a minute. I have watched Adele. She is a curious study. She is now dressing in a new frock and will soon return, looking like a miniature of Céline Varens. Soon Adele reappeared, transformed. Her dress of rose-coloured satin and silk stockings made her look like a tiny ballerina. Est-ce que ma robe va bien? She asked, twirling before Mr. Rochester. Précise lie, he replied. She charmed my gold out of my pocket. My spring is gone, but I rear this French floweret as a penance. Good night. I took Adele to bed, my mind swirling with thoughts of Mr. Rochester's labyrinthine character and the peculiar dynamics at Thornfield. Chapter 15. Shadows and Flames. Mr. Rochester eventually explained it one crisp afternoon as we meandered through the grounds. Adele, lost in her play with Pilot and a shuttlecock, left us to our conversation as we strolled down a beach-lined avenue. She's the daughter of a French opera dancer, Céline Varens, he began, his tone a mix of bitterness and amusement. I was once besotted with her, believing myself her idol. She claimed to return my feelings with superior ardour, preferring my taille d'athlète to the elegance of Apollo. I was flattered and foolish. The air around us was still and cold, reflecting the icy clarity with which he recounted his past. Thornfield's old trees stood silent, their bare branches stark against the steel-grey sky, mirroring the starkness of his revelations. I set her up in an hotel, he continued, with a retinue of servants, a carriage, diamonds, the works. I was, as they say, ruining myself in the traditional manner. One night I called unexpectedly. She was out, but I decided to wait in her boudoir, suffocated by the scent of musk and amber. Stepping onto the balcony, I lit a cigar and watched the gas-lit streets below. Mr. Rochester paused to light a cigar, exhaling a trail of smoke that mingled with the frigid air. I saw her return in the carriage I'd given her, accompanied by a cavalier. A hiss of jealousy rose within me, a green snake writhing in my chest. I listened as they entered her boudoir, their conversation trivial and mercenary. My love for Céline extinguished itself in that moment. The avenue stretched before us, a path of shadows and light, much like his narrative. His words painted vivid images, stark contrasts of betrayal and disillusionment. After discovering her treachery, I confronted her, ending our liaison. I challenged her companion to a duel and left him with a bullet in his arm, but Céline had already given me Adele, claiming she was my daughter. Though I doubted it, I couldn't leave the child in destitution. I brought her to Thornfield, hoping she might grow up clean in this English soil. Adele ran ahead with her shuttlecock, her laughter a bright contrast to the dark story unfolding. I felt a deepened sense of responsibility for her, a resolve to protect and nurture her in this harsh world. No, Adele is not responsible for her mother's faults, I said. I will care for her, as she deserves better than to be abandoned. We returned to Thornfield, where the flickering candlelight and creaking floorboards hinted at the house's secrets. That night, in the solitude of my chamber, I reflected on Mr. Rochester's revelations. His past, marked by passion and betrayal, cast a long shadow over his present. Yet there was something undeniably magnetic about him, a complexity that drew me in despite the darkness. As I lay in bed, I heard a peculiar, lugubrious murmur. Rising, I listened, heart pounding. The sound ceased, but my tranquillity was shattered. Moments later, I heard a demonic laugh outside my door, followed by retreating footsteps. Fear gripped me, but I forced myself to investigate. Smoke filled the air, and I found Mr. Rochester's room ablaze. Acting swiftly, I doused the flames, saving him from a fiery end. He awoke in a bewildered fury, but his anger soon gave way to gratitude as he realized what had happened. "You saved my life," he said, his voice tinged with a strange energy. "You've snatched me from a horrible death. Thank you, Jane." As dawn approached, I returned to my chamber, my mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. Mr. Rochester's vulnerability had stirred something within me, a blend of concern and connection. I lay awake, pondering the enigma of this man who had become both a source of fascination and a beacon of uncertainty in my life. The night's events had cast Thornfield in a new light, a place where shadows lurked and secrets whispered. My role here was more than that of a governess. It was entwined with the fate of a complex and troubled soul. As the first light of morning crept through the windows, I resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with the knowledge that even in the darkest places, a spark of light could always be found. For several days following the fire, Mr. Rochester's presence was a phantom, flitting at the edges of my perception. I felt the weight of his gaze even in his absence, a tangible force pressing upon my senses. The mansion, so recently animated by the bustle of guests and the clatter of business, seemed now to breathe in sync with the rhythm of my solitary thoughts. Adele, blessed with a child's resilience, quickly rebounded from the fright, her laughter ringing out once more in the old corridors. But my own mind was less easily calmed. The night of the fire replayed endlessly in my head, every detail etched with the precision of a nightmare that refuses to fade. "Jane," Mr. Rochester said one afternoon, finding me alone in the library. His voice broke through my reverie, a low murmur that sent shivers down my spine. "Walk with me." We stepped into the wintry garden, the air crisp and biting. Thornfield stood behind us, its grey stones and dark windows a silent witness to the secrets it harboured. Mr. Rochester moved with a restless energy, his stride purposeful, his expression closed. "You must wonder about that night," he began abruptly. "About the fire, about Grace Poole." I nodded, my breath visible in the cold air, mingling with his in fleeting, intertwining clouds. "Grace Poole is a mystery even to me," he said, a grim smile playing on his lips. "She's mad, you see, not dangerously so, not usually. She's harmless most of the time, but there are moments when her madness takes on a darker form." The garden, with its skeletal trees and frost-covered ground, seemed to echo his words, each step crunching in the silence like a footfall on brittle glass. "Why do you keep her here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid to break the spell of his confession. "Out of necessity," he replied, "and out of a twisted sense of duty. She has been with the family for years, and I cannot simply cast her out. She has no one else." His words hung in the frigid air, heavy with unspoken implications. Duty and necessity, concepts that bound us all, in ways both seen and unseen. We walked in silence for a time, the wind biting at our faces, carrying with it the scent of snow and decay. Thornfield loomed behind us, its shadow long and unyielding. "You must be careful, Jane," he said finally. "This house is not what it seems. Its walls are thick with secrets, its halls echo with whispers. You must tread lightly and keep your wits about you." "I will," I promised, feeling the weight of his gaze upon me, a mix of concern and something else, something darker, more possessive. As we returned to the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into a labyrinth, its twists and turns leading to an uncertain end. The light was fading, the garden bathed in the pale, ghostly glow of twilight. Thornfield's windows stared back at me like dark, unblinking eyes, holding within them the promise of revelations yet to come. That night, as I lay in bed, the events of the day replayed in my mind, a tangled web of questions and half-formed fears. Mr. Rochester's warnings echoed in my thoughts, mingling with the memory of his voice, his touch, the look in his eyes. The house was silent, but it was a silence filled with presence, with the weight of history and the burden of hidden truths. I knew that my time at Thornfield was only beginning, and that the path ahead would be fraught with dangers and discoveries, with moments of light and darkness interwoven. In the stillness of the night, I made a vow to myself to face whatever lay ahead with courage and resolve, to unravel the mysteries that surrounded me, and to protect those I cared for, no matter the cost. The journey would not be easy, but I felt a newfound strength within me, a determination that burned as fiercely as the fire I had extinguished. As dawn approached, I rose and went to the window, looking out at the snow-covered landscape, the first light of morning casting long shadows across the ground. Thornfield stood before me, a fortress of stone and secrets, and I knew that my place within its walls was more vital than ever. The path was set, the journey begun, and I was ready to face whatever awaited me in the labyrinth of Thornfield Hall. Chapter 16. Shadows of the Unseen. The day after my sleepless night, a mix of anticipation and dread filled me. I longed to hear Mr. Rochester's voice, yet feared meeting his eyes. I expected him to appear at any moment, stepping into the schoolroom as he occasionally did. But the morning passed in its usual monotony, Adele's studies uninterrupted by any sign of him. After breakfast, the quiet was disrupted by a flurry of activity near Mr. Rochester's chamber. I heard Mrs. Fairfax's voice, mingled with Leah's, the cook's, and even John's gruff tones. Snatches of conversation drifted to my ears. What a mercy master wasn't burnt in his bed! Dangerous to keep a candle lit at night. Providential he had the presence of mind to think of the water jug. Hope he doesn't catch cold sleeping on the library sofa, and so forth. When I descended to dinner, I passed his room, now restored to order. Leah stood in the window seat, rubbing the smoke-dimmed panes. As I advanced, I saw another figure, Grace Poole, sitting by the bed, sewing new rings to the curtains. Her brown gown, check apron and white cap presented a picture of staid domesticity at odds with the notion of a woman who had attempted murder. Her face, hard and unremarkable, showed no trace of guilt or fear. "Good morning, miss," she said, her tone phlegmatic, her manner as composed as ever. She resumed her sewing with a steady hand, her thoughts seemingly absorbed in the task. "Good morning, Grace," I replied. "Has anything happened? I thought I heard the servants talking earlier." "Only master reading in bed last night," she said, not looking up. "He fell asleep with his candle lit, and the curtains caught afire. Fortunately, he woke before the bedclothes or woodwork caught, and put out the flames with the water in the ewer." "A strange affair," I murmured. "Did Mr. Rochester wake no one? Did no one hear him?" She met my gaze, a flicker of something in her eyes before she responded. "The servants sleep far off, miss. Mrs. Fairfax's room and yours are the nearest. But she heard nothing. When people get old, they often sleep heavily." She paused, then added with a marked tone, "But you're young, miss, and a light sleeper. Perhaps you heard a noise." "I did," I said softly, so Leah couldn't hear. "I thought it was Pilot, but Pilot can't laugh, and I'm certain I heard a laugh, a strange one." Grace Poole threaded her needle with unhurried precision. "It's hardly likely master would laugh in such danger, miss. You must have been dreaming." "I wasn't dreaming," I said, a sharp edge to my voice, provoked by her cool composure. "Have you told master you heard a laugh?" she inquired. No. "I haven't had the chance to speak with him this morning." "Did you think to open your door and look into the gallery?" I sensed she was probing for information. If she discovered my suspicions, she might plot against me. I decided to be cautious. On the contrary, I bolted my door. Then you're not in the habit of bolting your door every night? Her question seemed designed to learn my habits. Indignation flared within me. I often omit to bolt the door, but in future I shall make sure it's secure. Wise, she replied. This neighborhood is quiet, but it's best to be safe. A door is easily fastened, and a drawn bolt between oneself and mischief is prudent. Many trust all to Providence, but I say Providence often blesses means when used discreetly. Her sermon-like tone ended as the cook entered. Mrs. Poole, the servants' dinner is ready. Will you come down? No, just put my pint of porter and pudding on a tray, and I'll carry it up. You'll have some meat. A morsel and a taste of cheese, that's all. The sago? I'll make it myself before tea time. The cook turned to me, saying Mrs. Fairfax was waiting. I left, my mind a whirl of questions about Grace Poole. Why hadn't she been dismissed or charged after Mr. Rochester's near declaration of her guilt? What mysterious hold did she have over him? I puzzled over her inexplicable position and the enigma of her presence. As I pondered, Mrs. Poole's coarse face and square figure seemed incongruent with the notion of her having power over Mr. Rochester. Yet, what if her eccentricity and strength of character had ensnared him? Perhaps a past indiscretion now rendered him unable to shake off her influence. But my mind rejected this, the image of Grace Poole too firmly etched in its unflattering contours. I turned my thoughts to Mr. Rochester. His kindness, his words, his look last night, they all returned to me vividly. I directed Adele's drawing, but my hands trembled. Qu'avez-vous, mademoiselle? She asked. Vos doigts tremblent comme la feuille, et vos joues sont rouges, mais rouges comme des cerises. I'm hot from stooping, I replied, trying to focus. I forced myself to dismiss the notion of Grace Poole's power over Mr. Rochester. I compared myself to her and found we were different. Bessie had said I was a lady, and I believed it now more than ever. I had brighter hopes and keener enjoyments. As evening approached, I still hadn't seen or heard Mr. Rochester. I hoped to see him before night. When dusk fell and Adele went to play with Sophie, I keenly desired his presence. I listened for the bell, for Leah's footsteps, for Mr. Rochester's tread. Darkness filled the room, but I remained expectant. Finally, Leah came to announce tea in Mrs. Fairfax's room. I went down, glad to be nearer Mr. Rochester. You must be hungry, Mrs. Fairfax said. You ate little at dinner. Are you unwell? Oh, quite well, I assured her. I never felt better. You must prove it by having a good appetite. Will you fill the teapot while I finish this row? She rose to draw down the blind, though darkness had already fallen. It's fair tonight, she said, peering out. Mr. Rochester has had a favourable day for his journey. Journey? I didn't know he was out. He set off after breakfast to Mr. Eshton's place. There's a party there. Lord Ingram, Sir George Lynn, Colonel Dent, and others. Do you expect him back tonight? No, nor tomorrow. He'll likely stay a week. When fine, fashionable people gather, they linger, surrounded by elegance and gaiety. Mr. Rochester is talented and lively, a general favourite. The ladies are fond of him, though his appearance isn't particularly handsome. His talents and wealth make up for that. Are there ladies at the Lees? Yes, Mrs. Eshton and her daughters, and the Honourable Blanche and Mary Ingram, very beautiful women. I saw Blanche 6 or 7 years ago at a Christmas ball Mr. Rochester gave. She was the belle of the evening. What was she like? Tall, fine bust, graceful neck, dark olive complexion, large black eyes, raven hair. She wore a white dress with an amber scarf and flower. She was greatly admired. Is she not married? No, neither she nor her sister have large fortunes. I believe Mr. Rochester admires her, but there's a considerable age difference. He's nearly 40, she's 25. What of that? Unequal matches are made every day. True, but I scarcely think Mr. Rochester would entertain such an idea, but you eat nothing. Have another cup?" Adele entered, and the conversation shifted. Alone again, I reviewed what I'd learned. Memory and reason battled within me, revealing my folly and hopeless fantasies. "You," I scolded myself, "a favourite of Mr. Rochester, you, important to him, foolish, self-deceiving Jane. He showed you tokens of preference. How dared you?" I vowed to myself, "Tomorrow, draw your own portrait faithfully, without softening a defect. Then paint Blanche Ingram with all her beauty and elegance. Compare them. Remind yourself of your station." I sketched my portrait and completed an ivory miniature of an imagined Blanche Ingram. The contrast was stark, grounding my emotions. The task occupied my hands and mind, preparing me for the trials ahead. My self-imposed discipline paid off. When subsequent events unfolded, I faced them with a calm I might otherwise have lacked. Chapter 17. The Weight of Absence. A week passed, then another, and still there was no sign of Mr. Rochester. Thornfield Hall, in his absence, seemed to be holding its breath. The house was a dormant beast, vast and shadowy, with only the occasional stirrings of life from the servants or Adele to remind me that it was inhabited. Mrs. Fairfax speculated that he might head straight from the Leas to London, or perhaps even to the Continent, and not show his face again at Thornfield for a year or more. Such abrupt departures were not unusual for him, she said, though her words offered little comfort. A strange chill settled over me, and with it a sense of foreboding that I could not shake. The early mornings were the worst. The grey light of dawn creeping into my room was like the cold fingers of doubt pressing against my temples. I had to force myself to remember my place. "You have nothing to do with the master of Thornfield," I repeated, like a mantra, trying to summon the strength to push away the gnawing unease. "You are here to teach his ward, nothing more. Don't let yourself believe you are anything more to him." Days turned into weeks, and I busied myself with Adele's lessons, the mundane routines of the household, and my own relentless thoughts. I began to consider leaving Thornfield, crafting imaginary advertisements and pondering potential positions elsewhere, though none seemed as satisfying or as frightening as the one I held now. After what felt like an eternity, Mrs. Fairfax received a letter from Mr. Rochester. "It's from the master," she announced, her voice trembling with anticipation as she broke the seal. "We'll finally know when to expect him." I continued sipping my coffee, feeling an inexplicable warmth spread through my cheeks. My hand trembled slightly, causing a small spill. I chose not to examine the reasons for this reaction too closely. "Well, I sometimes think we are too quiet, but we run a chance of being busy enough now, for a little while at least," Mrs. Fairfax said, her eyes still scanning the letter. I tied the string of Adele's pinafore and helped her with another bun and more milk, all the while pretending indifference. "Mr. Rochester is not likely to return soon, I suppose?" I asked nonchalantly. "Indeed he is, in 3 days," she replied. "And not alone either. He's bringing guests from the Leas. We need to prepare the best rooms and clean the library and drawing rooms. We'll need more kitchen help from the George Inn and perhaps elsewhere. The ladies will bring their maids, and the gentlemen their valets. We'll have a full house." The next 3 days were a whirlwind of activity. Thornfield Hall, already immaculate to my eyes, underwent an exhaustive cleaning. Adele, released from her lessons, flitted about in excitement, her joy palpable. I found myself pressed into service, learning to make custards and French pastries, to truss game and garnish dishes, my usual routine abandoned in the frenetic preparations. The party was expected on Thursday afternoon. As the day approached, my anticipation mingled with a gnawing sense of unease. Thornfield transformed into a hive of activity, the house sparkling under the industrious efforts of the staff. Even Adele's unrestrained enthusiasm couldn't dispel my creeping doubts and dark conjectures. On the morning of their arrival, I saw Grace Poole emerge from the third-story staircase, her figure as enigmatic as ever. She moved quietly, a spectral presence in the bustling household, her routine unchanged despite the impending influx of guests. I overheard Leah discussing Grace with the charwoman. Grace's wages were significantly higher than the other servants, and she was saving diligently. It seemed no one questioned her peculiar position. The mystery of her role at Thornfield remained, and I felt deliberately excluded from it. Thursday came, and the house stood ready, resplendent in its finery. Mrs. Fairfax donned her best gown to receive the guests, and Adele, too, was dressed for the occasion, though I doubted she would be introduced to the visitors immediately. For myself, I saw no need to change my attire. The schoolroom had become my sanctuary, a place of refuge. The day, mild and serene, was one of those early spring days that hint at summer. As evening approached, Mrs. Fairfax, resplendent in her black satin gown, remarked on the time. "It's past 6. John has gone to the gates to see if there's any sign of them." A few minutes later, John's return heralded the arrival of the guests. Adele and I watched from the window as the carriages approached. Mr. Rochester led the cavalcade on his black horse, Pilot bounding ahead. Beside him rode a lady in a purple riding habit, her veil streaming behind her. "Miss Ingram!" exclaimed Mrs. Fairfax, hurrying away. Adele pleaded to go down, but I kept her with me, knowing Mr. Rochester would be displeased if she ventured into sight. The hall buzzed with the sounds of arrival, and the air filled with the harmonized tones of greetings. I listened from the schoolroom, aware of the distinct presence of Mr. Rochester's voice amidst the lively exchanges. Adele and I remained hidden, the sound of music drifting up from the drawing-room. The voice of a lady singing, followed by a duet and then a glee, created a rich tapestry of sound. I found myself straining to hear Mr. Rochester's voice, the distance rendering his words indistinct but familiar. The clock struck 11, and Adele's head drooped against my shoulder. I carried her to bed, my thoughts unsettled by the evening's events. The next day the guests set out for an excursion. I watched them depart and return, noting how Mr. Rochester stayed close to Miss Ingram. "You see, Mr. Rochester clearly prefers her," I remarked to Mrs. Fairfax. "Yes, he admires her," she replied, and I felt a pang of something I could not name. That evening Mr. Rochester requested Adele and me to join the guests after dinner. I reluctantly agreed, dreading the encounter. Adele, in her pink satin frock, looked as grave as a judge. I dressed in my best, feeling the weight of my silver-grey gown and the pearl brooch. We entered the drawing-room while it was empty, the room adorned with flowers and candles. Adele asked for a flower to complete her attire, and I gave her a rose, watching her face light up. The ladies entered, their presence magnifying the room's elegance. I felt small and insignificant as they moved with the grace of white-plumed birds. Among them were Mrs. Eshton and her daughters, Lady Lynn, Mrs. Colonel Dent, and the Ingrams, tall, stately, and proud. Miss Ingram, beautiful and accomplished, seemed to embody everything Mr. Rochester might desire. Her laugh was satirical, her demeanour self-conscious. I compared her to the miniature I had painted and found her a perfect match. The gentlemen entered, and Mr. Rochester came in last. He did not look at me, and I felt the chasm between us widen. I could not help but watch him, his presence commanding my attention. His stern features and penetrating gaze held me captive, and I realized how deeply I had come to care for him, despite my efforts to remain detached. Miss Ingram engaged Mr. Rochester in conversation, and I listened, hidden in the shadows. Their exchange was a dance of wit and provocation. She played the piano, and he sang with a voice that stirred my heart. I slipped away, my emotions in turmoil. In the hall, I knelt to tie my sandal, only to find myself face to face with Mr. Rochester. "Why did you not speak to me?" he asked. "I did not wish to disturb you," I replied. He scrutinized me, noting my pallor. "You've grown paler. What's the matter?" "Nothing, sir. Return to the drawing-room. It is my wish." "I am tired, sir." He looked at me intently. "And a little depressed? What about? Tell me." "Nothing, sir." He saw through my facade. "I expect you in the drawing-room every evening while my guests are here. It is my wish. Don't neglect it." "Yes, sir," I whispered, feeling the weight of his words. As he turned to leave, he hesitated. "Good night, my—" He stopped, biting his lip, and abruptly walked away. I watched him go, my heart a tempest of longing and confusion. The night stretched on, the shadows deepening, and I knew that the days ahead would bring challenges I was not yet prepared to face.
This is the end of part 2 of Jane Eyre, reimagined in the style of best-selling author Margaret Atwood. Please take a moment to like and subscribe. Please let us know what you think about this audiobook in the comments section. We will see you soon for part 3. Welcome to part 3 of Jane Eyre Reimagined, as we continue the classic book and reimagine it in the style of best-selling author Margaret Atwood. If you enjoy this content, please take a minute to like, subscribe, or share this video. You can also hit the bell to be notified of new classic books reimagined as soon as they are published here on YouTube. If there is a classic book you would like to hear reimagined in the style of a modern author, please leave it in the comments.
Chapter 18, Revelations and Charades. Merry days, busy days, these at Thornfield Hall were unlike the sombre solitude of my first 3 months here. Gone were the shadows of melancholy. Every corner bustled with life. The gallery echoed with the rustle of ladies' gowns, and the hallways teemed with smart valets and lively maids. Even the kitchen and servants' quarters hummed with activity. The weather, whether sun-drenched or rain-soaked, could not dampen the newfound gaiety that infused every room. The first evening a change in entertainment was proposed. I wondered what they meant by playing charades. Unfamiliar with the term, I watched as the dining room was transformed. Tables were wheeled away, chairs arranged in a semicircle, and servants scurried to and fro under Mr. Rochester's direction. The ladies dashed upstairs, summoning their maids, while Mrs. Fairfax was consulted on the house's store of shawls and draperies. Soon, armfuls of brocaded and hooped petticoats, satin sacques, and lace lappets descended from the third-story wardrobes, brought down by Abigail's. Mr. Rochester gathered the ladies around him, selecting his team. Miss Ingram, of course, the 2 Mrs. Eshton, and Mrs. Dent. He glanced at me as I fastened the clasp of Mrs. Dent's bracelet. "Will you play?" he asked. I shook my head, relieved when he did not press the matter and allowed me to return to my seat. The curtain rose, revealing Sir George Lynn shrouded in a white sheet, Amy Eshton draped in Mr. Rochester's cloak, and Adele scattering flowers. Miss Ingram, resplendent in white with a wreath of roses, knelt beside Mr. Rochester. The pantomime of a marriage unfolded, and the curtain fell to Colonel Dent's triumphant cry of "Bride!" A more elaborate scene followed, with Mr. Rochester in shawls and a turban beside a marble basin, and Miss Ingram as an Oriental princess. The tableau of Eleazar and Rebecca played out before the spectators, who struggled to guess the charade. Finally, Mr. Rochester appeared as a chain-clad prisoner, a grim tableau that prompted Colonel Dent's shout of "Bridewell!" Miss Ingram and Mr. Rochester, resuming their places, exchanged witty banter. "You would have made a fine highwayman," she said, admiring his acting. "But the soot suits you." "You prefer a rogue to a gentleman?" he teased. "An English hero of the road is almost as good as an Italian bandit," she replied with a laugh. As the evening progressed, I watched the actors less and the audience more. My eyes, drawn to the semicircle of chairs, lingered on Mr. Rochester and Miss Ingram. Her head inclined towards him, their whispers and exchanged glances igniting a pang in my heart. I have told you, reader, that I had learned to love Mr. Rochester. How could I unlove him now, even as his attentions turned to a woman who scorned to touch me with the hem of her dress? Miss Ingram's pride and self-assurance in her position as his future bride only deepened my despair. Yet, I could not be jealous. She was a poor match for him, her mind and heart barren of true feeling. I saw that Mr. Rochester's courtship was driven by practical considerations, not passion. Her rank and connections suited his needs, but she could not charm him. This realization was my torment. If she had won his love sincerely, I would have retreated, acknowledged her superiority, and found peace. But her vain attempts to captivate him, her superficial charms, only highlighted what she lacked. While Miss Ingram flaunted her airs and graces, I noted Mr. Rochester's keen observation of her flaws. He saw through her, yet proceeded with their match for reasons beyond my understanding. His decision to marry her for interest and connections baffled me, yet I could not condemn him. Their world adhered to principles foreign to mine. Thornfield buzzed with talk of the impending marriage. Miss Ingram's efforts to win Mr. Rochester were clumsy and transparent. I watched in silent agony, knowing how easily another could succeed where she failed. One day, with Mr. Rochester absent on business, the house felt particularly lifeless. A proposed visit to a nearby gypsy camp was deferred due to rain. The younger guests played billiards. The older ladies played cards. Miss Ingram, after rebuffing attempts at conversation, lounged with a novel, her boredom palpable. It was near dusk when Adele spotted a post-chaise approaching. Miss Ingram, excited, declared it must be Mr. Rochester. But it was a stranger, a tall, fashionable man. His arrival disrupted the household, stirring curiosity and speculation. The newcomer, Mr. Mason, was from the West Indies. His sallow complexion and wandering eye gave him an unsettling appearance. His conversation hinted at a long acquaintance with Mr. Rochester, further piquing my curiosity. That evening, amidst the guests' laughter, I overheard snippets of conversation. Mr. Mason spoke of Jamaica, and I learned he had known Mr. Rochester there. His presence cast a shadow over the gathering, a sense of foreboding settling over me. The next day, during a break in the rain, I learned from the servants that a gypsy woman had arrived, insisting on telling fortunes. Miss Ingram, curious and defiant, demanded to see her. The rest of the company eagerly followed suit, their excitement palpable. One by one, the young ladies visited the gypsy, returning with varying degrees of excitement and fear. When my turn came, I slipped into the library, eager to uncover the mystery. The library, dimly lit by the fire, seemed almost otherworldly. The gypsy, shrouded in a red cloak and black bonnet, sat by the hearth, reading from a small black book. As I entered, she did not look up immediately, allowing me to observe her. "Do you want your fortune told?" she asked, her voice harsh and commanding. "I have no faith in fortunes," I replied. "Yet you come," she said, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "You are cold, sick, and silly." "Prove it," I challenged. She studied me intently, then declared, "You are alone. The best feelings keep far from you because you do not seek them. You could be happy if you reached out for it, but you hesitate." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a shiver run down my spine. "Your heart is guarded, locked away," she continued. "You are cold because you fear warmth. You are sick because you deny yourself the cure. And you are silly because you refuse to see the truth." "Tell me then, what is the truth?" I demanded, more intrigued than ever. She leaned closer, her eyes piercing into mine. "The truth is, you are in love with a man who is blind to your worth. You watch him with another, your heart aching with every glance, yet you do nothing." The gypsy's words unsettled me. She seemed to know too much, her insights too precise. I knelt before her, and she examined my face closely. "Your future is uncertain," she said. "Happiness is within your reach, but you must decide to grasp it." "I don't understand," I whispered. "You are stronger than you believe," she replied, "but you must find the courage to take what you want. Do not let fear dictate your fate." Her voice grew familiar, her demeanor changed. Suddenly, I recognized the figure before me. "Mr. Rochester!" I exclaimed. He removed his disguise, revealing himself. "Do you forgive me, Jane?" he asked. "Forgive you?" I repeated, still in shock. "For what?" "For testing you, for wanting to understand you better," he said. Why would you do such a thing? I asked, trying to grasp the situation. I needed to know, he said, his voice softening. I needed to see if you felt as I do, if you could see beyond the surface. You could have asked, I replied, feeling a mixture of relief and frustration. Would you have answered truthfully? He countered. Sometimes, Jane, we need to see the truth ourselves. Our conversation turned to the stranger, Mr. Mason. Mason from the West Indies, Mr. Rochester muttered, his demeanour shifting to one of anxiety. Jane, fetch me a glass of wine and see what he is doing. I did as he asked, noting the guest's continued gaiety and Mr. Mason's easy demeanour. Returning with the wine, I relayed my observations. Mr. Rochester's pallor had returned, but he steadied himself. If they all turned against me, would you stay, Jane? He asked. Yes, sir, I replied without hesitation. Why? He asked, his eyes searching mine. Because I believe in you, I said simply. Because you are worth it. Go back now and tell Mason I wish to see him, he instructed. I delivered the message, and as Mr. Mason entered the library, I saw the tension in Mr. Rochester's face. The night deepened, and I knew that beneath the surface of Thornfield's merriment, darker currents were at play. The house, once a place of solitude, was now a stage for secrets and revelations, where every gesture and glance carried weight. The library, dimly lit by the fire, seemed almost otherworldly. The gypsy, shrouded in a red cloak and black bonnet, sat by the hearth, reading from a small black book. As I entered, she did not look up immediately, allowing me to observe her. "Do you want your fortune told?" she asked, her voice harsh and commanding. "I have no faith in fortunes," I replied. "Yet you come," she said, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "You are cold, sick, and silly." "Prove it," I challenged. She studied me intently, then declared, "You are alone. The best feelings keep far from you because you do not seek them. You could be happy if you reached out for it, but you hesitate." "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling a shiver run down my spine. "Your heart is guarded, locked away," she continued. "You are cold because you fear warmth. You are sick because you deny yourself the cure. And you are silly because you refuse to see the truth." "Tell me then, what is the truth?" I demanded, more intrigued than ever. She leaned closer, her eyes piercing into mine. "The truth is, you are in love with a man who is blind to your worth. You watch him with another, your heart aching with every glance, yet you do nothing." The gypsy's words unsettled me. She seemed to know too much, her insights too precise. I knelt before her, and she examined my face closely. "Your future is uncertain," she said. "Happiness is within your reach, but you must decide to grasp it." "I don't understand," I whispered. "You are stronger than you believe," she replied. "But you must find the courage to take what you want. Do not let fear dictate your fate." Her voice grew familiar, her demeanour changed. Suddenly I recognized the figure before me. "Mr. Rochester!" I exclaimed. He removed his disguise, revealing himself. "Do you forgive me, Jane?" he asked. "Forgive you?" I repeated, still in shock. "For what?" "For testing you, for wanting to understand you better," he said. "Why would you do such a thing?" I asked, trying to grasp the situation. "I needed to know," he said, his voice softening. "I needed to see if you felt as I do, if you could see beyond the surface." "You could have asked," I replied, feeling a mixture of relief and frustration. "Would you have answered truthfully?" he countered. "Sometimes, Jane, we need to see the truth ourselves." Our conversation turned to the stranger, Mr. Mason. "Mason from the West Indies," Mr. Rochester muttered, his demeanour shifting to one of anxiety. "Jane, fetch me a glass of wine and see what he is doing." I did as he asked, noting the guest's continued gaiety and Mr. Mason's easy demeanour. Returning with the wine, I relayed my observations. Mr. Rochester's pallor had returned, but he steadied himself. "If they all turned against me, would you stay, Jane?" he asked. "Yes, sir," I replied without hesitation. "Why?" he asked, his eyes searching mine. Because I believe in you, I said simply, because you're worth it. Go back now and tell Mason I wish to see him, he instructed. I delivered the message, and as Mr. Mason entered the library, I saw the tension in Mr. Rochester's face. The night deepened, and I knew that beneath the surface of Thornfield's merriment, darker currents were at play. The house, once a place of solitude, was now a stage for secrets and revelations, where every gesture and glance carried weight. Chapter 19. Veils of Destiny. The library, a refugee from the cacophony of the drawing room, lay quiet and shadowed as I stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of old books and the dying embers in the hearth. There, nestled in an armchair by the fireplace, sat the Sibyl. If Sibyl she truly was, she wore her role well, clad in a red cloak and a black bonnet, or rather, a broad-brimmed gypsy hat tied with a striped handkerchief under her chin. A spent candle stood on the table, its wick charred and useless. She leaned over the fire, her face illuminated by the flickering flames, as she read from a small, worn book, perhaps a prayer book, though her muttering was far from holy. I stood on the rug, feeling the warmth of the fire seep into my chilled hands, the coldness from my earlier detachment dissipating. The Sibyl's presence, though uncanny, did not disturb me. She finished her reading, closed the book with a deliberate snap, and looked up slowly. Her face, partially obscured by the brim of her hat, was a landscape of shadows and angles. Her eyes met mine with a directness that brooked no evasion. "So, you seek your fortune?" she said, her voice rough, scraping against the silence like a match striking flint. "Not particularly, Mother. You may amuse yourself as you please. But I should warn you, I have no faith in such matters." Typical impudence. I expected as much from your step across the threshold. You have a keen ear. I have more than that, a quick eye and a sharper mind. Necessary skills in your line of work. Indeed, especially with clients like you. Why don't you tremble? I'm not cold. Why don't you turn pale? I'm not ill. Why don't you consult my art? I'm not a fool. She chuckled, a dry, mirthless sound that rustled like dead leaves. She produced a short black pipe, lit it, and inhaled deeply before speaking again. "You are cold, you are sick, and you are a fool." "Prove it," I challenged. "I will, in a few words. You are cold because you are alone. No spark has kindled the fire within you. You are sick because the highest, sweetest emotions are kept at bay. You are a fool because, despite your suffering, you neither reach for nor welcome them when they draw near." She puffed on her pipe, her eyes reflecting the firelight with an unsettling intensity. "You could say that about anyone living in solitude." "True, but is it true for everyone?" "In my situation, yes." "Perhaps, but yours is a unique solitude. You stand on the brink of happiness, within reach of it. The pieces are scattered, but a single movement could bring them together. Fate has placed them carefully, waiting for you to act. I don't understand riddles. I've never been good at them. If you want clarity, show me your palm. And I must cross it with silver, I presume?" "Of course." I handed her a shilling, which she tucked into an old stocking foot from her pocket. She told me to hold out my hand and studied it intently without touching. "Too fine," she said. "Such hands reveal little. Destiny isn't etched there." "I believe you." "No, it's in the face. The forehead, the eyes, the mouth. Kneel, lift your head." "Now we're getting somewhere," I said, complying. "Perhaps you'll convince me yet." I knelt before her, the fire's warmth on my face, casting her own into deeper shadow. "I wonder with what feelings you came to me tonight," she said, studying my face. "What thoughts occupy your heart in that room, surrounded by people who flit about like ghosts in a lantern show, offering no real connection?" "I feel tired often, sleepy sometimes, but rarely sad." "Then you must have a secret hope buoying you." "No, I only hope to save enough to open a small school someday." "A mean sustenance for the spirit, sitting in that window seat. Yes, I know your habits." "You learned them from the servants." "Perhaps. Mrs. Poole is an acquaintance. I started at the name, thoughts of dark deeds and hidden truths flashing through my mind. Don't be alarmed, she's trustworthy. But as I was saying, do you think only of your future school? Do none of the company in that room interest you? Is there not one face you study more closely? One figure you follow? I observe them all. Do you never single out one or two? I do, when their gestures or looks tell a story. It amuses me. What stories do you prefer? They're all the same, courtship, ending in marriage. And you find that dull? I do. It means nothing to me. Nothing? Not even when a young, beautiful, wealthy lady smiles at a gentleman, you know. I don't know the gentlemen. I've scarcely spoken to any of them. They are free to receive any smiles without my concern. You don't know the master of the house? He's not at home. A clever dodge. He went to Millcote and will return tonight or tomorrow. Does that exclude him from your acquaintance? No, but what is he to do with your theme? Ladies smiling at gentlemen. Mr. Rochester has received many such smiles lately, haven't you noticed? He has the right to enjoy his guests' company. Of course, but have you not observed that he receives more attention than others? The eagerness of the listener quickens the narrator's tongue. Indeed, Mr. Rochester has listened intently to a particular lady's charms. Have you seen this? I haven't seen gratitude in his face. Analysing him, are you? What did you see? I remained silent. You've seen love, haven't you? And you imagine his future bride's happiness. Your skill falters. I came for my fortune, not to confess. Is Mr. Rochester truly to marry? Yes, to the beautiful Miss Ingram. Soon. Appearances suggest so. Though you seem sceptical, they will be a happy pair. She must love him, or at least his wealth. I told her something earlier that made her frown. Her suitor should be cautious. But I came for my fortune, not his. You've told me nothing. Your future is uncertain. Happiness is near, but you must reach for it. Kneel again. Don't keep me long. The fire scorches. She leaned back, muttering, as she examined me. The flame flickers in your eye, soft and full of feeling. It smiles at my words, but sadness lies beneath. Your pride and reserve confirm my opinion. Your mouth, flexible and ready to laugh, craves human affection. The enemy is your brow, declaring you can live alone, holding feelings in check. Your forehead reveals reason's control, a fortress against passion. Well said, forehead. Your declaration is respected. I have acted as I vowed, but further might break me. Rise, Miss Eyre. The play is over. Was I dreaming? The voice had changed, the gestures familiar. I got up, but hesitated. The fire illuminated her hand, smooth, youthful. A gem flashed on her finger. I recognized the ring. Well, Jane, do you know me? Asked the familiar voice. Remove the cloak, sir, and... The knot is tight. Help me. Break it, sir. Off your lendings. Mr. Rochester stepped out of his disguise. What a strange idea! But well executed, don't you think? With the ladies, perhaps? But not with you. You didn't play the gypsy with me. What did I play? Yourself, in some unaccountable way. You drew me out, or in. It wasn't fair. Do you forgive me, Jane? I can't say until I've thought it over. If I've made no great fool of myself, I'll try to forgive you. But it wasn't right. You were very correct and sensible. I reflected and felt reassured. I had suspected a masquerade, noting the feigned voice and concealed features. Grace Poole had been on my mind. I hadn't thought of Mr. Rochester. What are you musing about? What does that grave smile mean? Wonder and self-congratulation, sir. May I go now? No, stay. Tell me what the others are doing. Discussing the gypsy, I imagine. Sit down. Let me hear what they said about me. It's late. Oh, did you know a stranger arrived today? A stranger who? He said he knew you well and would wait until you returned. The devil he did. His name? Mason, from Spanish Town, Jamaica. Mr. Rochester gripped my wrist. his smile vanishing. Mason! The West Indies! He repeated the words, growing paler. Are you ill, sir? Jane, I've had a shock. Lean on me, sir. Jane, you offered your shoulder before. Let me have it now. Yes, sir. He sat, holding my hand, his look troubled. My little friend, I wish we were on a quiet island, far from trouble. Can I help you, sir? Jane, I'll seek your help if needed. Thank you. Tell me what to do. Fetch me a glass of wine. See if Mason is with the others and what he is doing, I went, finding the party lively. Mason chatted by the fire. I returned with the wine. To your health, ministrant spirit, he said, drinking. What are they doing? Laughing and talking. They don't look grave. No, sir. And Mason? He was laughing too. If they spat at me, what would you do, Jane? Turn them out, sir. He half smiled. If they left me one by one? I'd stay with you. To comfort me? Yes, sir. If they censured you? I'd care nothing for it. Go back, tell Mason I'm here and bring him. I did so, and later I heard Mr. Rochester's voice, cheerful, setting my heart at ease. I soon fell asleep, but the night had left me with a sense of unease, of secrets revealed and more yet to come. Thornfield, with its hidden depths, had become a stage for truths and half-truths, where every glance carried weight and every gesture hinted at unseen currents. Chapter 20. The Shrieking House. I had neglected to draw my curtains, to shield myself from the all-seeing eye of the moon. It was full, luminous, its gaze unyielding as it moved into the sky opposite my window. The moon stare was a harsh mistress, waking me with her silver-white light. Beautiful, yes, but too solemn, too penetrating. I half rose, arm outstretched to draw the curtain, when— Good God, what a cry! The night stillness, the serene silence, was shattered by a sound so savage, so sharp, it cleaved the air like a knife through silk. My pulse stopped, my heart froze, my arm hung useless. The cry faded, replaced by an eerie quiet. The being that emitted such a shriek would need to rest before it could summon the strength for another. It came from the third floor, the attic, passing directly overhead. I now heard a struggle, desperate and deadly, followed by a half-smothered shout. Help! 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 Will no one come? The voice cried, as if expecting salvation from the heavens. Amidst the stamping and staggering, I heard clearly, Rochester! Rochester! For God's sake, come! A chamber door flung open. Footsteps rushed along the gallery. Another step stamped on the floor above. Something fell, and silence returned. Horror shook my limbs, but I managed to dress. The entire house was roused. Terrified murmurs filled the air. Doors flew open, and the gallery filled with confused, dishevelled guests. What happened? Who is hurt? Is it fire? Are there robbers? They demanded in a cacophony of fear. The moonlight was our only guide in the darkness. Where the devil is Rochester? Cried Colonel Dent, his voice cutting through the chaos. Here, here, came the reply. Be composed, all of you. I'm coming. The door at the end of the gallery opened, and Mr. Rochester advanced, candle in hand. Miss Ingram, ever dramatic, seized his arm. What awful event has taken place? Speak. Let us know the worst at once. But don't pull me down or strangle me, he replied, shaking off the Mrs. Eshton and the dowagers bearing down on him. All's right. All's right. A mere rehearsal of much ado about nothing. A servant has had a nightmare. She's excitable, nervous. Dreamed she saw an apparition. Now, ladies, return to your rooms. Gentlemen, set the example. By coaxing and commanding, he restored order, ushering everyone back to their quarters. I retreated unnoticed, not to bed, but to sit by the window, dressed and alert, waiting. The cry, the struggle, the call. Something must follow. But nothing did. Silence reclaimed Thornfield Hall. The moon declined, shadows lengthened, and the house settled into uneasy quiet. I was about to lie down when a cautious hand tapped at my door. Am I wanted? I asked. Are you up? Came Mr. Rochester's voice. Yes, sir. And dressed? Yes. Come out then, quietly. I obeyed, finding him in the gallery, candle in hand. I need you. Come this way. Make no noise. We moved stealthily through the dark corridor, up the stairs to the fateful third story. He stopped and whispered, Do you have a sponge in your room? Yes, sir. And salts, volatile salts? Yes. Fetch both. I did as he asked. When I returned, he stood by a small black door, key in hand. You don't faint at the sight of blood? I don't think so. He took my hand, feeling for steadiness. Warm and steady, he remarked, and opened the door. The room, familiar yet different, was hung with tapestry, now looped up to reveal a concealed door, open and emitting light. Inside, I heard a snarling sound, almost animalistic. Mr. Rochester went ahead. A shout of laughter greeted him. Grace Poole's laugh. She was there. After a low conversation, he returned. Here, Jane, he said. I followed him to a large bed, curtains drawn. A man sat in an easy chair, pale eyes closed. Mr. Mason, soaked in blood. Hold the candle, Mr. Rochester instructed. I held it while he fetched a basin of water and began sponging the blood from Mason's face. Is there immediate danger? Mason murmured. Pooh, no, a mere scratch. Bear up. Jane, I must leave you with this gentleman. Sponge the blood, offer water if he faints, but no talking. Understand? Richard, it's your life if you speak. Mason groaned but remained still. I took the sponge, my heart racing. Mr. Rochester left, locking the door behind him. There I was in the third-story room, alone with a bleeding man and the eerie spectre of Grace Poole. I had to keep watch, sponge the blood, and wait. The candle's light flickered, casting strange shadows on the tapestry. The faces of the 12 apostles carved in a cabinet seemed to come alive, reflecting my own dread. What crime was this, lurking in Thornfield Hall, breaking out in fire and blood? What creature was masked as an ordinary woman, uttering sounds of a demon? And Mr. Mason, how did he fit into this web of horror? Mr. Rochester's return broke the silence. With him was a surgeon, Carter. Carter, hurry, he commanded. I give you half an hour to dress the wound and get the patient downstairs. But is he fit to move? Carter asked. Yes, it's nothing serious. Come, set to work. He pulled back the curtain, letting in the dawnlight. It was a relief to see the sun rising. Mr. Rochester approached Mason. How are you? She's done for me, Mason replied faintly. Not at all. You'll be fine. Carter, reassure him. Carter examined the wounds. The flesh is torn. Teeth marks. She bit me, Mason whispered. Worried me like a tigress. You should have grappled with her, Mr. Rochester said. You might have waited for me. I thought I could help. You thought? Foolish. Carter, hurry. Mr. Rochester directed me to fetch items for Mason's departure. When I returned, Mason was bandaged and given a dose of a crimson liquid. Drink, Richard, Mr. Rochester urged. It will give you strength. Mason drank and was helped to his feet. Mr. Rochester took his arm. Jane, go ahead. Unbolt the side door. Tell the driver we're coming. I did as instructed, finding the yard silent, the chaise ready. The gentleman followed, helping Mason into the chaise. Take care of him, Carter, Mr. Rochester said. I'll visit soon. Richard, how are you? The fresh air revives me, Fairfax. Goodbye, Dick. Fairfax, take care of her, Mason said, tears in his eyes. I do my best, Mr. Rochester replied. The chaise drove away. Would to God this were all over, Mr. Rochester muttered, closing the gates. He moved towards a door in the orchard wall, and I thought he was done with me. But he called, Jane! He stood, waiting. Come where there is some freshness, he said. That house is a dungeon. It seems splendid to me, I replied. The glamour of inexperience. Here, all is real, sweet, and pure. We walked through a garden, the morning sun illuminating the dewy flowers. He picked a half-blown rose and offered it to me. "Thank you, sir." "Do you like this sunrise, Jane?" "Very much." "You've had a strange night." "Yes, sir." "Did it frighten you?" "I was afraid someone would come out of the inner room." "I had the key. You were safe." "Will Grace Poole stay here?" "Oh, yes, don't worry about her." "But your life seems insecure with her here." "Never fear. I'll take care of myself." "Is the danger gone now?" "I can't be sure until Mason leaves England. To live, for me, is to stand on a volcano." "Mr. Mason is easily led. He won't defy you." "True, but one careless word could ruin me. I can't warn him." He laughed, took my hand and quickly let it go. "You're my friend, aren't you?" "I like to serve you." "You do. You have power over me. You could hurt me, but I won't show where. If you fear no more from Mr. Mason than from me, you are safe." "God grant it! Here's an arbour. Sit." I sat beside him. "Now, my little friend, imagine you're a wild boy, indulged from childhood, committing a capital error in a foreign land. You seek relief through unusual but lawful means. You return, find a stranger with qualities you've sought, and desire to change your life. Are you justified in breaking convention to secure your happiness? Men and women die. Philosophers and Christians falter. If someone has suffered and erred, let them look higher than their equals for strength." "But the instrument, God ordains it. I've been a restless man, but I believe I've found my cure in—" He paused. The bird sang on. "Little friend," he said, his tone changing, "you've noticed my penchant for Miss Ingram. If I married her, she'd regenerate me with a vengeance." He walked away, humming. "Jane, you're pale. Don't you curse me for disturbing your rest?" "Curse you? No, sir." "Shake hands. What cold fingers. They were warmer last night. Jane, when will you watch with me again?" "Whenever I can be useful." "The night before I'm married, will you sit out with me?" "Yes, sir." "She's a rare one, isn't she?" "Yes, sir. A real strapper. There's Dent and Lynn. Go in by the shrubbery." As I went one way, he went another, his voice cheerful. Mason left before sunrise. I rose at 4 to see him off. Chapter 21. Omens and Echoes. Omens are peculiar things, signs, sympathies, all tangled in a web humanity has yet to unravel. I've never dismissed them, having felt their eerie presence myself. Signs may be nature's whispers to mankind, and sympathies, those invisible threads connecting distant souls. When I was 6, I overheard Bessie Levin telling Martha Abbott that dreaming of children portends trouble. The next day, Bessie was summoned home to her dying sister. That memory never faded. Lately, a nightly dream of a child haunted me, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying, always present. 7 nights in succession, this phantom baby appeared, filling me with a creeping dread. I grew anxious as night approached, dreading the hour of my spectral visitation. From this dream, I was roused on that moonlit night when I heard the cry. The next afternoon, I was summoned to Mrs. Fairfax's room, where a man waited, dressed in mourning, his crape-bound hat held in hand. "I doubt you remember me, miss," he began, standing as I entered. "I'm Robert Levin, coachman at Gateshead. I lived there when you were a child." "Robert, of course, I remember you. How is Bessie? Are you married?" "Yes, miss. We have 3 children now, and both Bessie and the baby are thriving." "And the family at Gateshead?" "They're not well. Mr. John died last week." "Mr. John?" "Yes, and his mother is not bearing it well." I listened, horrified, as he detailed John's decline into ruin and his mother's resulting stroke. Mrs. Reed had been calling for me, and her daughters finally sent for me. Robert wanted to take me back early the next morning. "Yes, Robert, I'll be ready," I assured him, sensing it was a duty I could not ignore. I found Mr. Rochester in the billiard room. Miss Ingram looked at me disdainfully as I approached him. "Mr. Rochester," I said softly. "What is it, Jane? he asked, following me out. I need leave for a week or two. To do what? To see a sick lady who has sent for me. Who is she? Mrs. Reed of Gateshead, my aunt. He seemed taken aback, but after some thought, agreed. You'll need money, he said, giving me a note for £50. I protested, taking only what was due. The next morning, I left Thornfield. At Gateshead, Bessie welcomed me warmly, and I asked about Mrs. Reed. She's alive but not well. She's been asking for you, Bessie said. I rested and had tea with Bessie before heading to the hall. The sight of the familiar rooms brought back a flood of memories, but the living occupants had changed beyond recognition. Eliza, severe and ascetic, greeted me with cold indifference. Georgiana, plump and languid, measured me with haughty disdain. Despite their aloofness, I felt an unexpected ease. Their opinions no longer mattered. How is Mrs. Reed? I asked Georgiana. She's very poorly. I doubt you can see her tonight. I'll ask Bessie, I said, and went to find her. Bessie soon reported that Mrs. Reed was awake and could see me. Entering her room, I was struck by the sight of the once formidable woman, now frail and sunken. Time had not softened her harsh features, but I felt only a desire to forgive and be reconciled. Is this Jane Eyre? She asked. Yes, Aunt Reed, how are you? Her response was cold. Her hand withdrew from mine. Her opinion of me remained unchanged, but I was determined to stay and fulfill her request to see me. You sent for me, I said. I'm here and will stay until you're better, or... She interrupted with complaints about the past, her grievances spilling out. I listened, patient and unmoved. She spoke of her son, John, and the ruin he brought upon them. Her anger and bitterness seemed undiminished. Bessie persuaded her to take a sedative, and she soon fell into a doze. Days passed, Mrs. Reed fluctuating between delirium and lethargy. Georgiana and Eliza remained distant, absorbed in their own lives. One day, Mrs. Reed, lucid for a moment, asked for me. She confessed to breaking her promise to care for me and revealed a letter from my uncle, John Eyre, wanting to adopt me. She had told him I was dead. If you could forgive me, she began, but the effort was too much. She lapsed back into incoherence. I stayed by her side until she passed, her face still bearing the mark of her unyielding spirit. Eliza and I viewed her body, Georgiana too distraught to join us. Eliza remarked on her mother's shortened life, then left the room. I felt no tears, only a sombre recognition of a life marked by bitterness and regret. Chapter 22. The Undertones of Departure. Mr. Rochester had granted me a single week of leave, yet a month slipped by before I departed Gateshead. My exit was delayed by Georgiana's pleading. She feared being left alone with Eliza, who offered neither sympathy nor support. Her uncle, Mr. Gibson, had arrived to oversee the funeral and family matters, and Georgiana awaited his permission to travel to London. Thus, I endured her selfish lamentations, her idle hands, while mine busied themselves with her packing and sewing. I often thought, if our companionship were permanent, cousin, I would demand more than idle tears and shifting burdens. You'd share the load, or it would lie unheeded. When Georgiana finally left, Eliza requested my presence for another week. She was immersed in mysterious preparations, her door locked, emerging only to issue curt instructions. She wanted me to manage the house, see callers, and answer notes of condolence. One morning she declared me free. Thank you for your valuable services, Jane. There's a marked difference between living with you and Georgiana. You fulfill your role without burdening others. Tomorrow I depart for the continent, to a religious house near Lisle, a nunnery, as you'd call it. I seek solace and study, and perhaps the veil. Her resolution elicited no surprise, no argument. The vocation suits you, I thought. May it bring you peace. Goodbye, Cousin Jane Eyre, she said, her voice void of warmth. You have sense. And you, Cousin Eliza, will soon be walled in a convent. It's fitting. Farewell. With that, our paths diverged. Eliza would become a superior at her convent, while Georgiana would marry a wealthy, worn-out man of fashion. Their lives, like threads in a worn tapestry, would continue to weave their separate, predestined patterns. Returning to Thornfield felt foreign, for I had never experienced the sensation of homecoming. The journey was a tedious blur, 50 miles each day, a night spent in an inn. Memories of Mrs. Reed's death, the funeral, and my cousins drifted through my mind, mingling with the weariness of travel. I anticipated Thornfield, unsure of my stay. Mrs. Fairfax's letters hinted at Mr. Rochester's departure for London, likely to arrange his wedding to Miss Ingram. The thought unsettled me. I dreamt of Miss Ingram barring Thornfield's gates, with Mr. Rochester watching, arms folded, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. I chose not to inform Mrs. Fairfax of my exact return date. Preferring solitude, I walked the distance from Millcote. It was a soft summer evening, the fields whispering of hay and hope, the sky a canvas of promises. As I neared Thornfield, my heart quickened with a mix of dread and joy. "What are you thinking?" I scolded myself. "Mrs. Fairfax and Adele will welcome you, but he won't." Yet youth is headstrong, inexperience blind. The mere thought of seeing Mr. Rochester again was intoxicating. I hurried on, ignoring the newborn agony that clawed at my heart. Crossing the last field, I saw Mr. Rochester at a stile, book and pencil in hand. He looked up, and my nerves betrayed me. I felt a tremor I'd not expected. "I will go back," I decided, but his voice halted me. "Hello, come on!" I moved towards him, my mind in a daze, striving for calm, my veil a feeble shield against my tumultuous emotions. "And this is Jane Eyre? Come from Millcote on foot, just like you, to arrive quietly, like a ghost. What have you been doing?" "My aunt is dead," I replied simply. He laughed, a sound both comforting and cutting. "Back from the other world, Jane? You always surprise me. A whole month gone, and forgetting me, I'll wager." His words, though lightly spoken, held a balm. They hinted at a significance I dared not acknowledge. He referred to Thornfield as my home. Oh, how I wished it were true. "I've been to London," he continued. "Mrs. Fairfax must have told you." "She did," I said. "Everyone knows your errand." "See the carriage, Jane. Tell me if it suits Mrs. Rochester. Do you have a charm to make me handsome?" "It's beyond magic," I thought. "A loving eye is all you need." He smiled, a rare and genuine smile, lighting my heart. "Pass, Janet," he said, stepping aside. "Go home to your friend's threshold." I obeyed silently, yet an impulse made me turn back. "Thank you, Mr. Rochester. I'm glad to be back. With you is my home." Rushing on, I found Adele overjoyed, Mrs. Fairfax welcoming, and even Sophie smiling. Their affection was a soothing balm. That evening I blocked out thoughts of the future, savouring the moment of peace. Mr. Rochester entered, taking pleasure in our amiable group. His presence sparked a fragile hope that perhaps, even after his marriage, he might keep us together. A fortnight passed in uncertain calm, no mention of the wedding, no preparations. I asked Mrs. Fairfax daily, but her answers remained the same. Mr. Rochester's behaviour confused me. He neither visited Ingram Park nor showed signs of impending marriage. Hope fluttered within me, unbidden and foolish, that perhaps the engagement was off. In his presence my spirits lifted despite myself. Never had he been kinder. Never had I loved him more. Chapter 23. The Crimson Threads of Dusk. A magnificent midsummer bathed England in a cascade of golden light. The skies, clear and infinite, seemed borrowed from a Mediterranean dream. The hay was gathered, the fields around Thornfield glowed green and serene, and the roads lay white and baked under the relentless sun. Trees stood in their dark prime. Hedges and woods offered a contrast to the luminous meadows, each corner of the landscape whispering secrets of ancient days and present mysteries. On Midsummer Eve, Adele, exhausted from gathering wild strawberries, fell asleep with the sun. I watched her drift into dreams before slipping into the garden. This was the hour of enchantment, when day's fervent fires relinquished their hold, and the dew cooled the parched earth. The western sky, devoid of the sun's grandeur, was a vast canvas of solemn purple, tinged with the glow of red jewels and furnace flames at one peak. The east held its own charm, a deep blue backdrop for a single rising star, soon to be joined by the moon. I strolled along the pavement, but a familiar, subtle scent, Mr. Rochester's cigar, wafted from a window. The library casement stood ajar, a mere handbreadth, and I knew I might be watched. Seeking solitude, I ventured into the orchard, the most Edenic corner of the grounds. Enclosed by high walls and shielded by a beech avenue, it offered sanctuary. Here, flowers and trees thrived, and a winding path led to a giant horse-chestnut, its base circled by a seat. In this secluded haven, I felt as if I could linger forever. As I wandered, the rising moon's light enticed me towards the upper part of the enclosure. Yet a familiar fragrance halted my steps once more. Sweetbriar, jasmine, and rose had long surrendered their evening incense, but this new scent, unmistakably, was Mr. Rochester's cigar. I turned to flee, but found my escape blocked. Mr. Rochester entered the orchard, his presence unavoidable. I retreated into an ivy recess, hoping he would pass by unnoticed. But he did not. He wandered leisurely, examining the gooseberry trees and sampling cherries. A great moth fluttered past me, landing near him. "Jane, come and look at this fellow," he called softly, as if his shadow had eyes and ears. Startled, I approached. "Look at his wings," he remarked. "They remind me of a West Indian insect, rare in England." The moth flew away, and I retreated, but Mr. Rochester followed. "Turn back, Jane," he said at the wicket. "On such a night, it is a sin to be indoors." Though my tongue often found quick responses, it failed me now. I didn't want to walk alone with him in the orchard's shadows, yet I could find no excuse to leave. His composure and gravity shamed my confusion. "Jane," he began again as we wandered down the laurel walk, "Thornfield is lovely in summer, isn't it?" "Yes, sir." "You must be attached to it, with your love for natural beauty and your sense of belonging." "I am." "And you've grown fond of little Adele and Mrs. Fairfax?" "Yes, sir." "Pity," he sighed. "Events in this life rarely let us rest in one place." "Must I leave Thornfield, sir?" "I believe you must, Jane. I am sorry, but I believe you must." The blow struck, but I did not fall. "Well, sir, I'll be ready when the order comes." "It's come now. I must give it tonight." "Then you are getting married, sir?" "Yes, precisely. Soon." "To Miss Ingram?" "Yes, and you were wise to suggest you and Adele should leave. I've made it my law. Adele must go to school, and you must find a new position." "I'll advertise immediately, sir." I could barely finish my sentence, my voice faltering. "In about a month, I hope to be a bridegroom. I will find you a position." "Thank you, sir." "I've already heard of a place through my future mother-in-law, Mrs. O'Gall, in Ireland." "It's far, sir." "No matter, Jane. You'll manage." "Not the voyage, but the distance. From England, from Thornfield, and from you, sir." I spoke involuntarily, tears welling up. "It is a long way," I repeated. "Yes, and when you reach Bitternut Lodge, I'll never see you again. We've been good friends, Jane." "Yes, sir." "And friends like to spend their last moments together. Let's sit by the chestnut tree." We sat in silence. He asked, "Jane, do you think we're akin?" My heart was still. "Because I feel as if a string tied to my left rib is knotted to a similar string in you. If the distance breaks it, I'd bleed inwardly. You'd forget me." "I never would, sir." "Listen to the nightingale, Jane." Its song broke my composure, and I wept, my spirit rising to speak. "I love Thornfield. I've lived here, untrampled, with minds that inspire me. I love you, Mr. Rochester. The thought of leaving is like facing death." "Where do you see the necessity?" he asked. "You've placed it before me." In Miss Ingram? Yes. But I have no bride. But you will. No, Jane, you must stay. I can't stay to become nothing. I am not soulless or heartless. If I were beautiful and rich, I'd make it hard for you to leave me. We are equals. Equal, he repeated, embracing me. Yes, equal. Marry me, Jane. I struggled to believe. But you are engaged. Not to Miss Ingram. I love you, Jane. I need to see your face in the moonlight. He turned, his features marked by earnestness. Jane, accept me. Say, Edward, I will marry you. Are you serious? Do you love me? I do. Then, sir, I will marry you. Dear Edward, I whispered, come to me, Jane. Make my happiness. I thought only of the bliss, but the chestnut tree groaned and the wind roared. We must go in, he said, guiding me through the rain. Mrs. Fairfax watched us, but I smiled and ran upstairs, joy overpowering every other feeling. In the morning, Adele told me the chestnut tree had been struck by lightning, split in two. Chapter 24. The Mirage of a Morning. I rose with the dawn, shaking off the remnants of sleep like a bird shedding water. My thoughts were tangled, like the tendrils of a vine in a storm. Was it a dream? This newfound reality, this promise of love, seemed too fragile to touch, as if it might dissolve in the light of day. As I dressed, my reflection in the mirror caught my eye. The woman staring back was unfamiliar, yet undeniably myself. My usually plain face bore a glow, an inner light ignited by hope and joy. My eyes, typically cautious, now shimmered with a secret vitality. I selected a simple summer dress, its lightness matching the buoyancy of my mood, and descended the stairs. The world outside mirrored my internal transformation. The storm had passed, leaving a brilliant June morning in its wake. The air was fresh, as if nature itself was exhaling in relief. A beggar woman and her child approached, their appearance a stark contrast to my joy. Impulsively, I gave them all the money in my purse. The birds sang, and I felt as if my heart was composing a symphony. Mrs. Fairfax's sombre expression as she called me to breakfast was a jarring note. Her usual warmth was replaced by a chilly formality. I could not explain my elation to her. Mr. Rochester must be the one to clarify. I ate sparingly, impatience driving me back upstairs, where I met Adele. "Where are you going? It is time for lessons," I said. "Mr. Rochester has sent me away to the nursery." "Where is he?" "In there," she pointed, and I entered to find him waiting. "Come and bid me good morning," he said, and his embrace, his kiss, felt as natural as breathing. "Jane, you look radiant this morning," he observed. His words transformed me, weaving a tapestry of beauty and belonging around my plain features. "It is Jane Eyre, sir," I replied, grounding myself in the familiarity of my name. "Soon to be Jane Rochester," he added, his voice both thrilling and terrifying. The very sound of it sent a shiver through me, a blend of joy and dread. "You blush, and now you are pale, Jane. What is the matter?" "Because you gave me a new name, Jane Rochester. It feels strange." "Yet it will be your name soon, Mrs. Rochester, Fairfax Rochester's bride." "It seems like a fairy tale, sir. Complete happiness is not meant for mortals." "But I will make it real. Today, I sent for the heirloom jewels. You shall have every privilege, every luxury. Please, sir, no jewels. They feel unnatural to me. I prefer simplicity." "I will adorn you with diamonds, Jane. You are my queen." "No, sir. Speak to me as I am, your plain, Quakerish governess." "You are a beauty in my eyes, Jane." "Do not flatter me, sir. I am not one to be deluded by false grandeur." He continued, undeterred, promising to transform my world. His words, though spoken in jest, revealed a deeper longing, a desire to elevate me to a status that society would recognize and respect. "I shall take you to Millcote today. You must choose some dresses for our wedding." "Shall I travel with you, sir?" "You shall see the world with me, Jane. We will visit Paris, Rome, Naples. You will learn to value yourself by just comparison with others. I laughed, a blend of nervousness and disbelief. I am no angel, Mr. Rochester. I am only myself. And that is who I love. Your spirit, your fire. You master me, Jane. Had you ever loved such a character before? Never. You are unique, Jane. I smiled, thinking of ancient heroes charmed by their seductresses. You must be careful, sir, not to fall victim to your own desires. He laughed, his eyes gleaming. Ask me anything, Jane. I am at your mercy. Do not send for the jewels, and do not crown me with roses. Let us keep to what is real. Your request is granted, but ask me something more. Communicate your intentions to Mrs. Fairfax. She deserves to know. Very well, I will speak with her. Now, go prepare for our trip to Millcote. I hurried to dress, and when I returned, Mrs. Fairfax was bewildered. Miss Eyre, has Mr. Rochester truly asked you to marry him? Yes, he has, I confirmed. And you have accepted? Yes. She looked at me, struggling to comprehend. I could never have imagined it. He is a proud man. Are you sure it is for love? Her doubt stung, but I reassured her. Yes, it is for love. Adele burst in, asking to join us. At my insistence, Mr. Rochester relented, though reluctantly. His mood shifted, the chill of Mrs. Fairfax's warnings mingling with his usual warmth. As we travelled to Millcote, he spun tales of fairies and moons, distracting Adele with whimsical stories. Yet, beneath the surface, the tension between us simmered. The silk warehouse was a trial. He insisted on extravagant choices, but I negotiated for simplicity. His stubbornness tested my patience, and I felt a pang of irritation. His desire to lavish me with wealth clashed with my need for authenticity. Back at Thornfield, I resolved to maintain my independence, to write to my uncle in Madeira, and secure a future not entirely dependent on Mr. Rochester's generosity. In the evening, I kept our interaction light and playful, teasing him with sharp wit to prevent any descent into sentimentality. He was both frustrated and entertained, a dynamic that suited us both. Despite the challenges, I knew I was loved, and in that love, I found a strength I had never known. Yet I was determined not to lose myself in the process. The future loomed uncertain, but for now I held my ground, preparing for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 25. The Eve of a New Dawn. The month of courtship had dwindled away, its final hours slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. The bridal day loomed ahead, inexorable and indifferent to my mounting trepidation. My preparations were complete, trunks packed, locked, and aligned like soldiers ready for departure. Tomorrow, Jane Eyre would vanish, and Jane Rochester would take her place, an identity as yet unknown to me. The name Mrs. Rochester on the address cards felt like an ill-fitting garment, still foreign and unreal. It was as if she were a ghost, waiting to materialize from the mist of uncertainty. As evening fell, a feverish restlessness seized me. The closet across from my dressing table held my wedding attire, its spectral shimmer casting an eerie glow in the dim light. The pearl-colored gown and vaporous veil seemed like relics from another world. "You are not me yet," I murmured to the wraith-like garments. "I need to feel the wind." The anticipation of change was not the sole cause of my agitation. An inexplicable unease gnawed at my mind, a shadow from the previous night. Mr. Rochester had been absent, attending to business at a distant estate. I awaited his return, desperate to unburden my mind and seek his counsel on the enigma that haunted me. Stay with me, reader. When I share my secret with him, you shall share it too. Driven by the wind's relentless howl, I sought refuge in the orchard. The trees bowed under the gale, their branches locked in a mournful dance. The chestnut tree stood as a testament to ruin, a split trunk, gasping like a wounded creature. Its once vibrant boughs were dead, destined to fall in the coming winter. Yet the roots clung together, a poignant symbol of resilience amidst decay. "You did right to hold fast to each other," I whispered, as if the tree could hear me. The moon, blood-red and veiled in clouds, cast a fleeting glance through the fissure, reflecting my own bewilderment. The wind's lament echoed my own, and I fled its sorrowful call. I wandered through the orchard, gathering fallen apples, separating the ripe from the unripe. The simple act grounded me, yet my restlessness persisted. I returned to the house, ensuring the library fire was lit, arranging Mr. Rochester's chair by the hearth. As the clock struck 10, impatience drove me to the gates, hoping to glimpse his approach. The wind roared through the trees, but the road remained empty, a long pale line under the moon's intermittent glow. A tear of frustration blurred my vision. The night darkened, rain began to fall, and my anxiety swelled. "I wish he would come," I cried into the storm. Fear and foreboding gnawed at my heart, each minute of delay amplifying my dread. Unable to endure the wait, I set out along the road. Not far from Thornfield, I heard the sound of hoofbeats, Mr. Rochester riding hard. Relief surged through me. He saw me, waved his hat, and I ran to meet him. "There you are!" he exclaimed, bending from the saddle. "You can't do without me, can you? Come on, let's get you out of this rain." He lifted me up before him, his warmth and presence dissolving my fears. Yet, he sensed my distress. "What's wrong, Jane? Why are you out here?" "Nothing now that you're here," I replied. "I was just worried." He wrapped his cloak around me, his touch a balm. "You're feverish, Jane. Let's get you inside." Once home, he insisted I change into dry clothes and join him in the library. I found him at supper, his presence grounding me in reality. Yet the surreal quality of the night lingered. "Is it the journey to London that troubles you?" he asked. "Everything seems unreal tonight," I confessed. "Even you, sir. You're like a dream." He laughed, offering his hand. "Is this a dream?" His touch was solid, yet it felt ephemeral. "Even though I touch you, it feels like a dream." We settled by the fire, and he prompted me to share my thoughts. Midnight struck, the chime cutting through the silence like a knife. "You were away last night," I began. "Something happened." His demeanor grew serious. "Tell me, Jane." I recounted my strange experience. A figure in my room, not Sophie or Leah, but an unknown woman who had torn my wedding veil. Mr. Rochester's reaction was a mix of concern and disbelief. "It was a dream, Jane. Your nerves are strained." "No, sir. It was real. The torn veil proves it." He embraced me, his grip tightening. "Thank God nothing worse happened. But it was half dream, half reality. Grace Poole, perhaps." I nodded, though not entirely convinced. He insisted I sleep in Adele's room for the night, and I agreed. The storm had passed, and the night was serene, yet my mind remained restless. As I lay beside Adele, watching her peaceful slumber, I wondered what the future held. Tomorrow would bring a new identity, new challenges. But for now, I was awake, every nerve alive, waiting for the dawn of a new day. Chapter 26. The Eclipse. Sophie arrived at 7 to dress me, and it felt as though she was fastening each button with the deliberation of a clockmaker. My impatience burned through my skin, mirroring Mr. Rochester's as he sent word, urging me to hurry. She was securing my veil, a plain square of blonde, when I slipped from her hands and rushed to the door. "Attendez!" she cried in French. "Look at yourself in the mirror. You haven't taken a single peek." I turned. A robed and veiled figure stared back, a stranger in the guise of a bride. "Jane!" a voice called, and I descended the stairs with haste. Mr. Rochester stood at the foot, his eyes alight with impatience. "Lingerer!" he said. "My brain is on fire with impatience, and you tarry so long." He led me into the dining room, surveying me keenly. "Fair as a lily, and not only the pride of my life, but the desire of my eyes," he proclaimed, before instructing me to eat breakfast within 10 minutes. He rang the bell, and a footman appeared. "Is John getting the carriage ready?" "Yes, sir." "Is the luggage brought down?" "They are bringing it down, sir." "Go to the church. See if Mr. Wood and the clerk are there. Return and tell me." The church was only just beyond the gates. The footman soon returned, confirming the clergyman's presence. "Jane, are you ready?" Mr. Rochester asked. I rose, and we made our way through the hall. Mrs. Fairfax stood by, her expression unreadable. I wished to speak to her, but Mr. Rochester's grip was iron. He moved with such purpose that I could hardly keep up. His face was a mask of determination, his eyes a storm of contained fury. We stepped outside, and I could not tell if the day was fair or foul. My heart, my eyes, my very soul seemed entwined with Mr. Rochester. I wanted to see the invisible force he fought against, to understand the turmoil within him. At the churchyard gate, he stopped, noticing my breathlessness. "Am I cruel in my love?" he asked. "Delay an instant. Lean on me, Jane." I caught my breath and took in the scene: the old church, the rook circling the steeple, the ruddy morning sky. Two strangers loitered among the graves, their presence unsettling. They moved to the back of the church, and I sensed they intended to witness our ceremony. Mr. Rochester didn't see them. His eyes were fixed on me, searching for reassurance. We entered the humble temple, the priest and clerk waiting at the altar. The strangers stood by the Rochester vault, examining the tombs. My heart pounded as the service began. The clergyman's voice echoed in the quiet space, outlining the solemnity of matrimony. "I require and charge you both, if either of you know any impediment why ye may not lawfully be joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it," he intoned. The pause followed, customary yet dreadful, in its expectation of silence. But the silence shattered. "The marriage cannot go on. I declare the existence of an impediment," a voice rang out. The clergyman looked up, bewildered. Mr. Rochester stiffened, his grip on my hand tightening painfully. "Proceed," he commanded. But the voice continued. "I am in a condition to prove my allegation. An insuperable impediment to this marriage exists." Mr. Rochester's face became a mask of marble, his eyes flaring with an unholy light. He asked the nature of the impediment, and the man stepped forward, calm and deliberate. "Mr. Rochester has a wife now living." Those words struck me like a physical blow. My blood froze, my body trembled, but I remained upright, my eyes on Mr. Rochester. His expression was that of a man caught between fury and despair. Yet he stood unmoved, his arm around me. "Who are you?" he demanded. "My name is Briggs, a solicitor of Street, London. I remind you of your wife's existence, sir, which the law recognizes if you do not." Mr. Briggs read from a paper, detailing a marriage between Edward Fairfax Rochester and Bertha Antoinetta Mason. Mr. Rochester did not deny it. His fury ebbed into a cold resolve. "She was living 3 months ago," Briggs continued. "I have a witness." "Produce him, or go to hell," Mr. Rochester retorted. Richard Mason stepped forward, pale and trembling. Mr. Rochester's reaction was fierce, yet restrained. The confrontation was surreal, the church a stage for a dreadful revelation. Mr. Mason confirmed his sister's presence at Thornfield Hall, and the clergyman, shocked, acknowledged he had never heard of a Mrs. Rochester. Mr. Rochester, grim and resolute, revealed the truth of his wife's madness and their concealed existence. "Bigamy is an ugly word. I meant to be a bigamist, but fate has outmaneuvered me," he declared. "Come, see the woman I was cheated into marrying." We left the church, and Mr. Rochester led us to Thornfield Hall, dismissing the carriage and staff. He brought us to the 3rd story, to a room where Grace Poole tended a fire. In the shadows, a figure moved, a woman, wild and animalistic. "Good morrow, Mrs. Poole," Mr. Rochester said. "How is your charge?" "Rather snappish, but not rageous," Grace replied. The woman, Bertha Mason, lunged at Mr. Rochester. They struggled violently until he subdued her. He turned to us, a bitter smile on his lips. "That is my wife," he said, his voice a mixture of acrimony and despair. "And this is what I wish to have," he continued, laying a hand on my shoulder. "Now judge me, and remember with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged." The room emptied, and I retreated to my own quarters, locking the door. Mechanically, I removed my wedding dress and donned my plain gown. I sat, my thoughts a tempest. The morning had been deceptively quiet. The scene in the church, though brief and calm, had shattered my world. Jane Eyre, who had been on the cusp of transformation, was now adrift, her future as bleak as a winter landscape. My hopes, once vibrant, lay cold and lifeless. My love for Mr. Rochester, once a warm flame, was now a suffering child in a cold cradle. Trust was broken. The man I loved was not who I thought he was. I had to leave Thornfield, but where and how, I did not know. I closed my eyes, darkness swirling around me. One thought remained, a prayer, silent but fervent. "Be not far from me, for trouble is near, there is none to help." The torrent of realization washed over me, and I felt the weight of my lorn life, lost love, and shattered faith. I lay there, overwhelmed by the flood of sorrow and despair, waiting for a glimmer of hope to break through the darkness. Chapter 27. The Silent Storm. Afternoon found me with my head bowed, staring vacantly at the sun's farewell kiss gilding the wall. "What am I to do?" I whispered. The answer, swift and brutal, echoed back, "Leave Thornfield at once." I clasped my hands over my ears. "I can't bear it now," I protested. "Not being Edward Rochester's bride is the least of my sorrow. It's the waking from glorious dreams into an abyss that horrifies me. But leaving him, instantly, entirely, that's intolerable. I can't do it." Yet, a voice inside me insisted I could and would. I wrestled with my own resolve, longing for weakness to avoid the suffering that loomed ahead. Conscience, turned tyrant, gripped passion's throat, taunting that she had only dipped her dainty foot into the slough. It swore it would thrust her down to depths of unsounded agony. "Let me be torn away then," I cried. "Let another help me." "No," the voice replied, merciless. "You shall tear yourself away. You shall pluck out your right eye, cut off your right hand. Your heart shall be the victim, and you the priest to transfix it." I rose, terror-struck by the solitude haunted by such a ruthless judge, by the silence filled with such an awful voice. My head swam, my sight dimmed, and my limbs trembled from excitement and inanition. I had eaten nothing all day. With a strange pang, I realized no one had sent a message, not even little Adele. No Mrs. Fairfax had sought me. "Friends always forget those whom fortune forsakes," I murmured, unbolting the door. I stumbled, dizziness blurring my vision. An outstretched arm caught me. I looked up to see Mr. Rochester sitting across my threshold. "You come out at last," he said. "I've been waiting, listening, but heard nothing. 5 more minutes of that deathly hush, and I would have forced the lock. So you shun me? You grieve alone? I expected a passionate scene, a flood of tears. Instead, I see a white cheek and a faded eye, but no tears. Your heart must have been weeping blood." "Jane, no reproach, nothing bitter or poignant." You sit quietly, regarding me with a weary, passive look. "Jane, I never meant to wound you. If a man slaughtered his one little ewe lamb by mistake, he would not rue his bloody blunder more than I now rue mine. Will you ever forgive me?" I forgave him in my heart. His remorse, pity, and unchanged love were evident. Yet outwardly I said nothing. "You know I'm a scoundrel?" he asked wistfully. "Yes, sir." "Then tell me so. Don't spare me." "I cannot. I'm tired and sick. I need water." He sighed, taking me in his arms, carrying me downstairs. I found myself in the library, feeling the warmth of a fire. He offered me wine, food, and I revived. If I could leave life now without too sharp a pang, it would be well, I thought. But I must leave him. I don't want to, but I must. "How are you, Jane?" "Much better. I shall be well soon." "Taste the wine again." I obeyed. He placed the glass down, stood before me, and looked at me attentively. Suddenly he turned away with a passionate exclamation, walked fast through the room, came back, and stooped as if to kiss me. I turned my face away. "What? How is this?" he exclaimed. "You won't kiss the husband of Bertha Mason? You think my arms filled and my embraces appropriated? There is neither room nor claim for me, sir." "Why, Jane? Because I have a wife already?" "Yes. If you think so, you must regard me as a base and low rake. What do you say to that? You can say nothing. You're faint, struggling to draw breath. You can't accuse or revile me. You're thinking how to act. I know you. I'm on my guard." "Sir, I do not wish to act against you," I said. "Not in your sense, but in mine, you scheme to destroy me. You intend to become a stranger to me, to live here only as Adele's governess. If ever I speak a friendly word, you'll remind yourself I nearly made you my mistress. You'll become ice and rock." "All is changed, sir. I must change too. To avoid continuous combat with feelings and memories, there is only one way. Adele must have a new governess." "Adele will go to school. I won't torment you with Thornfield's hideous associations. This accursed place, this tent of Achan, this narrow stone hell. You won't stay here, nor will I. I was wrong to bring you here, knowing its curse. I charged them to conceal it from you. I feared Adele would never have a governess otherwise. My plans couldn't permit me to move the maniac. I could have lodged her at Ferndean Manor, but scruple about its unhealthiness stopped me. I'll shut up Thornfield Hall. I'll nail up the front door and board the windows. I'll give Mrs. Poole 200 a year to live here with my wife. Grace will do much for money. She'll have her son to help in the paroxysms." "Sir," I interrupted, "you are inexorable for that unfortunate lady. She cannot help being mad." "Jane, my little darling, you don't know what you're talking about. It's not because she's mad that I hate her. If you were mad, I would not hate you. Every atom of your flesh is dear to me. Your mind is my treasure, even if broken. If you raved, my arms would confine you, not a strait waistcoat. I would not shrink from you in disgust. In your quiet moments, you'd have no watcher but me. I would hang over you with untiring tenderness. But why do I follow this train of ideas? I'm talking of removing you from Thornfield. Tomorrow you shall go. I ask you to endure one more night under this roof. Then farewell to its miseries forever. I have a place, a secure sanctuary." "And take Adele with you, sir?" "What do you mean, Jane? I'll send Adele to school. What do I want with a child for a companion? You spoke of retirement. Solitude is dull for you." "Solitude, I see I must explain. You are to share my solitude." I shook my head. He stopped walking, rooted to the spot. He looked at me long and hard. Now for the hitch in Jane's character. The reel of silk has run smoothly, but I knew there'd be a knot. Here it is, now for vexation and exasperation. By God! I longed to break the entanglement like tow. He resumed walking, but stopped before me. "Jane, will you hear reason?" "Sit down. I'll talk to you as long as you like." He sat. I struggled with tears. He earnestly entreated me to be composed. "But I'm not angry, Jane. I love you too well." His softened voice announced he was subdued. He tried to rest his head on my shoulder, but I did not permit it. "Jane, you don't love me, then?" "I do love you more than ever, but I must not show it. This is the last time I must express it." "The last time? You think you can live with me and yet be always cold and distant?" "No, sir, I must leave. Adele and Thornfield, I must part with you for my whole life." "I told you. You must become a part of me. You shall be Mrs. Rochester. We'll live a happy, innocent life. Don't fear I wish to make you my mistress. Be reasonable, or I shall become frantic." His voice and hand quivered. His large nostrils dilated. His eye blazed. I dared to speak. "Sir, your wife is living. If I lived with you, I'd be your mistress. To say otherwise is false." "Jane, I'm not gentle-tempered. I'm not cool. Out of pity, put your finger on my pulse. Feel how it throbs. Beware." He bared his wrist. I was distressed, but I could not yield. "God help me!" I cried. "I'm a fool," he said. I keep telling her I'm not married. I forget she knows nothing of my union with her. Jane, put your hand in mine. I'll show you the real state of the case. Can you listen? Yes, sir, for hours, if you will. I ask only minutes. Jane, did you ever hear I had an older brother? Yes. My father was avaricious. He wanted to keep the property together. He made inquiries about Mr. Mason's daughter. I was sent to Jamaica. Miss Mason was beautiful. I married her. Soon I discovered her nature. I lived with her for 4 years. My brother and father died. I was rich but bound to a madwoman. I brought her to England. I hired Grace Poole. My wife tried to kill me. I sought a companion. I found you. Sir, I interrupted, you are inexorable for that lady. Jane, I'll not trouble you with details. I lived with that woman 4 years. I restrained myself. Jane, I'll tell you all. He told me everything. The storm outside mirrored the tempest within. He spoke of his despair, his determination to end his life, his renewed hope. He sought a good woman. He found me. He proposed we live in France. He revealed his plan. Sir, your wife is living. I can't be your mistress. Jane, put your finger on my pulse. His pulse throbbed. He was distressed. I prayed for help. He seized my arm and grasped my waist. Never, he said, was anything so frail and indomitable. A mere reed she feels in my hand. If I bent her, what good would it do? I want your spirit, not your frame. Come, Jane, come. He released me. I retired to the door. You're leaving me? Yes. You won't be my comforter. I'm going. He turned away. Oh, Jane, my hope, my love, my life, he sobbed. I walked back, knelt by him, kissed his cheek, smoothed his hair. God bless you, my dear master. He answered, Jane's love would have been my best reward. I left the room. Farewell, my heart cried. Farewell forever. I dreamt of childhood. The light struck me. The moon shone. My daughter, flee temptation. Mother, I will. I woke. It was night. I dressed. I left the house. I walked a mile to a road. No reflection was allowed. I thought of him. I could go back, but I couldn't turn. Birds sang. Birds were faithful. What was I? I wept. I fell. I crawled. I reached the road. A coach stopped. I asked for a ride. It took me. I shed tears. May you never feel what I felt. May you never shed such tears. This is the end of part 3 of Jane Eyre, reimagined in the style of best-selling author Margaret Atwood. Please take a moment to like and subscribe.
Please let us know what you think about this audiobook in the comments section. We will see you soon for part 4. Welcome to part 4 of Jane Eyre, Reimagined, as we continue the classic book and reimagine it in the style of best-selling author Margaret Atwood. If you enjoy this content, please take a minute to like, subscribe, or share this video. You can also hit the bell to be notified of new classic books reimagined as soon as they are published here on YouTube.
If there is a classic book you would like to hear reimagined in the style of a modern author, please leave it in the
Crossroads
comments.
of Exile. 2 days have slipped away. It is a summer evening when the coachman leaves me at Whitcross. My fare could take me no farther, and I possess not a shilling more. The coach, now a mile away, is but a memory. I stand alone, realizing too late that my parcel remains in the coach pocket. Destitution wraps itself around me like a shroud. Whitcross is neither town nor hamlet. It is a solitary stone pillar, whitewashed and stark, where 4 roads intersect. The names of towns etched into its surface are distant, 10 miles at the nearest, 20 at the farthest. The landscape is a North Midland shire, shadowed by moorland and bordered by mountains. The roads stretch out, lonely and desolate, through the moor, fringed by wild heather. The solitude is profound, and I, an aimless wanderer, fear the questions of any passer-by. I turn away from the roads and step into the heath, a hollow furrowing the brown moorside my guide. Knee-deep in its dark growth, I follow its winding path until a moss-blackened granite crag offers shelter. High banks of moor rise around me. The crag shields my head. The sky looms overhead. For a time, anxiety gnaws at me, wild cattle, sportsmen, poachers. Each gust of wind or call of a bird sets my heart racing. But the deepening silence of evening soothes my nerves, and I begin to think, what is to be done? Where am I to go? These questions torment me. The path to human habitation is long, my limbs weary and trembling. Cold charity and reluctant sympathy are my only hopes, with repulse almost certain. I touch the heath, dry and warm from the summer day. The sky is clear, a star twinkling above the chasm ridge. Nature feels kind, benign. Tonight, at least, she will be my mother and my host. I eat the last of my bread, gathered bilberries to complement my meagre meal. My hunger, though not satisfied, is appeased. I say my evening prayers and choose my bed among the heather. The heather rises high around me, leaving only a narrow space for the night air. I fold my shawl for a coverlet, using a mossy swell as a pillow. My heart, sad and broken, trembles for Mr. Rochester. It bemoans his fate with bitter pity, longing for him ceaselessly. Worn out by this inner turmoil, I rise to my knees. Night has come, serene and safe, the stars a testament to God's presence. The Milky Way reminds me of his might and strength. My prayer turns to thanksgiving. Mr. Rochester is in God's hands. I nestle into the hill and fall asleep, forgetting my sorrow. The next day, hunger greets me, pale and bare. The birds have left their nests, the bees busy among the bilberries. The sun fills earth and sky. I wish I could live here, like the lizard or bee, finding sustenance and shelter. But I am human, and human needs drive me on. I rise, hopeless of the future, wishing death had claimed me in my sleep. At Whitcross, I choose a road leading away from the sun. I walk until fatigue demands rest. A church bell chimes. I turn towards the sound. Among the hills, a hamlet appears, a spire rising above pasture fields, cornfields, and wood. A stream zigzags through the valley, glistening in the sunlight. Human life and labour are near. I must struggle on. In the village, a little shop displays cakes of bread. I crave a cake but possess nothing to offer. I enter, ashamed to ask. The shopwoman, expecting a customer, grants me permission to sit. I ask if there is work in the village. She names farm labourers and factory workers, but no place for me. I leave, wandering through the hamlet, exhausted and hungry. A lane leads to a neat, blooming garden. I approach, hesitant but desperate. A young woman answers my knock. I ask for work. She shakes her head. The white door closes gently but firmly. I roam near houses, hoping for food. Hunger gnaws at me like a vulture. Afternoon turns to twilight. I find a bridle path, my strength failing. The rain falls heavily. Despair grips me. Death seems near, yet I cling to life. In the misty landscape, I see a light. It burns steadily, neither receding nor advancing. My last hope, I drag myself towards it. The light leads me to a knoll where a small house stands amidst trees. I reach a gate and push it open. The light comes from a small latticed window. I peer inside, seeing a warm kitchen and its occupants. 2 young women dressed in mourning sit by the hearth. An elderly woman knits by the table. The scene is silent and peaceful. I knock hesitantly. Hannah, the servant, answers. I ask to speak to her mistresses. She refuses, offering only a piece of bread. Desperate, I plead for shelter. She shuts the door. I collapse on the doorstep, weeping. A voice speaks close by, startling me. It is Mr. St. John, the lady's brother. He bids me rise and enter the house. Inside, I stand trembling, aware of my ghastly appearance. The sisters, Diana and Mary, and their brother regard me with concern. Diana offers me milk and bread. I eat slowly, feeling their sympathy. Mr. St. John asks my name and situation. I give an alias, Jane Eyre, and tell them I am a stranger. He decides to help me, despite my vague answers. Hannah leads me upstairs. I remove my wet clothes and lie in a warm, dry bed. Exhausted, I thank God and fall asleep. Chapter 29. The Labyrinth of Convalescence. Memory blurs and smudges the 3 days and nights that followed my arrival. My mind recalls sensations more than thoughts, an undulating sea of weakness and inertia. The bed beneath me becomes an extension of my body, as though extricating myself would require an act of violence. Time's flow remains unnoticed, morning melting into noon and then fading into evening. I perceive visitors, Hannah's frequent disquieting presence, Diana and Mary's gentle whispers, but cannot respond. Movement and speech are beyond me. I am a statue, an artifact of fatigue. Hannah's visits are disturbances, her demeanour a cold wind against my fevered skin. Her presence speaks of disapproval, suspicion, and a prejudice as stubborn as an ancient weed. Diana and Mary, conversing by my bedside, bring a different air. "It's fortunate we took her in," murmurs Diana. "Yes, she would have been found dead at the door by morning. What trials she must have faced," replies Mary, her voice tinged with wonder. "Strange hardships, I imagine. She's not uneducated, though. Her accent is pure, her clothes, though wet and worn, are fine. She has a peculiar face, yet I find it compelling. When in good health, she could be quite striking. Their compassion warms me, a silent balm against my isolation. No hint of regret, suspicion, or aversion taints their voices, and I am comforted. Mr. St. John visits but once, diagnosing my lethargy as the aftermath of profound exhaustion. His voice, low and unadorned, conveys certainty. Nature will heal her best if left alone. There is no disease, only overstrained nerves. Recovery will be swift once it begins. His assessment, though clinical, holds no hint of disdain. Diana responds, "To be honest, St. John, my heart warms to the poor soul. I hope we can help her permanently." "That is unlikely," he replies. "She's probably a young lady who's had a misunderstanding with her family. We might restore her to them, unless she's obstinate. There's a strength in her face that suggests otherwise." He studies me with a detached curiosity. "She's sensible, but not handsome." "She is ill, St. John." "Ill or well, she would always be plain. There's no harmony in her features." By the 3rd day, strength returns. By the 4th, I can move, speak, rise in bed. Hunger stirs, and I eat with renewed appetite. Hannah brings gruel and toast, both nourishing and free from the feverish taint that had plagued my meals. As I regain strength, a desire for action replaces my lethargy. Clean clothes await me, my black silk frock restored, shoes and stockings pristine. I dress slowly, resting often. My clothes hang loose on my emaciated frame, but I cover deficiencies with a shawl. Presentable, once more, I navigate the stone staircase, finding my way to the kitchen. The kitchen is warm, filled with the scent of baking bread. Hannah, softened by my recovery, offers a reluctant smile. "You're up then. You may sit in my chair by the hearthstone if you wish." I accept, and she watches me, curiosity mingling with lingering suspicion. As she removes loaves from the oven, she asks bluntly, "Did you ever go begging before you came here?" Indignation flares, but I suppress it. "I am not a beggar. I am no more a beggar than yourself or your young ladies." She seems puzzled. "You've no house, nor money, I guess." "The lack of a house and money does not make one a beggar in your sense of the word." "Are you book-learned?" she asks. "Yes, very." "Been to a boarding school?" "I was at a boarding school for 8 years." Her eyes widen. "Why can't you keep yourself, then?" "I have kept myself and shall do so again. What are you doing with those gooseberries?" "Making pies?" "Give them to me. I'll pick them." Reluctantly, she consents, even bringing a towel to protect my dress. "You're not used to servants' work, I see by your hands. Have you been a dressmaker?" "No. Never mind what I've been. Tell me about this house." "Some call it Marsh End, others Moor House. Mr. St. John doesn't live here. He's staying temporarily. His parish is in Morton." "And what is he?" "A parson." "This was his father's house?" "Aye, and his grandfather's before him." "Mr. St. John Rivers, then?" "Aye, and his sisters, Diana and Mary Rivers." "They have no mother?" "Dead for many years. I've nursed all 3. Then you must be an honest and faithful servant." Her surprise is evident. "I was mistaken about you. So many cheats go about, you must forgive me." "Let it. You wished to turn me away on a night when you wouldn't shut out a dog." "Well, it was hard. I thought more of the children than of myself. They've nobody but me to care for them." I remain silent, reflecting on her words. "You mustn't think too harshly of me," she says. "I do, but I forgive you. Shake hands." We shake hands, a smile softening her rough features. From that moment, we are friends. Hannah, it seems, loves to talk. As we work together, she recounts tales of the Rivers family, plain Mr. Rivers, a gentleman of ancient lineage, and the scholarly mistress whose children inherited her love of learning. Mr. St. John will be a parson. The girls plan to be governesses. They cherish their home and each other, united and harmonious. Having finished my task, I ask where the family is. "Gone for a walk, but they'll be back soon." When they return, Mr. St. John merely nods, but the sisters express their pleasure at seeing me up. Diana's voice is like a dove's coo, her eyes warm. Mary, though kind, is more reserved. Diana's authority and will resonate with me. I find pleasure in yielding to her gentle command. "And what business have you here?" Diana asks. "You belong in the parlour, not the kitchen." "I am fine here," I insist. "Nonsense," she says, leading me to the inner room. "Sit on the sofa while we prepare tea." I find myself alone with Mr. St. John. The parlour is small but clean, with old-fashioned furniture and a few antique portraits. Mr. St. John, engrossed in a book, appears almost statuesque. His face, classical and serene, belies an inner restlessness. His gaze, when it finally meets mine, is unflinchingly direct. "You are very hungry," he states. "I am, sir." "It's good you abstained for the last 3 days. Eat now, but not excessively." "I trust I shall not eat long at your expense," I reply awkwardly. "No, when you tell us where your friends are, you can return to them." "That is impossible. I have no home or friends." The 3 siblings look at me with curiosity, not suspicion. St. John's eyes are difficult to read, more instruments of scrutiny than revelation. "Do you mean to say you are completely isolated?" he asks. "Yes, not a tie links me to any living being." "A singular position at your age." He examines my hands. "You've never been married?" I am near 19 and not married. My embarrassment is palpable, and the sisters turn their eyes away, but St. John's gaze remains fixed until tears come. "Where did you last reside?" "St. John, you're too inquisitive," Mary murmurs. "The name of the place and person I lived with is my secret," I reply. "You need help?" "Yes, and I seek it from some true philanthropist who will help me find work." "I will help you to the extent of my power. What can you do?" Refreshed by the tea, I address him steadily. "Mr. Rivers, you and your sisters have saved my life. I will tell you what I can without compromising my safety or that of others. I am an orphan, educated at Lowood Orphan Asylum. I became a governess, but had to leave my position suddenly. I am destitute, but innocent of wrongdoing. Don't make her talk more now, St. John, Diana interjects. Come, Miss Elliot, rest on the sofa. I start at the name, forgetting my alias. St. John notices. Your name is Jane Elliot? Yes, though it's not my real name. I fear discovery. Quite right, says Diana. Let her rest, brother. St. John, however, persists. You wish to be independent? I do. Show me how to work, and I will leave. You shall stay, says Diana. We'll keep and cherish you like a lost bird. I will help you find work, says St. John, though my aid is humble. I'll be a dressmaker, a servant, anything honest, I assert. Right. I will aid you in my time and way. He resumes his book and I withdraw, having spoken and sat up as long as I could. Chapter 30. The Hidden Underworld. The more I learned about the inhabitants of Moor House, the more I found myself drawn into their web. My health improved, and soon I could sit up all day and even venture out. I joined Diana and Mary in their pursuits, engaging in conversations that flowed as naturally as the streams coursing through the moors. For the first time, I experienced the pleasure of complete intellectual and emotional harmony. Their sequestered home, with its low roof, latticed windows, and weathered walls, became a sanctuary. The ancient firs lining the avenue stood like sentinels against the mountain winds. The garden, shaded by yew and holly, bloomed only with the hardiest flowers, mirroring the resilience of its inhabitants. The purple moors and the hollow vale, with their wild pastures and moss-faced lambs, held a spellbinding charm. I understood their fervent attachment to this landscape, feeling its consecrated loneliness wrap around me like a protective cloak. Inside, our unity was equally profound. Diana and Mary, more accomplished and learned, generously shared their knowledge. I devoured their books, relishing our evening discussions. Our minds clicked together like puzzle pieces, each thought and opinion seamlessly aligning. Diana emerged as our leader, her physical vitality and vivacious spirit both mesmerizing and mysterious. I often found myself sitting at her feet, resting my head on her knee, content to listen as she and Mary delved into topics I could only skim. Diana taught me German, and I found joy in being her student, our mutual affection growing stronger. They discovered my talent for drawing, and soon I was teaching Mary, who proved an eager and diligent pupil. Time flowed like a gentle stream, days slipping into weeks unnoticed. Mr. St. John, however, remained an enigma. His frequent absences on pastoral duties and his reserved, brooding nature created a barrier between us. Rain or shine, he would venture out with his father's old pointer, Carlo, on missions of mercy that seemed as much a penance as a vocation. His sisters would sometimes implore him to stay, but he would merely smile, a smile more solemn than joyful, and question the sloth of letting weather deter his sacred duties. In the evenings, he would sit at the window, his chin resting on his hand, lost in turbulent thoughts. His eyes would flash and darken with an intensity that spoke of inner conflict. Unlike his sisters, he found no joy in the rugged beauty of the moors. He spoke once of their charm, but his tone held more gloom than delight. The peace of nature, which so enthralled Diana and Mary, seemed lost on him. It wasn't until I heard him preach in his church at Morton that I glimpsed the depths of his mind. His sermon began calmly, but soon his zeal, though restrained, grew powerful and forceful. His words, though meticulously controlled, lacked gentleness, touching on Calvinistic doctrines with a bitterness that seemed to reflect personal torment. The sermon left me feeling not uplifted, but deeply saddened, sensing that St. John, despite his purity and devotion, had not found the peace he preached. A month passed. Diana and Mary were soon to leave for their positions as governesses in a distant city. The thought of parting weighed heavily on all of us. St. John had yet to mention the employment he had promised to find for me. One morning, left alone with him in the parlour, I approached his desk, intending to ask about it. He looked up as I drew near. "You have a question?" he asked. "Yes. Have you found any service I can undertake?" "I found something for you 3 weeks ago," he replied, "but you seemed useful and happy here, so I delayed. Now that my sisters are leaving, it's time." "And they leave in 3 days?" "Yes, and I will return to the parsonage at Morton. Hannah will accompany me, and this house will be shut up." He fell silent, lost in thought. I waited, then pressed on. "What is the employment you had in mind?" "It is not a lucrative position, nor one of high status," he said after a pause. "I am poor, and my remaining patrimony is this crumbling grange and a patch of moorland. The job I offer is simple but meaningful, teaching at a school for poor girls in Morton." He described the position, a modest salary, a small furnished cottage, and the task of educating cottagers' children. It was humble but independent, and I accepted it gratefully. He seemed surprised by my willingness, but pleased. "You understand it is a village school," he said. "Your students will be poor girls, and the curriculum basic." "I understand," I replied. "When will you start?" "I can go tomorrow and open the school next week." He smiled, a genuine, satisfied smile. "Very well." He then studied my face as if reading a book. "You will not stay at Morton long," he said. "I see a restlessness in your eyes." "I'm not ambitious," I countered. "Ambition isn't the only thing that drives people away," he replied. "You have strong emotions and sympathies. I doubt you can be content with a solitary, monotonous life for long. But for now, you have a place." He left the room, and I pondered his words. Despite his reserved exterior, he revealed more in that brief conversation than in the entire previous month. As the day of departure approached, Diana and Mary became more subdued. Diana spoke of her brother's unyielding resolve with a mix of admiration and sorrow. "He hides a fever in his vitals," she said. "He seems gentle, but can be inexorable. His decisions, though right and noble, break my heart." An unexpected event added to their distress. St. John received a letter bearing news of their Uncle John's death. The sisters were momentarily struck, not by grief, but by the weight of what might have been. Their uncle had left his fortune to another, leaving them with only a token sum. "We are now without father, soon without home and brother," Mary murmured. The next day I left for Morton. Diana and Mary departed for their new lives, and Mr. Rivers and Hannah moved to the parsonage, leaving the old house deserted. Chapter 31. The Cottage Chronicles. At last I found myself in a place I could call home, a humble cottage with whitewashed walls and a sanded floor. It contained the bare necessities: 4 painted chairs, a table, a clock, a cupboard with a few plates and dishes, and a set of tea things in delf. Above, a small chamber mirrored the simplicity of the kitchen below, its deal bedstead and chest of drawers almost mocking my scanty wardrobe. Yet, the kindness of my friends had increased it with a modest stock of essentials, a gesture of generosity that tugged at my heartstrings. Evening had settled, and I dismissed the little orphan who served as my handmaid with the fee of an orange. Alone on the hearth, the silence of the cottage pressed against me, a tangible weight that mirrored my inner solitude. The fire's flicker cast long shadows, dancing spectres that seemed to whisper of the past and the uncertain future. This morning the village school opened with 20 scholars. Only 3 could read, and none could write or cipher. They spoke in the broadest accent of the district, making our mutual understanding a struggle. Some were rough and intractable, but others showed promise and a desire to learn. I reminded myself that these coarsely clad peasants had hearts and minds as capable of excellence as any child of noble birth. My duty was to nurture these seeds of potential. Yet, as I sat in the bare schoolroom, the desolation crept in. Was I content? No, I felt degraded, doubting that this step had raised me in society. The ignorance and poverty around me were disheartening. The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with the scent of old wood and damp earth, a constant reminder of my fall from grace. But I knew these feelings were wrong and strove to overcome them. Perhaps in time, the progress and improvement of my students would bring satisfaction instead of disgust. As I questioned my path, I compared it to the alternative I had fled. Would it have been better to succumb to temptation, to live as Mr. Rochester's mistress in a luxurious villa in France, loved deliriously for a time? He loved me deeply. I would never be so adored again. Yet the thought of living in a fool's paradise, fevered with delusive bliss, then suffocating with shame and remorse, repelled me. Better to be a village schoolmistress, free and honest, in the healthy heart of England. I thanked Providence for guiding me to this choice. As my musings concluded, I stepped to the door, looking out at the harvest sunset over the quiet fields. The birds were singing their last strains. The air was mild, the dew balm. The sky blazed with hues of gold and crimson, a stark contrast to the grey monotony of my daily existence. I felt a surprising sense of happiness, but soon found myself weeping for the loss of my bond with Mr. Rochester, and the fear that my departure had driven him from the path of right. The tears fell unbidden, a silent acknowledgment of the pain I carried within, the wound that refused to heal. Turning from the sky, I leaned against the stone frame of my door. A slight noise made me look up. St. John Rivers stood at the garden gate with his old pointer, Carlo. His brow was knit, and his gaze grave. I invited him in, but he declined, handing me a parcel from his sisters, a welcome gift of a color box, pencils, and paper. He scrutinized my tear-streaked face. "Have you found your first day's work harder than expected?" "No, I think I shall manage well in time." "Perhaps your accommodations have disappointed you?" "No, my cottage is clean and weatherproof, my furniture sufficient. 5 weeks ago I was an outcast. Now I have a home, a business. I do not repine." "But you feel solitude and oppression?" "I have hardly had time to feel lonely." "Very well. Resist the temptation to look back. Pursue your present path for some months at least." "I will," I answered. St. John continued, "Controlling inclination is hard, but possible. When our energies demand sustenance they cannot get, we must seek new nourishment. I was miserable in the ministry, craving the active life of an artist or author. After a struggle, I found my calling as a missionary. Now, my path is clear and my faculties unfettered." His words resonated as we both looked at the setting sun. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, "Good evening, Mr. Rivers, and good evening, Carlo." Miss Oliver had arrived, her form pure and graceful. She was beauty incarnate, with features that could only be described as perfect. What did St. John think of this earthly angel? I watched his reaction closely. He turned with deliberation. "A lovely evening, but late for you to be out alone." "I just came from town," she replied. "Papa told me about the new schoolmistress. This is she," she pointed to me. "Yes," he answered. "Do you think you will like Morton?" she asked me with charming simplicity. "I hope so. Do you like your house?" "Very much. Have I furnished it nicely?" "Very nicely indeed." "And Alice Wood is a good attendant?" "She is." Miss Oliver's lively chatter seemed to unsettle St. John. His expression grew stern as she spoke of her gaiety and social engagements. She invited him to visit her father, but he declined with a tone of reluctance. As she bid him good evening, he barely touched her hand, his voice hollow. This glimpse into St. John's inner turmoil shifted my thoughts from my own woes. Diana had called her brother inexorable as death, and she was right. Miss Oliver's presence was like a beam of sunlight in the dusk, her laughter like a melody that lingered in the air. St. John's stern composure seemed to falter in her presence, a battle between duty and desire playing out in his eyes. She invited him to visit her father again, her voice tinged with genuine concern. but he remained resolute, declining with a firmness that masked the struggle within. As she turned to leave, her steps light and graceful, St. John's gaze followed her with an intensity that spoke volumes. His lips pressed into a thin line, as if holding back words he dared not speak. When she disappeared from view, the silence that settled was heavy, laden with unspoken emotions and suppressed longing. "Good evening," he repeated to the empty space where she had stood, his voice echoing with a hollowness that resonated in the quiet evening. He turned to leave, his shoulders squared with determination, but his steps were slower, as if burdened by the weight of his own resolve. As he walked away, the scene of their interaction played over in my mind. St. John, the paragon of duty and discipline, caught in the web of his own emotions, a prisoner to his principles. It was a poignant reminder that even the strongest wills are not impervious to the pangs of the heart. My thoughts shifted from my own struggles to his. Here was a man, steadfast in his purpose, yet haunted by the very desires he sought to suppress. Diana's words echoed in my mind, inexorable as death. She had not exaggerated. St. John Rivers was a man driven by a relentless pursuit of duty, willing to sacrifice personal happiness on the altar of his mission. As the evening deepened and the stars began to dot the sky, I returned to my cottage. The quietude of the night wrapped around me, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. I sat by the hearth, the flickering flames casting shadows that danced with the rhythm of my thoughts. St. John's visit had stirred something within me, a recognition of the struggles we both faced. His battle was with the rigidity of his duty, mine with the ghosts of my past and the uncertainty of my future. In this quiet, lonely place, we were both searching for a path, a way to reconcile our desires with our responsibilities. As I prepared for bed, I felt a renewed sense of determination. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges and sacrifices, but it was mine to walk. The solitude of the cottage, the simplicity of my new life, offered a space to heal and grow. And perhaps, in this quiet corner of the world, I would find not only peace, but a strength I had not known before. With this thought, I lay down, the events of the day fading into the quiet hum of the night. The future was a vast, unknown expanse, but for now, I was here, in this moment, finding my way, one step at a time. Chapter 32. In the Crucible of the Everyday. I threw myself into the work of the village school with a fervour that bordered on desperation. Teaching these children was laborious, a Sisyphean task in a world that seemed to have forgotten them. Their minds, untouched by formal education, were sluggish, their potential hidden beneath layers of indifference and neglect. At first, they appeared uniformly dull, like unpolished stones. Yet, as I persisted, the rough surfaces began to reveal facets of sharp wit, innate politeness, and a surprising eagerness to learn. The early days were challenging, their broad accents a barrier, their untamed behavior a constant trial. But slowly, I broke through. Some of these seemingly unremarkable children began to show remarkable progress. Their transformation was a balm to my spirit, each small victory a testament to human resilience and the power of education. My heart swelled with pride as their rough manners softened, their curiosity blossomed, and their hands grew steady with the needle and the pen. Among them were the daughters of farmers, young women already versed in reading, writing, and sewing. To these I introduced grammar, geography, history, and the finer arts of needlework. These evenings spent in their homes were some of my most cherished times. The farmers and their wives, grateful for my efforts, showered me with kindness. Their simple hospitality was a soothing contrast to the isolation of my cottage, a warmth that elevated them in their own eyes and made them strive to deserve the respect I showed them. In this modest rural community, I found a place of quiet affection and mutual respect. The villagers greeted me with smiles and salutations, their genuine regard a comforting embrace. Living amidst their goodwill was like basking in the gentle warmth of a perpetual spring. My days were filled with the steady rhythm of teaching and learning, a routine that anchored me and kept darker thoughts at bay. Yet, as night fell, my dreams betrayed the calm of my waking hours. They were vivid and tumultuous, filled with scenes of adventure and peril. In these nocturnal wanderings, I often encountered Mr. Rochester, our meetings charged with unspoken emotion and unresolved longing. The intensity of these dreams left me trembling, the vividness of his imagined presence a cruel reminder of my solitary reality. Each morning I would rise from my curtainless bed, shaken but resolute, ready to face the day with renewed determination. Rosamond Oliver was a frequent visitor at the school. She would arrive on her pony, accompanied by a liveried servant, her presence a splash of colour and elegance in our humble setting. Her beauty was almost otherworldly, a vision in her riding habit, her hair cascading in golden curls. The children would gaze at her in awe, and I could see the effect she had on St. John Rivers. Though he tried to mask his feelings, his stern features softened, his eyes betrayed a suppressed fervour. Rosamond knew her power over him. She would speak to him with a playful familiarity, her voice a melody that made his stoic facade falter. His hand would tremble, his eyes burn with a fire he struggled to contain, yet he remained resolute, his heart already promised to a higher calling. I watched this silent drama unfold with a mixture of empathy and frustration, knowing that he denied himself a happiness that was within reach. Miss Oliver's visits to my cottage were another delight. She was curious, rummaging through my belongings with childlike enthusiasm. One evening, she discovered my drawing materials and some sketches. Her delight was infectious as she marvelled at my talent and insisted I draw her portrait. As she sat, radiant in her beauty, I felt a thrill of artistic joy, eager to capture her essence on paper. Her father, Mr. Oliver, soon followed, a taciturn man of imposing presence. He was kind and approving of my efforts at the school, expressing admiration that felt genuine and encouraging. His approval of St. John as a suitor for his daughter was clear, viewing the young clergyman's noble lineage and sacred vocation as worthy compensation for his lack of fortune. One afternoon, while translating a few pages of German, I heard a knock at my door. It was St. John, come to see how I was spending my holiday. He brought me a book, a new poem, a gift of solace for the evening. As I glanced through the pages, he noticed the portrait of Rosamond on my table. His reaction was immediate, a silent struggle playing out on his face. "Is this portrait like?" I asked, determined to draw him out. "Like whom?" he replied, feigning ignorance. "Miss Oliver, of course," I said, placing the picture in his hands. He studied it, his features softening. "It is well done," he admitted, his voice low. "The resemblance is striking." I pressed on, offering to paint him a duplicate. His desire for it was clear, though he wrestled with the wisdom of accepting such a memento. I could see his inner turmoil, the conflict between his duty and his longing. "You should marry her," I said bluntly. "She likes you, and her father would approve." He shook his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I love her," he confessed, "but I cannot bind myself to her. My path lies elsewhere." "But why not?" I challenged. "You are throwing away your happiness." "My vocation is my life," he said firmly. "I cannot abandon it, not even for her." We stood in silence, the weight of his decision hanging between us. I knew he was right, yet it pained me to see him deny himself so much. He left soon after, taking the portrait with him, a silent testament to his unspoken love. As the days passed, I continued my work at the school, the routine a comfort. Rosamond's visits became less frequent as winter set in. Her presence missed, but not forgotten. St. John remained distant, his focus on his missionary preparations, a stark contrast to the warmth of the village life around him. One evening, as I sat by the fire, a thought struck me. Despite the challenges, despite the heartache and the sacrifices, there was a strange beauty in our lives. We were all striving for something greater, something beyond ourselves, whether it was the education of a village child, the pursuit of artistic excellence, or the spread of a noble faith. We were all part of a larger tapestry, our individual threads woven into a complex and intricate design. In this realization, I found a new sense of peace. The struggles and sacrifices were not in vain. They were part of our journey, the path to a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. And in this knowledge, I found a quiet strength, a resolve to continue, to persevere, and to embrace the beauty and the pain of this extraordinary life. Chapter 33. Whispers in the Snow. When Mr. St. John left, the world outside my window had already turned into a swirling tempest of white. The snowstorm raged through the night, its howling fury muffled only by the thick walls of my cottage. By dawn, the valley lay buried beneath drifts that rendered it nearly impassable. I shuttered my windows, laid a mat against the door to keep the snow from creeping in, and trimmed the fire. The howling storm outside was a stark contrast to the calm within. I lit a candle and took down Marmion, losing myself in the cadence of its verses. Dayset on Norham's castled steep, and Tweed's fair river broad and deep, and Cheviot's mountains lone, the massive towers, the donjon keep, the flanking walls that round them sweep, in yellow lustre shone. Just as the tempest outside began to fade from my mind, a sudden noise jolted me. The wind, I thought. But no, it was St. John Rivers, standing in the doorway, his cloak white as a glacier. His sudden appearance was a shock. I had not expected any visitor in such weather. "Any ill news?" I asked, my voice tinged with anxiety. "Has anything happened?" "No, nothing of the sort," he replied, removing his cloak and hanging it up. He pushed the mat back into place and stamped the snow from his boots. I needed a break from the solitude of my books and empty rooms, and I must admit I'm eager to hear the rest of a certain story. He seated himself by the fire. His presence, usually so composed, now seemed tinged with an air of urgency. His face, illuminated by the firelight, revealed hollows of care and sorrow. "I wish Diana or Mary would come and stay with you," I said impulsively. "You shouldn't be alone so much, and you're so reckless with your health." "There's nothing wrong with me," he replied with a detached indifference, his eyes fixed on the fire. Seeing his abstraction, I tried to steer the conversation to lighter topics, but he remained unresponsive. Eventually, he stirred, taking out a pocketbook and reading a letter in silence. His continued silence was oppressive. "Have you heard from Diana and Mary lately?" I ventured. "Not since the letter I showed you a week ago. Any changes in your plans? Will you be leaving England sooner than expected?" "I fear not. Such luck is too good to hope for." Baffled by his reticence, I turned to the school and my scholars, trying to engage him. "Mary Garrett's mother is better, and Mary came back to school this morning. I'll have 4 new girls next week from Foundry Close, if the snow lets up." "Indeed." "Mr. Oliver is paying for 2. "He is." "He plans a treat for the whole school at Christmas." "Yes, I know." "It was Miss Oliver's idea, wasn't it?" "Most likely." Silence fell again, more oppressive than before. The clock struck 8, and he turned to me with an unexpected request. "Put your book aside and come closer to the fire." Wondering at his sudden shift, I complied. "Half an hour ago, I mentioned my impatience to hear a tale's sequel," he began. "On reflection, I think it's better if I tell you the story myself." He leaned forward, his voice low but clear, the firelight casting shadows on his face. 20 years ago, a poor curate fell in love with a rich man's daughter. They married against her family's wishes and were disowned. Within 2 years, both died, leaving behind a daughter. This child, taken in by her rich relations, was raised by Mrs. Reed of Gateshead. This girl, like you, was sent to Lowood School. From there she became a governess for Mr. Rochester. My heart pounded. "Mr. Rivers," I interrupted. "Bear with me," he said, his tone calming but firm. At the altar, she discovered Mr. Rochester had a living wife. She fled Thornfield Hall, disappearing without a trace. Advertisements seeking her went unanswered until a letter reached me from Mr. Briggs, a solicitor. It appears this governess is of urgent importance. Odd tale, isn't it? Tell me about Mr. Rochester, I demanded. What of him? Where is he? I know nothing of his current state. The letter mentioned only his fraudulent attempt at marriage. But you should be asking about the governess and why she's needed. Did no one go to Thornfield? What about Mr. Rochester? The letters were addressed to him, but the replies came from a lady, Alice Fairfax. My heart sank. I imagined Mr. Rochester lost, perhaps abroad, in despair. He must have been a bad man, St. John remarked. You don't know him, I retorted. Don't judge him. Very well, he said quietly. Let's finish the tale. The name of the governess is Jane Eyre. Recognise it? I nodded, feeling a cold dread. Mr. Briggs sought you because your uncle, Mr. Eyre of Madeira, left you his fortune. You are now rich. Rich? I echoed, disbelieving. Yes, an heiress. Silence fell as I absorbed the news. My uncle, whom I'd hoped to meet, was dead, and with him any chance of knowing my only living relative. Yet I was now independent, no longer a beggar or a vagrant. The realization was overwhelming. You must prove your identity, St. John continued. Your fortune is secure, awaiting your claim. The implications of wealth, the sudden shift from poverty, was immense. Yet the news brought a sombre weight, tempered by the loss of an uncle I never knew. You unbend your forehead at last, St. John observed. How much are you worth? How much? I asked numbly. £20,000. I gasped. I had imagined a modest sum, but £20,000 was beyond my wildest dreams. St. John laughed, a rare sound from him. It is a large sum, I managed. There must be a mistake. No mistake, he assured. The will is clear. As he prepared to leave, I felt a sudden resolve. Stop a moment! He paused, curiosity in his eyes. Why did Mr. Briggs write to you? I'm a clergyman. We often get such odd requests. No, there's more to it, I insisted. Tell me the truth. He hesitated, then sighed. Very well. My mother's name was Eyre. You and I are cousins. The revelation struck me like a bolt of lightning. My isolation shattered, replaced by the warmth of newfound family. The two women I admired and the man who had saved me were my kin. Joy surged through me. Oh, I am glad, I exclaimed. St. John smiled. You were serious about the fortune, but now you are excited about this. It's not just money, I said. I have family now, real family. I walked the room, emotions overwhelming me. I wanted to share my newfound wealth with my cousins, to free them from their burdens. Write to Diana and Mary, I urged. Tell them to come home. We will divide the fortune. You must take time to consider, St. John cautioned. My mind is made up. I want to share it with you. You're impulsive but sincere, he acknowledged. Let's agree on this. We shook hands, and he left. The struggles to settle the legacy were long and arduous, but my resolve never wavered. With the help of Mr. Oliver and a lawyer, the fortune was divided equally. We each gained a substantial sum, enough to secure our futures and strengthen our bond as family. In the end, the wealth brought not just financial stability, but the deeper riches of connection and belonging, the true treasures of life. Chapter 34. The Echoes of Winter. The settling of all matters was as inevitable as the falling of the first snow of winter, and by the time the season of festivity approached, the school at Morton was closed. The weight of good fortune had not only opened my hand but also my heart. Giving when one has received so much is merely an outlet for the overflow of joy. My rustic scholars had grown fond of me, and our parting was heartfelt. Their innocent affection confirmed my place in their lives, and I promised to visit them weekly, to continue their education. As the final bell rang and the girls filed out, Mr. Rivers appeared. His presence was as crisp as the winter air, his eyes as piercing as the cold wind. "Do you consider you have received your reward for your efforts?" he asked as I locked the door. "Does the sense of having done good bring you pleasure?" "Doubtless," I replied. "And yet you have only toiled a few months. Imagine a lifetime devoted to the task of uplifting your race." "Yes," I agreed, "but I could not go on forever. I need to enjoy my own faculties too. I am ready for a holiday." His brow furrowed, reflecting the clouds gathering outside. "What sudden eagerness is this? What are you planning?" "To be active, and first I need Hannah's help to prepare Moor House for Diana and Mary's return." He looked relieved. "Very well. Hannah shall go with you." "Thank you. Here is the schoolroom key, and I'll give you the cottage key tomorrow." He took it, eyeing me curiously. "You seem very light-hearted. What new aim or ambition do you have?" "My first aim is to clean Moor House from top to bottom. Next, I'll polish everything until it shines. Then I'll arrange every piece of furniture with precision, keep fires burning in every room, and prepare for the arrival of your sisters with a grand welcome." St. John smiled slightly, but remained unsatisfied. "It's all very well for now, but I hope you will soon look beyond domestic joys." "The best things in life," I interrupted. "No, Jane, this world is not for fulfillment. You must not become idle." "I intend to stay busy," I insisted. "Jane, I give you 2 months to enjoy your new situation, but then I hope your energies will seek a higher purpose." "St. John," I said, "I am content. Why do you stir me to restlessness?" "To ensure you use your talents for God's purpose," he replied. "I will watch you closely. Do not waste your fervour on transient joys." "Yes, just as if you were speaking Greek," I muttered. "I will be happy, and you cannot prevent it. Goodbye." Happy I was, and hard I worked. Hannah and I transformed the house, invoking order from chaos. I purchased new furniture, and with the carte blanche given by my cousins, made improvements without losing the home's comforting familiarity. When everything was in place, Moor House was a haven of bright modesty amidst the wintry desolation outside. The awaited Thursday arrived. Fires burned warmly, the kitchen was immaculate, and we were dressed and ready. St. John arrived first, finding me in the kitchen. "Are you satisfied with housemaid's work?" he asked. "Come see for yourself," I replied, leading him on a tour. He observed the changes without expressing pleasure, dampening my spirits. His silence indicated he valued old associations. "Not at all," he assured me. "You have respected every association, but perhaps you have thought too much about it." He took a book and withdrew to his usual window seat, leaving me feeling cold. St. John was a good man, but his heart was hard and cold. The comforts of life held no appeal for him. "St. John," I thought, "you are a man for great causes, but not for the fireside. A missionary's life suits you better." "They are coming!" Hannah cried. I ran out, lantern in hand. Mary and Diana emerged from the carriage, and we embraced amidst laughter and joy. Inside, they admired the changes and expressed their gratitude, their faces glowing with happiness. That evening, our joy contrasted with St. John's reserve. He was glad to see his sisters, but could not share in their exuberance. Around an hour after tea, a rap came at the door. A boy had come to fetch St. John to see his dying mother. Despite the late hour and the bitter weather, he left without complaint, returning near midnight, tired but content. Christmas week was a merry time. Diana and Mary's spirits were high, their chatter filling the house with life. St. John escaped our gaiety, busy with his parish duties. One morning, Diana asked about his plans. "Unchanged and unchangeable," he replied, informing us of his imminent departure for India. "And Rosamond Oliver?" Mary inquired. "She is to marry Mr. Granby," he said calmly. His sisters and I exchanged glances. The match was sudden, but St. John showed no emotion. The first time I found him alone, I considered asking if he was distressed, but his reserved demeanor discouraged me. His detachment grew, making me feel the distance between us greater than ever. One afternoon, as I sat struggling with my studies, St. John called me to his side. My voice failed, and I burst into tears. He waited patiently for me to compose myself. "Jane, what are you doing?" "Learning German." "I want you to learn Hindustani. You are not in earnest?" "I am. It will help me, and you are the best pupil for it." St. John was not easily refused. I consented, and he became a demanding but patient teacher. His influence over me grew, stifling my natural vivacity. One evening, Diana, in a playful mood, urged him to kiss me goodnight as he did her and Mary. He complied, but his kiss was cold and experimental, a seal to my growing sense of confinement. Daily, I felt more compelled to please him, though it meant suppressing my true self. His approval was a burden, and I wished for the freedom of neglect. Meanwhile, Mr. Rochester's memory haunted me. My inquiries to Mr. Briggs and Mrs. Fairfax yielded no news. Hope faded, leaving me in dark despair. Spring's beauty brought no joy, and St. John's insistence on my lessons in Hindustani grew more urgent. One day, after a bitter disappointment, I broke down in tears during our lesson. "We will wait until you are more composed," he said patiently. After regaining my composure, St. John suggested a walk. I complied, knowing rebellion was futile. We walked to Marsh Glen, where he finally spoke. "Jane, I go in 6 weeks." "God will protect you," I replied. "Yes, I am his servant, and I long for others to join me in his work." "All do not have your powers," I said. "I address only those worthy of the work," he insisted. A strange feeling overcame me as he spoke. "And what does your heart say?" he asked. "My heart is mute," I replied, trembling. "Then I must speak for it. Jane, come with me to India as my wife." The ground seemed to shift beneath me. "Oh, St. John, have mercy!" he continued, relentless. "You are formed for labour, not love. You must be my wife for the sake of our mission." "I'm not fit for it," I protested. He had anticipated this. "Humility, Jane. Trust in God's strength. Lean on the rock of ages." "I don't understand a missionary's life." "I will guide you. Trust in me." I felt trapped, my mind a dungeon. "I can't marry you," I said finally. "Not as your wife." He looked at me, unyielding. "It must be marriage, or nothing." "I see we do not love each other as we should," I insisted. "Let us remain as we are." "We cannot. I need a wife, not a sister." "I will give you my energies, but not myself," I said firmly. He was silent, his gaze stern. "Think, Jane. It is God's will." "Oh, I will give my heart to God," I said. "You do not want it." His response was immediate and stern. "Jane, do not jest with sacred matters. This is a solemn decision, one that must not be taken lightly. You say you will give your heart to God, but I need your entire being for this mission. Half an offering will not suffice." His words hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. The fire crackled in the hearth, a small reminder of warmth and life, but it felt distant. I looked at him, his features carved in stone, his eyes a steel blue gaze that seemed to pierce through my very soul. I knew that to join him would mean abandoning my true self, suppressing my passions and desires, turning my life into a hollow shell dedicated solely to his purpose. "St. John," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me, "I cannot marry you. I will go to India as your fellow missionary, but not as your wife. The sacrifice you ask of me is too great." He shook his head, a look of deep disappointment crossing his face. "Jane, you are mistaken. It must be as my wife or not at all. Practical obstacles demand this union. Consider it carefully." I did consider it, but my heart and mind rebelled against the idea. "St. John, we do not love each other as a husband and wife should. This marriage would be a facade, an empty union without the foundation of genuine affection." "You are not being practical, Jane. Love is not the most important factor here." The mission, the work, that is what matters. I understand the importance of the mission, I said, feeling a surge of frustration. But I also understand the importance of staying true to oneself. I cannot betray my own heart and spirit for a cause, no matter how noble. He looked at me, his expression inscrutable. You will have time to reconsider. I leave for Cambridge tomorrow and will be gone for a fortnight. Use that time to reflect on what I have said. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving me standing by the hearth, the warmth of the fire a stark contrast to the coldness of our exchange. The house seemed to echo with silence as I pondered his words. The idea of marriage to St. John felt like a death sentence, a life of suppression and duty without love or joy. That night, after he had kissed his sisters good night, he merely nodded to me and left the room. I felt a sting of rejection, but also a sense of relief. I had stood my ground, and though it pained me to disappoint him, I knew I had made the right choice. Diana noticed my distress and said, "Jane, you and St. John have had a disagreement, haven't you? Go after him, make it right." I hesitated, but then followed her advice, finding him at the foot of the stairs. "Good night, St. John," I said softly. "Good night, Jane," he replied, his tone cool. "Shake hands?" I offered, holding out my hand. He took it, his grip cold and loose. "I do not hold grudges, Jane. There is nothing to forgive." I nodded, feeling a mix of sadness and resolve. "Thank you, St. John." He turned and walked away, and I watched him go, knowing that our paths were diverging. I had chosen my own way, one that did not involve a loveless marriage or a life of suppressed desires. I would find my own mission, one that allowed me to be true to myself. The days that followed were filled with a sense of liberation. I continued my work at Moor House, preparing for Diana and Mary's return, and embracing the simple joys of domestic life. St. John's absence was a relief, giving me space to breathe and reflect. When Diana and Mary arrived, the house was filled with laughter and warmth. We spent the evenings by the fire, sharing stories and plans for the future. St. John's stern presence was missed, but not his oppressive influence. As I settled into this new life, I felt a growing sense of peace. The shadows of the past began to fade, replaced by the light of new possibilities. I knew that the journey ahead would not be easy, but it would be my own, guided by my heart and spirit. And so, I embraced the winter of change, finding strength in the cold and clarity in the storm. The echoes of the past whispered their lessons, and I listened, ready to forge my own path in the world. Chapter 35. The Marble Man and the Merciless Moon. He did not leave for Cambridge the next day, as he had promised. He postponed his departure for a whole week, and in that time he orchestrated a silent symphony of punishment that only a devout, yet relentless man could devise. Each day, without a single word of reproach, without a single overt act of hostility, he made me acutely aware that I had been exiled from the realm of his favour. St. John did not harbour vindictiveness. His nature was above such pettiness. He had forgiven me for spurning him and his love, yet he had not forgotten. His eyes, always fixed on some distant horizon, bore an inscription of my rejection. Every interaction with him was tainted by that memory. Each word he spoke to me carried an echo of my scorn. We continued our morning routines, seated side by side at his desk, but the atmosphere had thickened into a glacial silence. His demeanour was unchanged outwardly, yet every gesture, every word, was infused with a deliberate indifference that cut deeper than any insult. He had become an automaton, flesh turned to marble, eyes cold and gem-like, his voice a mechanical instrument devoid of warmth. This was torture of the most refined kind, a slow, smouldering fire of indignation and grief. I felt as though he could kill me without shedding a drop of my blood, without staining his crystal conscience. My attempts to reconcile, to melt his icy demeanour, were met with a stony indifference. Tears fell unchecked, yet they had no more effect on him than rain on a statue. To his sisters, he was kinder than usual, adding the cruelty of contrast to his silent repudiation of me. The night before his departure, I saw him in the garden, bathed in the blood-red light of sunset. A man who had once saved my life now seemed a distant stranger. Driven by a desperate hope, I approached him. "St. John, I am unhappy because you are still angry with me. Let us be friends." "I hope we are friends," he replied, still watching the rising moon with detached interest. "No, St. John, we are not friends as we were. You know that." "Are we not? That is wrong. For my part, I wish you no ill and all good." "I believe you, St. John, but as your kinswoman, I desire more than this cold charity." "Of course," he said, "your wish is reasonable, and I am far from regarding you as a stranger." His words, spoken in that infuriatingly calm tone, were more wounding than any overt rejection, yet I valued his friendship too much to give up so easily. "Must we part this way, St. John? When you go to India, will you leave me without a kinder word?" He turned to face me fully, the moonlight casting sharp shadows on his face. "When I go to India, Jane, will I leave you?" "What? Do you not go to India?" "You said I could not unless I married you." "And you will not marry me? You adhere to that resolution?" The chill of his words was like an avalanche poised to crash. "No, St. John, I will not marry you. I adhere to my resolution." His face paled, the only sign of the turmoil within. "Your words are violent, unfeminine, and untrue. They reveal a state of mind that requires severe reproof." I had etched a deeper scar in his memory, one that would never heal. "Now you will indeed hate me," I said. "It is useless to try to conciliate you." A flicker of pain crossed his otherwise impassive face. His lips quivered briefly. "You utterly misinterpret my words," I said, taking his hand. "I do not wish to grieve or pain you." He withdrew his hand sharply. "And now you recall your promise, and will not go to India at all, I presume?" "I will go as your assistant," I answered. He paused, the struggle between his rigid principles and natural inclinations evident. "A single woman of your age proposing to accompany a single man of mine is absurd. I regret you mentioned it." "Keep to common sense, St. John. You cannot misunderstand my meaning. I will be your curate, but never your wife." His calm facade cracked slightly. "A female curate who is not my wife would never suit me." "I will find out what has become of Mr. Rochester," I said, finally revealing my heart's desire. "It remains for me to remember you in my prayers," he said. "I had thought I recognized in you one of the chosen. But God sees not as man sees. His will be done." He opened the gate and walked away, leaving me standing in the pale light of the rising moon. Inside, Diana, ever perceptive, noticed my agitation. "Jane, you are always pale now. What is going on with St. John and you?" "St. John cherishes peculiar views regarding me," I said. "He has asked me to marry him." "And you will marry him, Jane, won't you?" Diana exclaimed. "Then he will stay in England." "Far from that, Diana. His sole idea in proposing to me is to find a fitting fellow labourer in his Indian toils." "It was madness to suggest going with him unmarried," Diana said. "You are too weak for such a task." "I must indeed give up the idea," I said. "He was shocked at my proposal to serve him as a sister." "What makes you say he does not love you?" "He has made it clear he wants a fellow labourer, not a wife. I am formed for labour, not for love." "Insupportable, unnatural, out of the question," Diana exclaimed. "He forgets the feelings and claims of little people in pursuing his large views. It is better for the insignificant to keep out of his way." St. John entered the room, composed as ever. He selected the 21st chapter of Revelation for the evening reading. His voice, usually sweet and full, took on a more solemn tone as he described the vision of the new heaven and the new earth. The words of promise and condemnation, spoken with slight alterations in tone, were directed at me. After the prayer, we took leave of him. Diana and Mary kissed him and left the room. I tendered my hand. "Thank you, Jane. I shall return from Cambridge in a fortnight. Reflect on my proposal. Remember, we are bid to work while it is day." He laid his hand on my head. His look was not that of a lover, but a guardian angel watching over a wayward soul. I felt veneration for St. John, tempted to yield to his will, but I resisted. I prayed for guidance, and in the stillness of the house a voice called out to me, "Jane, Jane, Jane!" It was the voice of Edward Fairfax Rochester, crying out in pain and woe. "I am coming!" I cried, rushing to the door, only to find darkness. The wind sighed low in the firs, and the hills sent back my question, "Where are you?" This is not deception, but the work of nature, I told myself, breaking away from St. John's grasp. I must be alone. I mounted to my chamber, prayed fervently, and took a resolve. The dim room was full of visions, and I knew I had to find Mr. Rochester. Chapter 36. Dawn of Desperation. The daylight came, a hesitant intrusion of grey light through the rain-smeared windows. I rose at dawn, each movement deliberate as if defying the murky morning. I spent an hour or two arranging my things, ensuring every item in my chamber, drawers, and wardrobe was in the order I'd want to leave them. It felt like preparing for a journey not just of distance, but of purpose. St. John's footsteps echoed in the hallway. I tensed, fearing he might knock. Instead, a slip of paper slid under the door. I picked it up and read, "You left me too suddenly last night. Had you stayed but a little longer, you would have laid your hand on the Christian's cross and the angel's crown. I shall expect your clear decision when I return this day fortnight. Meantime, watch and pray that you enter not into temptation. The spirit, I trust, is willing, but the flesh, I see, is weak. I shall pray for you hourly. Yours, St. John." "My spirit," I retorted silently, "is willing to do what is right, and my flesh, I hope, is strong enough to accomplish the will of heaven, once that will is distinctly known to me. At any rate, it shall be strong enough to search, inquire, and grope an outlet from this cloud of doubt, and find the open day of certainty." June had arrived, yet the morning was overcast and chilly. Rain drummed against the window, a relentless reminder of my internal storm. I heard the front door open and saw St. John stride through the garden, heading towards the mist-shrouded moors. He would meet the coach at Whitcross. "In a few more hours I shall follow you on that path, cousin," I thought. I too have a coach to meet at Whitcross. I too have someone to see and questions to ask before I leave forever. There were still 2 hours before breakfast. I paced my room, haunted by the memory of last night's visitation. The voice I'd heard seemed not external, but an echo within me, a tremor of the soul, like the quake that freed Paul and Silas from their prison. It was an inspiration, a clarion call that shook me awake, making my spirit tremble and exult in its newfound freedom. Ere many days, I vowed, I will know something of him whose voice seemed last night to summon me. Letters have proved useless. Personal inquiry shall replace them. At breakfast, I informed Diana and Mary of my impending journey. Their eyes widened with concern. "Alone, Jane?" they asked. "Yes, it is to see or hear news of a friend about whom I have been uneasy." They might have wondered aloud, as I had so often declared that I had no friends but them. Yet with their innate delicacy they refrained from commenting, except that Diana, ever perceptive, asked if I was well enough to travel, noting my pallor. "Nothing ails me, save anxiety of mind," I assured her. "I hope soon to alleviate it." No further inquiries troubled me. They respected my need for discretion, granting me the freedom I would have accorded them under similar circumstances. I left Moor House at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By 4, I stood at the foot of the Whitcross signpost, waiting for the coach to Thornfield. The solitary roads and desert hills were silent, save for the distant rumble of the approaching vehicle. It was the same coach from which I had disembarked a year ago, feeling desolate and lost. I boarded it again, now with a mission that gave me wings. The journey spanned 36 hours. I set out on a Tuesday afternoon and arrived early Thursday morning at a wayside inn. The green hedges, large fields, and low pastoral hills were a balm to my eyes, a familiar face in a sea of strangers. "How far is Thornfield Hall from here?" I asked the ostler. "Just 2 miles, ma'am, across the fields." My journey is nearly over, I thought. I disembarked, left my box with the ostler, and paid my fare. The brightening day revealed the inn's sign, the Rochester Arms. My heart leapt, only to plummet with the reminder, "Your master may be across the sea, for all you know. Even if he is at Thornfield, you dare not seek his presence." A sensible suggestion urged me to inquire at the inn about Mr. Rochester, but I couldn't bring myself to act on it. Doubt prolonged hope, and I preferred the uncertainty. I walked through the fields towards Thornfield, my heart racing with each familiar tree and meadow. At last, the woods rose before me, the rookery's dark cluster echoing with loud cawing. I hurried forward, delight mingled with dread. I would see the house from the front, where its bold battlements struck the eye. Perhaps Mr. Rochester would be at the window, or walking in the orchard. I could not tell what I would do if I saw him, God bless him, but the thought drove me on. Rounding the orchard wall, I peered from behind a stone pillar, scanning the mansion's front. The crows, silent witnesses, must have thought me timid and then reckless as I moved closer, my eyes fixed on the stately house. But I saw a blackened ruin. No need to cower behind a gatepost, no need to listen for footsteps. The lawn was trodden and waste. The portal yawned void. The house was a shell, high and fragile-looking, perforated with paneless windows. No roof, no battlements, no chimneys. All had crashed in. The silence of death and desolation hung about the place. I wandered through the shattered walls and devastated interior, gathering evidence of the calamity. Winter snows and rains had invaded, and spring had nurtured grass and weeds among the ruins. Where was the hapless owner of this wreck? I involuntarily glanced at the grey church tower and wondered if he shared its narrow marble shelter. I returned to the inn, needing answers. The host, a respectable-looking, middle-aged man, brought my breakfast. I requested him to sit down, my heart pounding with the dread of his revelations. "You know Thornfield Hall?" I managed to say. "Yes, ma'am, I lived there once." "Did you?" "Not in my time," I thought. "I was the late Mr. Rochester's butler," he added. The late. I felt the blow I had tried to evade. "The late!" I gasped. "Is he dead?" "I mean the present gentleman, Mr. Edward's father," he explained. I breathed again, assured that my Mr. Rochester was alive. Gladdening words. I could bear any disclosure now, as long as he lived. "Is Mr. Rochester living at Thornfield Hall now?" I asked, knowing the answer but delaying the direct question. "No, ma'am, Thornfield Hall is quite a ruin. It was burnt down just about harvest time." "At dead of night," I muttered. Was it known how it originated? "They guessed, ma'am. Indeed, it was ascertained. There was a lady, a lunatic, kept in the house. I have heard something of it. She was kept in close confinement. People hardly knew she existed. But last autumn she set fire to the house. She had a woman to take care of her who kept a private bottle of gin. When the woman was fast asleep, the mad lady would roam the house, doing any mischief. She set fire to the hangings of the room next to hers, then made her way to the chamber that had been the governess's, and kindled the bed. Fortunately, no one was sleeping there. The governess had run away 2 months before. Mr. Rochester was frantic, searching for her. He sent everyone away, shut himself up like a hermit, and would only leave the house at night. What? Did he not leave England? No, he stayed walking like a ghost about the grounds. Then Mr. Rochester was at home when the fire broke out? Yes, he got the servants out and went back to rescue his wife. She was on the roof, shouting and waving her arms. We saw him call Bertha. She gave a spring and fell. She was dead on the pavement. Dead? I echoed. Yes, and afterwards the house was burnt to the ground. Were any other lives lost? No, but Mr. Rochester was badly hurt. He's now blind and a cripple, living at Ferndean, a desolate manor house on his farm, with old John and his wife. Have you any conveyance? I asked. We have a chaise, ma'am. Get it ready instantly. If your postboy can drive me to Ferndean before dark, I'll pay both you and him twice the usual fare. Chapter 37. Echoes in the Twilight. Ferndean Manor, a relic of time, nestled deep within a forest that seemed determined to swallow it whole. The building was unremarkable in size and lacked architectural grandeur, an irony for the residence of a man like Mr. Rochester. His father had acquired the estate for its game covers, a hunting retreat in the most literal sense, abandoned and untouched, save for a few rooms maintained for seasonal visits. The estate lay dormant, like a giant asleep, waiting for something or someone to stir it to life. I approached this secluded domain on an evening draped in the melancholy of a grey sky, a biting wind, and a relentless drizzle that soaked to the bone. The final mile was a solitary journey, as I dismissed my carriage and its driver, choosing to face the looming shadows alone. The forest around Ferndean was dense and foreboding, its trees standing like silent sentinels. The iron gates, flanked by austere granite pillars, led me into a twilight realm, a world where time seemed to have paused in a perpetual state of decay. The path, overgrown and winding, seemed to stretch endlessly, the trees closing in as if to guard the secrets of the manor. Each step felt heavier than the last, the foliage so thick it threatened to consume the light, leaving me in a perpetual dusk. I questioned my direction, feeling the weight of both natural and emotional darkness pressing down on me. There was no alternative path, no break in the dense tapestry of trunks and leaves. I pressed on, compelled by a mixture of dread and determination. Finally, the trees began to thin, revealing a railing and then the house itself. Its walls were a patchwork of green decay, blending seamlessly with the surrounding woods. It was a place untouched by the light of civilization, as if the forest had laid claim to it long ago. The portal, secured by a simple latch, opened into an enclosed space devoid of flowers or garden beds, only a broad gravel walk circling a patch of grass, framed by the oppressive weight of the forest. The house, with its narrow latticed windows and pointed gables, appeared more a part of the forest than a human dwelling. Silence reigned, broken only by the pattering rain on the leaves, a sound that seemed to underscore the isolation of the place. "Can there be life here?" I whispered, the words lost in the damp air. A movement caught my eye. The narrow front door creaked open, and a figure emerged. He stood in the twilight, a man without a hat, reaching out to test the rain. It was Edward Fairfax Rochester. I stopped, breathless, watching him as if he were an apparition. Pain tempered the rapture of seeing him, a mixture of longing and restraint holding me back. His form, strong and upright, was unchanged. His hair, still raven black, framed features that had not succumbed to sorrow. Yet his countenance bore a desperation, a brooding intensity that spoke of internal battles. He reminded me of a caged eagle, fierce but fettered, his spirit wounded but not broken. Do you think I feared him in his blind ferocity? If so, you know little of me. A soft hope intertwined with my sorrow, the thought of one day pressing a kiss to that brow of rock, those lips sealed with stern resolve. But not yet. I would not approach him yet. He descended the step, his stride now cautious, hesitant. He paused, turning his blank gaze toward the sky and the encircling trees, a futile attempt to discern the world around him. His right hand reached out, searching for something solid, but found only emptiness. He relinquished the effort, folding his arms and standing still, rain dripping from his uncovered head. At that moment, John, his loyal servant, approached. "Will you take my arm, sir?" John asked, concern in his voice. "There is a heavy shower coming on. Had you not better go in?" "Let me alone," Rochester replied, the words heavy with frustration. John retreated, unaware of my presence. Rochester tried to navigate the space, but uncertainty thwarted him. He retreated to the house, the door closing behind him. I approached and knocked. John's wife, Mary, answered, her surprise evident. "Mary," I greeted her, "how are you?" She looked as if she had seen a ghost. "Is it really you, miss, come at this late hour to this lonely place?" I took her hand, calming her. "Yes, it is I." I explained briefly that I'd come to see Mr. Rochester, requesting John to fetch my trunk from the Turnpike House. I inquired about staying the night, and despite the difficulty, she assured me it was possible. Just then, the parlour bell rang. "When you go in," I instructed, "tell your master that a person wishes to speak to him, but do not give my name." "I don't think he will see you," she cautioned. "He refuses everybody." When she returned, I asked what he had said. "He asks for your name and business." I took the tray from her, insisting I deliver it myself. My heart raced as I approached the parlour door, the water spilling slightly from the glass. Mary opened the door, and I entered, the room a gloomy shadow of its former self. The fire was low, the air heavy with neglect. Rochester leaned against the mantelpiece, his old dog, Pilot, lying nearby. Pilot sprang up, almost knocking the tray from my hands. "Lie down!" I commanded softly, setting the tray on the table. Rochester turned, sensing the commotion. "Give me the water, Mary," he said. I approached, Pilot still excited. "Down, Pilot!" I said again. Rochester paused, listening. "Mary is in the kitchen," I said, handing him the glass. He drank, then put the glass down. "This is you, Mary, is it not?" "No, it is I," I replied. He reached out, his hand searching. "Who is this? Who is this?" he demanded, his voice urgent. I caught his hand, holding it in both of mine. "It is I," I said. "I have come back to you." "Jane Eyre, is it truly you?" he asked, his disbelief palpable. "Yes, it is I. I am here, in the flesh." He pulled me into an embrace, his relief mingling with disbelief. "My living Jane," he murmured, "you are here." "I am," I affirmed, "and I will not leave you again." He marvelled at my return, his joy tempered by the fear that I was but a dream. As we stood together, I felt the weight of our separation lift, replaced by a shared determination to face whatever lay ahead. In the quiet of Ferndean, amid the encroaching shadows and the whisper of rain, we found a renewed strength, a promise of a future forged together. "You understand one thing by staying with me, and I understand another," he began, his voice thick with the weight of unspoken fears. "You, perhaps, could make up your mind to be about my hand and chair, to wait on me as a kind little nurse. You have an affectionate heart and a generous spirit which prompt you to make sacrifices for those you pity, and that ought to suffice for me, no doubt. I suppose I should now entertain none but fatherly feelings for you. Do you think so? Come, tell me." I felt the tension in his words, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability. "I will think what you like, sir. I am content to be only your nurse, if you think it better." "But you cannot always be my nurse, Janet. You are young. You must marry one day." "I don't care about being married," I replied, my voice firm, defiant. "You should care, Janet. If I were what I once was, I would try to make you care, but a sightless block." His frustration was palpable, the weight of his condition pressing down upon him like an unseen hand. As he lapsed into silence, a gloom settled over him like a shroud. I, however, found a strange cheerfulness rising within me, an understanding of his true concern easing my previous embarrassment. I adopted a lighter tone, hoping to lift the fog that clung to him. "It is time someone undertook to rehumanize you," I said, parting his thick, unkempt locks. "For I see you are being metamorphosed into a lion or something of that sort. You have a faux air of Nebuchadnezzar in the fields about you, that is certain. Your hair reminds me of eagle's feathers. Whether your nails are grown like bird's claws or not, I have not yet noticed." "On this arm I have neither hand nor nails," he said, drawing the mutilated limb from his breast and showing it to me. "It is a mere stump, a ghastly sight. Don't you think so, Jane?" "It is a pity to see it, and a pity to see your eyes, and the scar of fire on your forehead, and the worst of it is, one is in danger of loving you too well for all this, and making too much of you." "I thought you would be revolted, Jane, when you saw my arm and my cicatrized visage." "Did you? Don't tell me so, lest I should say something disparaging to your judgment. Now, let me leave you an instant to make a better fire, and have the hearth swept up. Can you tell when there is a good fire?" "Yes, with the right eye I see a glow, a ruddy haze." "And you see the candles?" "Very dimly. Each is a luminous cloud." "Can you see me?" "No, my fairy, but I am only too thankful to hear and feel you." "When do you take supper?" "I never take supper." "But you shall have some tonight. I am hungry. So are you, I dare say, only you forget." Summoning Mary, I soon had the room in more cheerful order. I prepared him a comfortable repast, my spirits lifting with the task. With pleasure and ease I talked to him during supper, the conversation flowing freely. There was no harassing restraint, no need to repress my glee and vivacity. With him I was at perfect ease, knowing that I suited him. All I said or did seemed either to console or revive him. Delightful consciousness, it brought to life and light my whole nature. In his presence I thoroughly lived, and he lived in mine. Blind as he was, smiles played over his face, joy dawning on his forehead. His features softened and warmed, the lines of despair easing. After supper, he began to ask me many questions about where I had been, what I had been doing, and how I had found him out. But I gave him only partial replies. It was too late to enter into particulars that night. Besides, I wished to touch no deep, thrilling chord, to open no fresh well of emotion in his heart. My sole present aim was to cheer him. Cheered, as I have said, he was, but only by fits. If a moment's silence broke the conversation, he would turn restless, touch me, then say, "Jane." "You are altogether a human being, Jane? You are certain of that?" he asked, his voice tinged with a curious hope. "I conscientiously believe so, Mr. Rochester," I replied. "Yet how, on this dark and doleful evening, could you so suddenly rise on my lone hearth?" I stretched my hand to take a glass of water from a hireling, and it was given me by you. I asked a question, expecting John's wife to answer me, and your voice spoke at my ear. "Because I had come in Mary's stead, with the tray. And there is enchantment in the very hour I am now spending with you. Who can tell what a dark, dreary, hopeless life I have dragged on for months past, doing nothing, expecting nothing, merging night in day, feeling but the sensation of cold when I let the fire go out, of hunger when I forgot to eat, and then a ceaseless sorrow and, at times, a very delirium of desire to behold my Jane again. Yes, for her restoration I longed, far more than for that of my lost sight. How can it be that Jane is with me and says she loves me? Will she not depart as suddenly as she came? Tomorrow I fear I shall find her no more." I passed my finger over his eyebrows, feeling the roughness of the scorched hair. Where is the use of doing me good in any way, beneficent spirit, when at some fatal moment you will again desert me, passing like a shadow, whither and how to me unknown, and for me remaining afterwards undiscoverable? Have you a pocket-comb about you, sir? What for, Jane? Just to comb out this shaggy black mane. I find you rather alarming when I examine you close at hand. You talk of my being a fairy, but I am sure you are more like a brownie. Am I hideous, Jane? Very, sir. You always were, you know. Humph! The wickedness has not been taken out of you, wherever you have sojourned. Yet I have been with good people, far better than you, 100 times better people, possessed of ideas and views you never entertained in your life, quite more refined and exalted. Who the deuce have you been with? If you twist in that way, you will make me pull the hair out of your head, and then I think you will cease to entertain doubts of my substantiality. Who have you been with, Jane? You shall not get it out of me tonight, sir. You must wait till tomorrow. To leave my tale half-told will, you know, be a sort of security that I shall appear at your breakfast table to finish it. By the by, I must mind not to rise on your hearth with only a glass of water then. I must bring an egg at the least, to say nothing of fried ham. You mocking changeling, fairy-born and human-bred, you make me feel as I have not felt these 12 months. If Saul could have had you for his David, the evil spirit would have been exorcised without the aid of the harp. There, sir, you are read up and made decent. Now I'll leave you. I have been travelling these last 3 days, and I believe I am tired. Good night. Just one word, Jane. Were there only ladies in the house where you have been? I laughed and made my escape, still laughing as I ran upstairs. A good idea, I thought with glee. I see I have the means of fretting him out of his melancholy for some time to come. Very early the next morning, I heard him up and astir, wandering from one room to another. As soon as Mary came down, I heard the question, "Is Miss Eyre here?" Then, "Which room did you put her into? Was it dry? Is she up? Go and ask if she wants anything, and when she will come down." His concern, his need for reassurance, painted a picture of his loneliness. He was a man adrift, clinging to the hope that I, his anchor, would not vanish with the morning light. And I, in turn, felt a renewed sense of purpose, a determination to banish the shadows from Ferndean and from his heart. I descended, lured by the faint promise of breakfast. Entering the room with the delicacy of a shadow, I observed him before he noticed my presence. The sight was heart-wrenching, a man of such vigour, now a prisoner to frailty. He sat in his chair, immobile but not serene, his countenance a canvas of sadness and expectation. His face, once a beacon of strength, now resembled a snuffed-out lamp, awaiting another spark to reignite it. The power to kindle that light was no longer his own. It lay in the hands of another. I had intended to greet him with cheer, but his helplessness pierced my heart. Still, I mustered the brightest vivacity I could. "It's a bright, sunny morning, sir," I said. "The rain has passed, leaving a tender shine in its wake. A walk soon, perhaps." A flicker of warmth lit his features. "Oh, you are indeed there, my skylark. Come to me. You are not gone, not vanished. I heard one of your kind an hour ago singing high over the wood, but its song had no music for me, any more than the rising sun had rays. All the melody on earth is concentrated in my Jane's tongue to my ear. I am glad it is not naturally a silent one. All the sunshine I can feel is in her presence." Tears stung my eyes at his confession of dependence, as if a royal eagle, shackled, begged a sparrow for sustenance. Yet I swallowed my sorrow and busied myself with preparing breakfast. The morning was spent in the open air. I led him from the damp, wild wood to fields, bright with renewed life. I described the vibrant greens, the refreshed flowers, the sparkling blue sky. I found a seat for him on a dry tree stump in a hidden lovely spot, and did not resist when he placed me on his knee. Why should I when we were happier together? Pilate lay beside us, the world silent. Suddenly he clasped me tightly and spoke. "Cruel, cruel deserter! Oh, Jane! What did I feel when I discovered you had fled from Thornfield, and when I could nowhere find you, and, after examining your apartment, ascertained that you had taken no money, nor anything which could serve as an equivalent. A pearl necklace I had given you lay untouched in its little casket. Your trunks were left corded and locked, as they had been prepared for the bridal tour. What could my darling do, I asked, left destitute and penniless? And what did she do? Let me hear now." Thus urged, I began recounting my past year. I softened the details of my wandering and starvation, knowing the full truth would cause him unnecessary pain. Even the little I did share wounded his loyal heart more than I intended. He insisted I should not have left him without means. I should have confided in him. He would never have forced me to be his mistress. Despite his seeming violence and despair, he loved me too deeply to become my tyrant. He would have given me half his fortune without demanding a kiss in return, rather than let me face the world friendless. He was certain I had endured more than I admitted. Well, whatever my sufferings had been, they were very short, I replied. I then narrated my reception at Moor House, my role as schoolmistress, and my discovery of relations. St. John Rivers' name appeared frequently in my tale. When I finished, he immediately seized upon that name. This St. John, then, is your cousin? Yes. You have spoken of him often. Do you like him? He was a very good man, sir. I could not help liking him. A good man? Does that mean a respectable, well-conducted man of 50, or what does it mean? St. John was only 29, sir. June encore, as the French say. Is he a person of low stature, phlegmatic and plain? A person whose goodness consists rather in his guiltlessness of vice than in his prowess in virtue? He is untiringly active. Great and exalted deeds are what he lives to perform. But his brain, that is probably rather soft. He means well, but you shrug your shoulders to hear him talk. He talks little, sir. What he does say is ever to the point. His brain is first-rate, I should think, not impressible, but vigorous. Is he an able man, then? Truly able. A thoroughly educated man. St. John is an accomplished and profound scholar. His manners, I think you said, are not to your taste, priggish and parsonic. I never mentioned his manners, but unless I had a very bad taste, they must suit it. They are polished, calm, and gentlemanlike. His appearance, I forget what description you gave of his appearance, a sort of raw curate, half strangled with his white neckcloth, and stilted up on his thick-soled high-lows, eh? St. John dresses well. He is a handsome man, tall, fair, with blue eyes, and a Grecian profile. Aside. Damn him! To me. Did you like him, Jane? Yes, Mr. Rochester, I liked him, but you asked me that before. I perceived, of course, the drift of my interlocutor. Jealousy had seized him. It stung him, but the sting was a respite from melancholy. I did not immediately soothe him. Perhaps you would rather not sit any longer on my knee, Miss Eyre, was his next, somewhat unexpected remark. Why not, Mr. Rochester? The picture you have just drawn is suggestive of a rather too overwhelming contrast. Your words have delineated a graceful Apollo, tall, fair, blue-eyed, with a Grecian profile. Your eyes dwell on a Vulcan, a real blacksmith, brown, broad-shouldered, and blind and lame to boot. I never thought of it before, but you certainly are rather like Vulcan, sir. Well, you can leave me, ma'am, but before you go, and he grasped me more firmly than ever, you will be pleased to answer me a question or two. He paused. What questions, Mr. Rochester? Then followed a cross-examination. St. John made you schoolmistress of Morton before he knew you were his cousin? Yes. You would often see him? He would visit the school sometimes? Daily. He would approve of your plans, Jane. I know they would be clever, for you are a talented creature. He approved of them, yes. He would discover many things in you he could not have expected to find. Some of your accomplishments are not ordinary. I don't know about that. You had a little cottage near the school, you say. Did he ever come there to see you? Now and then. Of an evening? Once or twice. A pause. How long did you reside with him and his sisters after the cousinship was discovered? 5 months. Did Rivers spend much time with the ladies of his family? Yes, the back parlour was both his study and ours. He sat near the window and we by the table. Did he study much? A good deal. What? Hindostani? And what did you do meantime? I learned German at first. Did he teach you? He did not understand German. Did he teach you nothing? A little Hindostani. Rivers taught you Hindostani? Yes, sir. And his sisters also? No. Only you? Only me. Did you ask to learn? No. He wished to teach you? Yes. A second pause. Why did he wish it? Of what use could Hindustani be to you? He intended me to go with him to India. Ah, here I reach the root of the matter. He wanted you to marry him. He asked me to marry him. That is a fiction, an impudent invention to vex me. I beg your pardon. It is the literal truth. He asked me more than once, and was as persistent as ever you could be. Miss Eyre, I repeat it, you can leave me. How often am I to say the same thing? Why do you remain perched on my knee when I have given you notice to quit? Because I am comfortable there. No, Jane, you are not comfortable there because your heart is not with me, is with this cousin, this St. John. Oh, till this moment I thought my little Jane was all mine. I had a belief she loved me even when she left me. That was an atom of sweet in much bitter. Long as we have been parted, hot tears as I have wept over our separation, I never thought that while I was mourning her, she was loving another. But it is useless grieving. Jane, leave me. Go and marry Rivers. Shake me off then, sir. Push me away, for I'll not leave you of my own accord. Jane, I ever like your tone of voice. It still renews hope. It sounds so truthful. When I hear it, it carries me back a year. I forget that you have formed a new tie. But I am not a fool. Go. Where must I go, sir? Your own way, with the husband you have chosen. Who is that? You know, this St. John Rivers. He is not my husband, nor ever will be. He does not love me. I do not love him. He loves as he can love, and that is not as you love, a beautiful young lady called Rosamond. He wanted to marry me only because he thought I should make a suitable missionary's wife, which she would not have done. He is good and great, but severe, and for me, cold as an iceberg. He is not like you, sir. I am not happy at his side, nor near him, nor with him. He has no indulgence for me, no fondness. He sees nothing attractive in me, not even youth, only a few useful mental points. Then I must leave you, sir, to go to him. I shuddered involuntarily and clung instinctively closer to my blind but beloved master. He smiled. What, Jane? Is this true? Is such really the state of matters between you and Rivers? Absolutely, sir. Oh, you need not be jealous. I wanted to tease you a little to make you less sad. I thought anger would be better than grief. But if you wish me to love you, could you but see how much I do love you, you would be proud and content. All my heart is yours, sir. It belongs to you, and with you it would remain, were fate to exile the rest of me from your presence forever. Again, as he kissed me, painful thoughts darkened his aspect. My seared vision, my crippled strength, he murmured regretfully. I caressed, in order to soothe him. I knew of what he was thinking and wanted to speak for him, but dared not. As he turned aside his face for a minute, I saw a tear slide from under the sealed eyelid and trickle down the manly cheek. My heart swelled. I am no better than the old lightning-struck chestnut tree in Thornfield Orchard, he remarked ere long. And what right would that ruin have to bid a budding woodbine cover its decay with freshness? You are no ruin, sir, no lightning-struck tree. You are green and vigorous. Plants will grow about your roots, whether you ask them or not, because they take delight in your bountiful shadow. And as they grow, they will lean towards you and wind round you because your strength offers them so safe a prop. Again he smiled. I gave him comfort. You speak of friends, Jane? He asked. Yes, of friends, I answered rather hesitatingly, for I knew I meant more than friends, but could not tell what other word to employ. He helped me. Ah, Jane, but I want a wife. Do you, sir? Yes, is it news to you? Of course, you said nothing about it before. Is it unwelcome news? That depends on circumstances, sir, on your choice. Which you shall make for me, Jane. I will abide by your decision. Choose then, sir, her who loves you best. I will at least choose her I love best. Jane, will you marry me? Yes, sir. A poor blind man whom you will have to lead about by the hand? Yes, sir. A crippled man 20 years older than you, whom you will have to wait on? Yes, sir. Truly, Jane? Most truly, sir. Oh, my darling! God bless you and reward you. Mr. Rochester, if ever I did a good deed in my life, if ever I thought a good thought, if ever I prayed a sincere and blameless prayer, if ever I wished a righteous wish, I am rewarded now. To be your wife is, for me, to be as happy as I can be on earth. Because you delight in sacrifice. Sacrifice? What do I sacrifice? Famine for food, expectation for content. To be privileged to put my arms round what I value, to press my lips to what I love, to repose on what I trust. Is that to make a sacrifice? If so, then certainly I delight in sacrifice. And to bear with my infirmities, Jane, to overlook my deficiencies. Which are none, sir, to me. I love you better now when I can really be useful to you than I did in your state of proud independence, when you disdained every part but that of the giver and protector. Hitherto I have hated to be helped, to be led. Henceforth I feel I shall hate it no more. I did not like to put my hand into a hireling's, but it is pleasant to feel it circled by Jane's little fingers. I preferred utter loneliness to the constant attendance of servants, but Jane's soft ministry will be a perpetual joy. Jane suits me. Do I suit her? To the finest fibre of my nature, sir. The case being so, we have nothing in the world to wait for. We must be married instantly. He looked and spoke with eagerness. His old impetuosity was rising. We must become one flesh without any delay, Jane. There is but the licence to get, then we marry. Mr. Rochester, I have just discovered the sun is far declined from its meridian, and Pilot is actually gone home to his dinner. Let me look at your watch. Fasten it into your girdle, Janet, and keep it henceforward. I have no use for it. It is nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sir. Don't you feel hungry? The 3rd day from this must be our wedding day, Jane. Never mind fine clothes and jewels now, all that is not worth a fillip. The sun has dried up all the raindrops, sir. The breeze is still. It is quite hot. Do you know, Jane, I have your little pearl necklace at this moment fastened round my bronze scrag under my cravat. I have worn it since the day I lost my only treasure as a memento of her. We will go home through the wood. That will be the shadiest way. He pursued his own thoughts without heeding me. Jane, you think me, I dare say, an irreligious dog. But my heart swells with gratitude to the beneficent God of this earth just now. He sees not as man sees, but far clearer, judges not as man judges, but far more wisely. I did wrong. I would have sullied my innocent flower, breathed guilt on its purity. The Omnipotent snatched it from me. I, in my stiff-necked rebellion, almost cursed the dispensation. Instead of bending to the decree, I defied it. Divine justice pursued its course. Disasters came thick on me. I was forced to pass through the valley of the shadow of death. His chastisements are mighty, and one smote me which has humbled me forever. You know I was proud of my strength. But what is it now, when I must give it over to foreign guidance as a child does its weakness? Of late, Jane, only of late, I began to see and acknowledge the hand of God in my doom. I began to experience remorse, repentance, the wish for reconcilement to my Maker. I began sometimes to pray. Very brief prayers they were, but very sincere. Some days since, nay, I can number them, 4, it was last Monday night, a singular mood came over me, one in which grief replaced frenzy, sorrow, sullenness. I had long had the impression that since I could nowhere find you, you must be dead. Late that night, perhaps it might be between 11 and 12 o'clock, ere I retired to my dreary rest, I supplicated God that, if it seemed good to him, I might soon be taken from this life and admitted to that world to come, where there was still hope of rejoining Jane. I was in my own room and sitting by the window, which was open. It soothed me to feel the balmy night air, though I could see no stars and only by a vague luminous haze knew the presence of a moon. I longed for thee, Janet. Oh, I longed for thee both with soul and flesh. I asked of God, at once in anguish and humility, if I had not been long enough desolate, afflicted, tormented. and might not soon taste bliss and peace once more. That I merited all I endured, I acknowledged. That I could scarcely endure more, I pleaded. And the alpha and omega of my heart's wishes broke involuntarily from my lips in the words, "Jane, Jane, Jane." Did you speak these words aloud? I did, Jane. If any listener had heard me, he would have thought me mad. I pronounced them with such frantic energy. And it was last Monday night, somewhere near midnight? Yes, but the time is of no consequence. What followed is the strange point. You will think me superstitious. Some superstition I have in my blood, and always had. Nevertheless, this is true. True at least it is that I heard what I now relate. As I exclaimed, "Jane, Jane, Jane!" A voice, I cannot tell whence the voice came, but I know whose voice it was, replied, "I am coming, wait for me." And a moment after, went whispering on the wind the words, "Where are you?" I'll tell you if I can the idea, the picture these words open to my mind, yet it is difficult to express what I want to express. Ferndean is buried, as you see, in a heavy wood where sound falls dull and dies unreverberating. "Where are you?" seemed spoken amongst mountains, for I heard a hill-sent echo repeat the words. Cooler and fresher at the moment, the gale seemed to visit my brow. I could have deemed that in some wild, lone scene, I and Jane were meeting. In spirit, I believe we must have met. You no doubt were, at that hour, in unconscious sleep, Jane. Perhaps your soul wandered from its cell to comfort mine, for those were your accents. As certain as I live, they were yours. Reader, it was on Monday night, near midnight, that I too had received the mysterious summons. Those were the very words by which I replied to it. I listened to Mr. Rochester's narrative, but made no disclosure in return. The coincidence struck me as too awful and inexplicable to be communicated or discussed. If I told anything, my tale would be such as must necessarily make a profound impression on the mind of my hearer, and that mind, yet from its sufferings too prone to gloom, needed not the deeper shade of the supernatural. I kept these things then, and pondered them in my heart. You cannot now wonder, continued my master, that when you rose upon me so unexpectedly last night, I had difficulty in believing you any other than a mere voice and vision, something that would melt to silence and annihilation, as the midnight whisper and mountain echo had melted before. Now, I thank God, I know it to be otherwise. Yes, I thank God. He put me off his knee, rose, and reverently lifting his hat from his brow and bending his sightless eyes to the earth, he stood in mute devotion. Only the last words of the worship were audible. I thank my Maker that, in the midst of judgment, he has remembered mercy. I humbly entreat my Redeemer to give me strength to lead henceforth a purer life than I have done hitherto. Then he stretched his hand out to be led. I took that dear hand, held it a moment to my lips, then let it pass round my shoulder. Being so much lower of stature than he, I served both for his prop and guide. We entered the wood and wended homeward. Chapter 38, Threads of Destiny. Reader, I married him. A quiet, understated wedding, just he and I, the parson and clerk, like a whispered secret shared under a shadowed sky. When we returned from the church, I slipped into the manor house kitchen, where Mary was roasting a pair of chickens, and John was polishing knives. "Mary, I have been married to Mr. Rochester this morning," I said. Mary, to her credit, didn't shriek or faint. She merely paused, the ladle frozen mid-air as if time itself held its breath. John's knives stilled, their reflection capturing the moment's gravity. "Have you, miss? Well, for sure," she said, finally resuming her basting, her tone as steady as the ticking of a clock. I saw you go out with the master, but didn't know you were gone to church to be wed," she added, her voice as calm as the steady flame under her roast. John grinned from ear to ear, a knowing smile that spoke of long-held suspicions confirmed. "I told Mary it would be so," he said. "I knew what Mr. Edward would do, and I was certain he wouldn't wait long neither. He's done right, for aught I know. I wish you joy, miss." And he politely tugged his forelock. "Thank you, John. Mr. Rochester told me to give you and Mary this." I handed him a £5 note, a token of our shared new beginning. As I left the kitchen, I caught their murmured reassurances. "She'll do better for him than any grand lady. And she's good-natured and in his eyes, fair beautiful." I wrote to Moor House and to Cambridge, explaining my actions. Diana and Mary approved wholeheartedly. Diana declared she would visit as soon as we were over the honeymoon. "She'd better not wait till then, Jane," Mr. Rochester said, his tone light yet firm. "Our honeymoon will last a lifetime. Its beams will only fade over your grave or mine." St. John's response was a silence that spoke volumes. He never replied directly, but 6 months later, a letter arrived, serious, kind, devoid of mention of my marriage. His correspondence has remained regular but sparse. His letters a blend of hope and austere admonition. And little Adele, reader, I have not forgotten her. Upon visiting her at the strict, severe school Mr. Rochester had chosen, I found her pale and unhappy. I took her home, intending to be her governess again. However, my new responsibilities to my husband made this impractical. I found a more nurturing school nearby, ensuring she never lacked comfort. She thrived, her education smoothing her French edges, and grew into a pleasant, obliging companion. My tale draws to a close. 10 years into my marriage, I know what it is to live for and with what I love most. I am supremely blessed, beyond words, because my husband and I are intertwined, closer than any two people could be. We are each other's world, our hearts beating in unison, our lives a seamless blend of solitude and companionship. We talk endlessly, our conversations an extension of our thoughts. Our confidence is mutual, our characters perfectly aligned. For the first 2 years of our union, Mr. Rochester remained blind. This brought us even closer, for I became his vision, his right hand. He saw the world through my eyes, and I never tired of describing to him the landscapes, the weather, the essence of life that light could no longer stamp on his eye. There was a joy in my service to him, a fulfillment in our interdependence that transcended sadness. One morning, as I was writing a letter to his dictation, he bent over me and asked, "Jane, do you have a glittering ornament around your neck?" "Yes," I answered, touching the gold watch chain. "And are you wearing a pale blue dress?" "Yes," I confirmed. He then shared that the obscurity clouding one eye seemed to be lifting. We went to London for the advice of an eminent oculist. Eventually, he regained partial sight in one eye. He could now see the sky, the earth, and most importantly, the face of his firstborn, who inherited his brilliant black eyes. In that moment, he acknowledged that divine judgment had indeed been tempered with mercy. Edward and I are happy, and those we love are happy too. Diana and Mary Rivers are both married. Diana's husband is a naval captain, gallant and good. Mary's husband, a clergyman and college friend of St. John's S., is equally worthy. Both men adore their wives. St. John Rivers, steadfast and indomitable, left for India. He continues his path, resolute and devoted, clearing the way for others, battling prejudice and creed with the zeal of a warrior. His letters, though rare, are filled with hope and divine joy, anticipating his ultimate reward. His mind is unclouded, his heart undaunted, his faith steadfast. "My master has forewarned me," he writes. "Daily he announces more distinctly, 'Surely I come quickly,' and hourly I more eagerly respond, 'Amen, even so come, Lord Jesus.'" Thus, reader, my story ends. The threads of our lives, woven together in a tapestry of love, faith, and unyielding hope, stretch onward into the unknown, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit.
Thank you for listening to Jane Eyre, Reimagined. We hope you have enjoyed this audiobook. If so, please like, share, or comment. By doing so, you can help others find this channel, and it will help us grow our community. Also, let us know in the comments what classic books you would like to hear reimagined through the lens of your favorite modern author, and we will try to make it happen soon.